think particularly for this character, nice. The combo off this side swap and whip for the bait.
Oh, good.
Oh my, man, that is quite the reversal of fates. You're just in the corner looking like it's going to be a bad spot.
Nice. Oh my God.
Kick pickup.
Rained on that shit.
Oh, out of the air though, unfortunate. Otherwise could have been big damage on that.
Yeah, this far on offense, Ajax has been really peppering the normal, just keeping a lot of the meaties there against Luiman. And Luiman, he's still trying to use movement as an option on defense. Although he gets the pace so for a while actually. He's got what, mid-screen control, he's got all the life lead in the world, he still has drive gauge. It's going to be a big problem for Ajax. The chip could be imminent, and it's going to be it. Yeah, toasting them up on the aim.
Yeah, that spot sucks. What are you going to do? You burnt out against Dawson mid-screen? Like, yeah, it's really difficult. Everything it just becomes more difficult to manage. You don't have your meter to challenge. Wow, what a bait. And that's kind of what you need to do as Dawson. You need to frustrate someone, put them in burnout, kind of just, take advantage of it, use those awesome neutral tools that you have to slow the pace of the match down. Nice pickup again.
God, that's so cool. Dude, that is actually a sick combo. I know it's not like something crazy, but he kicks you 3 times into a sweep.
Dawson makes you hype for a 3-hit combo. You're like, all right, that was pretty cool. Oh, that's a big find, though. Finally has some offense here. Is there a button? It looked like it. It was a throw. Oh, man, out of the corner. Now you're big chilling here, too, if you're a Louis, man. You just hang out, anti-air, look for chip. Don't have to commit to too much. Yeah, just big vibe, and although that's a huge find for Ajax, just the mash out on the jab. One apiece, just like that.
He's really earning his keep. I gotta say, like, a lot of the times we kind of talk about the relationship between Menardi and Luiman. Mena has said it a bunch of times over. I wouldn't have had him on my team if he didn't earn it. And it feels like right now, the way he's been playing in some of these weekly events, he's definitely earned that spot.
Yeah, he's super solid, and this is a really nice character matchup to have. Particularly, you mentioned the army of Eds. There's so many Ed players around in this, right? So, both in this and Japan, this character is really popular. If you want to play a mid-range kind of footsie character, I mean, he's the one to play in this season. Punish on that. Ed damage on the drive versus punish. Not super high, but he gets a safe jump.
You got more room now.
Trade-off could have been a little bit worse.
Out of there, but ready for it. And the juggle was high enough for him to get the light punch blitz after. Into the uppercut.
What? Past the fireball. I love that. The reaction. That reaction alone from Ajax Fidelity. Now looking at Matthew. Nice. Good start. He's off very aggressively yet again, as he should.
Oh, that's a big block. He can get a side swap here as well, which is huge for Sim. This is a rough spot for Ed now. Down a lot of drive. Empty jump. I love the idea.
Twice.
Oh, definitely us. We both flinched, I think, on that one. I love the charge clicker. We haven't seen that too much, and there hasn't been a lot of drive attacks or threats on it yet, so they need that drive gauge. Waiting for the anti-air. Missed the DP. You saw the whiff jab. Oh no, this is a rough spot. And it just hits heavy punch. Very scary stuff. The final game, final round between these two, just like that.
3 bars, both their names. Let me see the blood. Let me see the fist flying. Who gets that first big hit?
Oh, this is big. Sim adding up on that damage. The fireball's out for the shield to protect himself on the way in. Drive gauge back to full already, so he can just do it again soon. Driver shouldn't get stuffed. Real space really well there as well.
Fierce to find the connection. Ajax. What do you know about after this level 1 of these 5-bar sword? Yes, you do. Forward throw. What's looking at the situation like?
Reversal jab, even on hit right there, and almost burnt out his Ed, so he's gonna have to find a way to spin some meter soon. Yeah, you see, going for that crashing Eddie kick into the lane. This is big, level 3, gets all his drive gauge back. Not like a kill, but a really good spot here for Ajax.
Sonic there. Space for himself. Ajax, what do you do when he's airborne like that? You can't let the bald man fly like that. Oh, he's burnt out. Critical art could be a big problem. The chip is imminent. He's gonna get it. He's burnt out. Insane. Rebuttal.
Thank you. To you as well.
Yeah, and I mean this is a grind of a matchup too. To be in the last spot, to have to win this many games against Guile, as Ken, trying to approach it, this could be kind of a bit of a grind to get in there. I think it was good against Guile, but yeah, I mean, I'm very curious about this. I don't think Haba, pulling up. He's a really solid, well-rounded player. He's tough to beat. Basically for anybody, right? He's a world-class competitor, so we'll have to see if Ariel's ready to just pull up, get the job done here. He he has a lot of tricky stuff. I feel like he's a player that has a lot of, he can play solid, he can play tricky, he can play scrappy, he can play just like very fundamental, just a lot of ways to play. And he's got those like tricky DI resets he likes to do a lot in the corner. He loves that kind of stuff. So those are the kind of things you have to scout if you're this here, and particularly if you're.
I've never been more.
He's got a lot of tricky stuff that he likes to do. I think Ken has a lot of opportunity
Just
to do
chicken.
that kind of stuff, right? So, love that right there. Immediate flash kick right through it. You know, fireball drive rush, it's the goods. That's how you have to approach a matchup like this. And a state right away. The drive gauge. Love that choice right there. This spot sucks. Dealing with Jin Rise and Dragon Lashes in the corner when you're burnt out against Ken, it's not an easy place to be.
Sorry, the OD fireball. Okay, that was actually not far. That actually is mad unfortunate that the rest of it didn't.
Yeah, just go for the launcher actually. I'm surprised about the follow-up. This is a bad spot now. In the corner. Yes, for the round. Pretty soon here. Ken about to have 3 meters and has full drive gauge to extend. Actually had to hit for a second there. Yeah, that's guaranteed punish on the Jinrai. Also gives you a lot of space though. Good for Kaba. He just sends it and he's able to build a level 3. This should be an easy peasy catch.
Fucking Queen Uriel.
Yeah.
My man just fly of rush and at the tip of like DI that hit. Julio Valori, he literally pressed it to be really tricky with some of the DI setups. That one I felt like was plain as day. It's like he's coming at me, I gotta be prepared for it. Uh-oh, I'm over 30. He's gonna hit. Is Kaba over 30?
You know, he didn't react, so I'm gonna say he might be getting there. Yeah, he might
Survey
be.
says he's on the board.
You know, you boot up for ranked online. Their title up there says Street Fighter 2 fan. You just drive and pack them. You know? And then later on, you see a tweet from James Chen about it, and you're like, oh, that was him? That's how you know.
Think about that.
The way my brain works, I just can't drive impact them back. That's me too, James. Don't worry.
I love it.
That's me too.
It doesn't matter what monitor I have, it's just gonna be.
He didn't DI that back either. I mean, maybe that's the strat. James Chen strats here in Street Fighter League. Oh, far, little walk.
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm so slow.
Stripping the drive gauge.
Speaking of being old.
Sets up the fireball. It's very scary though. If whoever builds 2 drive gauge first, basically that run DQ. Oh, he's trying to get in.
Oh, that was actually bad offer. That could have been towards the slightly moves forward. It's so weird and low profiles like crazy.
A lot of time you can get flash kick after 2, even if you don't do it. Even if it's on the other side. Holding space a lot better though so far. Yeah, and that is all your drive gauge, but the offense is right into the corner. So if this works out, could be good here. I like to do the heavy dragon line. I like that idea.
He's kind of tricky when it comes to stealing turns, man.
Yeah. Safe jump here, tripping drive gauge. Very close to being burnt, and I love the jump.
Good read. That's a backdash. Read right back and we're going from combo. Oh, yeah. Set up with Media Sonic Combo. Tentacles comes out just in case he tries to run DP again. We have a solid lockdown, medium kick to stop the air approach. Or so we thought. You might have just died. Okay, maybe not.
Not with this combo. Didn't spend the level 3 on this and now has no level 2. Chip is a big problem. Oh no, Gao's gonna win this. Yeah, he was forced, right? Gao was under the Sonic Blade into the boom. So forced into that run to try to make it to the fireball.
Was there, man, see this is why I need like the replay going into it, like just kind of see what other ways you could have taken to go into level 3.
Replay takeover, that's what it's for. Yeah, replay takeover.
So sick. I'm still losing to those matchups that I play, but man, it's still
It's good to know that there's a reality. It's like when you're in the shower and you're like, oh, you know what I could have said? And then it's like that in real life. You can just check and go back and see what you could have done with a better combo. I like the side swap here. Oh, something, but if it was a heavy kick, it would have been good.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe not on back roll.
We see Yukichi actually kind of do something like that, but actually just go for like a double dash forward for the pressure more so than good situation with the sides with
prioritizing the like knockdown pressure, I think is not a bad idea. Ripping that side game. That's the problem. Like, all right, so you walk in right, and then you EXT
thing.
El velorio special, baby.
And then you flash kick it, and it costs you 2 bars, and then it just wakes up and like jumps at you, and you like, you know, you get punish countered, and now you're down 3 drive gauge or whatever, right? So sometimes it can be like, oh, you get the punish on Jinrai, but you yeah, Matt says, oh, that's out of the corner. That's not.
I think that's science.
Yeah, that's
where science comes in. Yeah. How does the fire come from the beat?
This is a side swap again. Yeah, okay, I like the jump in, taking the pressure you're mentioning that earlier. That's that idea instead of you going to the no, not again.
Overhead, doesn't get the combo going to the TI.
What he was scouting with that. Ended up working it out in the light. This is a big combo to the corner. Oh, misses.
It should have gone straight after.
Yeah, your poor drive gauge gets beat up by this combo too. So now you're like, you know, full screen against Ga with not a lot of drive gauge to work with. Forced into making a couple of bad guesses here before you get burnt out. We'll see what the choice is going to be. He's being a little cautious. He's you know, afraid of that run DP or like EX Fireball driver, stuff like that, right? So.
In this range, you think Oreo is going to be spending any sort of OD Fireball? No, he's already actually closed the gap.
Oh.
Back,
Heartbreaker. Do you go for the drive impact here? Risk getting perfect parried is the question. It seems like Kaba, the answer is no. Just walks back slow and steady with that Sonic boost. So 2-1 just like that. We'll see what the adjustment's going to be. I feel like most of his approaches look awesome, but it's on Kaba to make the response. Him to be second and find good answers. So far, he's done that pretty well.
Figure this strategy. Oh, the character. Sorry, the costume changer. Now he's actually playing with fire. This is actually the way he's going to go out. I don't want to. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I just don't understand like why like the rest of his hair is like eyebrows. 100%. But bleaching your facial hair is like,
Yeah, that's a lot.
seems like
Oh, punish. Yeah. Handling of those dragon lashes. I think, you know, it's just kind of the thing you feel like you have to do against Guile sometimes.
no, he just swayed out of the way, like backdashing away from the stand down. This guy confident. He's moving.
He had the Guile just cool. He just like, got out of there. He's like,
Yeah.
Oh, I had to sneeze, but then it didn't come.
Kaba is holding down back and vibe.
Doesn't need to overextend. He can just throw out some of the Sonic.
Oh.
Like the combo round that we've been that he's been looking for the entire set.
Yeah, and when you fight a Guile that's locked in like this, it really just feels like, what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, what do you want from me?
What are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
In
it's like,
WoW?
What is
God
my
damn it.
objective here? How am I going to beat this guy?
A pretty decent job of staving off the offense.
Again?
Oh.
Damn, dude.
Oh no! No, that was lunch.
It hurts your brain. Oh, that's big though. Take the corner. Couple dash for offense now. This is a huge
That's rough.
temporal here. Heavy Jinrai that time. Notice there was no EX flash kick. Very smart. He's really testing him. Jesus. One hit could do it though. All he needs is one. Had the jab hit, didn't go for it. In burnout now.
Yeah.
Oh, Kaba with the hit.
Getting a little bit too overzealous with some of those.
Yeah, that's a dangerous
jabs,
place
man.
as a priest, especially when it
Now
lags.
gonna be a problem quite soon as well.
You know, that's roundhouse in the solid puncher. No way.
Big chunk. Kaba had that look on his face like this guy thought. Very, very smart stuff.
Right,
Obviously, that was the gamble he needed, right? He needed something like that to get the job done. Kaba, solid. The rock for this team in that anchor position. Looking very, very good and clutching things up here for Bandits. Interesting stuff. I like that choice. I think having a Kimberly in the back pocket is really good, by the way. She's a character that can kind of throw people off. She's not super popular in a lot of ways, and she's not like a character you expect to sort of be dominant. But she's so nice for formats like this. Kind of
Can't let it beat you like that.
With Dulcim and then other characters like Zangief and stuff. Having that choice to counter with a character like this is really nice.
I had the Psycho too, one of the best Kimberly players to ever do it. that was a little bit short-lived. Trying to get a little bit of a poke there. Sending Nino going up sky high. Now it's Oil King. Really pressure up the down mix. How does he control the pressure too? How does he control the escape?
What a reaction there from Oil King. There was no anti-air. I'm surprised about after the back that out of the corner, but of course, that tricky wall escape is so tough to defeat. Too far. Offense now. And Psycho doesn't have a lot of drive gauge to keep this up. Nice. That's a good find. Yeah. There's been any drive gauge on that either, which is big, which is why you can get this pressure in the corner here. Uh-oh. This is starting to look scary for Oil King now. Oh, wait for the EX reading. Sky High to get out of there. No chase down. Now Psycho just walking him down in the middle of the screen.
And he was mashing on that crouching punch too. He was trying to catch that anti-air as much as he could. That shot out of the such a crazy abundance. And what? Not even gonna see him this round. Oil King, nice.
It is really tough to deal with the escape from Cheeto. Like, the same thing with the last game, right? He does whatever wall option or not that he wants to do, and it's very, very tricky. BD overhead, spending 4 bars on this combo here. Got the hard link as well into the safe jump, and instead, man, I'm locked in right now.
No, I get it. Right. Dying to something that's out of your control is just rough.
Just keep in mind in neutral, like, he is not a patient player. You do not need to be the one initiating. You can wait for him to kill
He
himself.
doesn't have like the confidence coming out of it. He needs to get some of these games in, some reps in. And I'm glad that he's getting it early. It sucks that it's a costly cycle because I think it's extremely talented.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing so far. Yeah, Oil King is so tricky. This is something I think about him. He's like a very insistent player, and he has a lot of like ways to make you fall into sort of the trap that he's setting, you know? That's kind of what I always think about this play. He's like, you know, he's always down to send it on EXDP, but he's also always down to just put you in weird spots and be like, you know how to stop this, and then get tricky.
I think between the two, I mean, I've seen the Kingdom previously as well. I feel like somewhat similar style to Oil King is really good at the drive game.
Backs up, he's playing it nice and safe, but
Hey, you take cross up.
that was messed up. That is hard to see, and he gets clipped here. Doesn't go for any kind of resets in the driving tracks, and then cans out.
Oh, and the combo.
Ready for the can action.
Big cycle. No bomb. No bomb.
Here. Ooh, just enough. Very nicely done there from Psycho. Good awareness on that can to get the pickup after it.
I was just gonna say, you was coming. That's one of the things you have to master as a community player. What happens in that kind of interaction? Oh, that was dirty.
And also,
Remind him
the
of
scaling the can a little different in this patch, right? So it's something that can matter for hits like that as well. A little bit of extra damage goes a long way. No parry, no checks, just blocks it out. And then, yeah, obviously doesn't want to go for any drive rush cancels because life's a little, or drive gets a little low.
Damn, that was a far sweep, but still good. Punish coming out.
Raw drive impact. There was level 3 available as well, which is a little scary. Oil King's gonna have to
Keep doing this one.
dump all this bar to get the kill. Very nice. Now set point for him. Down on meter though. Psycho with 3 bars.
I know you haven't really been able to see like the first couple of weeks, but against Psycho, once he gets his things going, it's so hard to set. You saw a glimpse of that a little bit earlier, right?
That's a little bit there. Uh-oh, 2 in a row. Bad spot in the corner here. Psycho gonna have to make some tough decisions on defense very quickly here. It just stays nice and solid. Willing to take another throw, but maybe to the detriment of the set. Oh, the bait and the kill. And yeah, Psycho was just committed for so long there, but after 4 or 5 throws in a row, you know, eventually you feel the urge to do something. It's going to be obviously for NL, and then Chris CCH is on the Ed. Basically been the standout Ed performer in the US for a bit. So kind of the person I expected to see here. Makes a lot of sense. This match should be a good one. I think one of the hallmarks of this matchup is the air approach, obviously, is a big problem for basically every character in the game, but Ed definitely for sure. His DP is basically double the startup of most in the game, so it makes dealing with situations like this really weird. However, he does have the DM and heavy DPs that have more range, that can catch like the air fireballs or tricky stuff. He doesn't have the best way to deal with doing flip all the time, but it's a pretty reliable way to handle like bar jumps and maybe a little less reliable on other characters.
Yeah, I definitely had the luxury of being able to watch Lashar on and off the game, dude. His control, his matchup is insane. He's found every spot consistently to stop any sort of demon raid, any sort of fireball. He's forcing them to play the game. It's fucking terrible for them majority of the time.
He's dropped, obviously. But I watched him play after very, very
Motherfucker, why is the...
One of the top dogs in Capcom Cup, at least in like a top 8. I think he's gonna make it to top 8. Can have against majority of the cast.
Not that bad. I mean, this as a punish counter is rough. But you can get him like that.
It is possible, right? Overseas,
Well, if he's blocking.
has been the one dominating.
Because then he bounces off the wall, right? And then you can get that in. So you can do this like...
Yeah, I think Lashar is just a demon. When I
I mean, once or twice a round if you're lucky.
He is just
Once a round if you're
like
lucky.
I don't know how else to describe it. He's handled.
You can do it twice, then you win, right?
From NL, do a little walk in and then little jab drop block kick confirmed with Chrissy CH right after. That's high. Yeah, that kick was definitely high up.
I swear to God, dude.
This is the,
I have to delay the DP, but it's so...
Side kick when I go after. Cool little way to it's nice for a Kuma player, I suppose.
It's so deceptive too because you can do a very shallow demon raid. It's not too threatening that you can roundhouse dive hit you in the toes. You know?
Yeah.
It's not even that hard. I'm just fucking it up.
Steady approach that Chris CCH is going for. Whip punish, gets the heavy kick after on standing Akuma.
There we go, finally.
Something that Ed always has to look out for. There's a lot of damage here, by the way. Heavy punch DP at the end.
The next one is a lot harder.
Oh, I love it. Just letting Chris CCH counter poke and then hitting his own crashing medium kick right after. Very smart there from NL. Oh, he tried to dance on him. Yeah, he was trying to dance and then NL just beat him to the punch. That's a huge block and punish. Should be the kill.
Elevated off of this doesn't even matter. That combo wasn't even done off of the fireball. Didn't even need to
Damn.
the super run. That could have been uppercut if DB. Heck, it could be the roundhouse Tatsu. Would have been the roundhouse Tatsu.
Yeah, Akuma existing in the middle of the screen or in the corner basically. This is not the dream combo because we're a little too close to the corner. So just takes the standard route for the safe jump.
Look at that one, 3,900.
Oh, wow. Weird heavy kick. It just caught probably a stand tech, I'm guessing, from Chris.
So much damage.
Pick the side swap. Like blitz afterwards too, so really good spot now for Chris CCH. Oh, no anti-air.
Run at all.
You're not dead.
I don't
You're not
hate it.
dead.
Okay, okay.
You're not
I
dead.
trust you. Man, that is a tough one. First interaction, immediate demon.
This
Enough.
sucks. He's not dead.
Oh,
But he is now. That's rough. I get it.
You play great, Odyssey.
I actually just forgot he had demon.
Yeah, you playing great in Uber. So like, you know where he's going. He's looking for the demon clip off the corner. Maybe
Yeah.
try to jump that dad, maybe.
I'm trying to think. I've been getting the EXCPs a couple times, but I feel like it's just gonna do them anyway, so I feel like I should keep doing that.
Yeah, that happened to me at EWC. I baited him all the first game, he didn't do it, and then I didn't bait the second, he did it right away.
Yeah, I think I was looking to throw bait him too hard. I just gotta look to like hit him out of there.
And wait, watch out for the low board.
This guy, if I say discount shrouds, am I out of line?
Every time I watch him play in any fighting game, basically, he is just really, really like on, right? And it's the same thing as Fox, always one of the world's best players on a bunch of different characters like Kami and Akuma, obviously. Same kind of thing here.
Dude.
Finally got out of that position. Interrupt there. Not a lot of damage, but at least got out of that position. And now that could have been the bait. Oh, wow, he's got so many responses just ready for all this stuff.
It was kind of funky. Doing the demon raid point blank like that.
Yeah.
Preparation for any sort of a response that Chris CCH wanted to do upon wake up. It's kind of nasty, but very expensive start thus far for NL.
The trade looks a little dangerous, and you know,
Again.
every interaction so far feels like it just can't go right. For Chris CCH, just like that, immediate chance at offense, goes for the EXCP to get out of there. Dream time. That's what he's asking for.
One corner to the other.
It was a little early on the DP, yeah, so he kind of had to drop the combo in the middle there. Does strip the gauge for the burnout. Scary. scary spot. He was a little far. The demon knife spends the level 3.
He don't get no
damage on
OP or
this.
anything, so.
No.
Oh, I guess he's close enough. He might try to overhead.
See what the guess is going to be. Chris is really low on life. He does have drive gauge, though.
Recover as well. Yes, sir! He busts out! What a risk to take. Jesus, NL!
Probably no surprise that it's up in the anchor spot on Cammy. DCQ anchor spot with M. Bison, the character he's been rocking. And a really popular character, I think it makes a lot of sense for those people in tournament. He's pretty straightforward to pick up. He has really powerful offensive control of the match. In particular, a little scary on the defensive side of thing, and I think Cammy can pull out of a positive approach, but so much pressure, so many plus range. You know, the ability to slow down the pace of the match behind and then just pull up on his own terms.
I think there's also some subtle moments where like Bison can control the pace. If you happen to
60%
predict
damage.
the right jump or the right angle going in with the L attack, it leads into massive damage or that.
That's crazy.
Right.
I think that could be a little bit problematic too. But Punk, I don't think he's been one to kind of shy away from the challenge in the airborne space.
Yeah, and that's one thing that makes it so scary is like if Bison has charge, maybe he can deal with stuff like that for sure. Oh, and that stand jab, crouch, medium punch, the Punk check, he checks everybody with that. Oh, slightly wrong combo choice there from DCQ, didn't work out. Nice neutral jump. Stripping the drive gauge with that level 1, so now he's got one guess to be burnt out or not.
Ooh, that's a punish counter. It doesn't even matter
That was smart.
if he gets into that burnout because the rest of that damage will be killing that Punk. Using the old strat against Bison, this has been a long time tech against him. Neutral jumps have been a bane of his existence because of like the forward momentum moves that he has. Granted, you can counter it with the hell attack, sure, but yeah, it's been a big problem.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, he plays the game horizontally, right? That's kind of what he does. He has like best in class approach options and neutral horizontally, but you know, neutral jumping and stuff is a good way to take that out. And backdashing again, correct on that choice.
Mine. Damn! Oh, that's hella damage.
Kill me.
We'll see how much he spends here. Level 2 on this one, not the kill. Not gonna dump all the meter just yet, but a very sizable lead now.
Oh, you thought you were in time to do a back heavy.
Only.
Very confident.
Ooh, this is scary now. Punk needs 1 to get the round here. Both in burnout. Oh, wait, he can maybe find chip now too. So is whether by
How'd that not work? No. He got to delay it more.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
You can see how much he does not want to get. Like,
yeah, I told you. I told you. I know. Oh, I hear it go, Chris.
how many minutes? How many?
It's okay. Samurai been powered us through this moment early on in Street Fighter League. That perfect parry was nice, though. I was looking real boost like. Oh, we got the counter set? Okay, let's see what it's going to end on. Oh, that was quick. That was quick.
Yeah, the timer got him shook. He
That
didn't,
was quick,
he didn't
though.
want his method exposed.
But you got to add a little time, though. You started a little late. Yeah.
Right now, the momentum all in favor of the Cammy Evo champion.
I like that little tap away action on the dive kick. Get the job done. Plus frames there. Punk not willing to see that.
Boost.
Everybody's been doing that.
Everybody's on the same page today, huh?
Yeah, they're
All
locked
practicing
in.
the exact same thing. All the Bison mains just watching in the back. It's like, I hate it.
They're probably all mad. They're like, dude, why is everybody doing this now? Can you guys just go back to giving me plus frames for free?
Serious.
Japanese judo.
He's serious.
Yeah. I told y'all. I told you.
A little smile on Punk's face, too. You can see it all the way from the player camp.
Every time it's easy reads. It's easy reads. I told y'all. I have him downloaded forever now.
Regular jump plus dive kick plus whatever she's going to go
Bro, he
for,
loves
so
this.
It's very difficult for him to stop that option consistently. It means that oftentimes he just doesn't want to commit to anything.
I gotta be honest, I kind of dislike Punk. Like, that guy's ego, dude. Holy shit. But he owns it, you know what I mean?
Oh, that was nice.
That's the Asian shit right there.
Yeah.
Regular head stomp into follow-up as a juggle is
I always found it kind of tricky to get the devil's reverse ender of it. I don't even know
Going from I have him downloaded to losing to a perfect, it's kinda, that's kind of funny though. I'm not gonna lie.
misses the jump in, but still gets the throw. maybe block and parry here. Oh, walked in and blocked. Wow. The spacing and awareness of the timing is really impressive.
That was tricky. I thought DC was definitely going to press the button.
Want to hit away here as level 3. Big chillin on this lead. Doesn't need to overcommit anything just yet.
That was a punk, not Bruce Lee that time. Not that time. That's a punk. That's a punk.
Yeah, I mean, that, you know, not very many people on the planet are going to get that.
I told y'all, this $1,000 can opener, I'm locked the
Such a dangerous opponent. He plays the best players in the world and makes them look like they're humans, you know, and he does it so consistently.
Yo, start it, Chris, start it.
We're good. I was gonna wait till when the character select.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's shook by the time.
Year in, year out, no matter what version of the game.
Yup.
Very impressive. One of the few to really call those out very early on.
Oh.
Damn, that new so damage on top of that. Control. Does get exposed down below too. That was a counter. He was trying to poke his way out. Does find it successfully this time.
Yup.
Jab.
You already showed me that.
Punk as well in the spacing trap. But now this should be the kill. It's going to be set for Punk to tie the score up here. Because
I know it's only week 3, but this is the most we've seen DCQ lead. He was coming off a big dominant lead the previous one with 3 games straight under his name against Ajax Vijay. Whole different story this time.
I mean, he is the Evo champ for a reason. Oh my god.
Upset.
What?
That was mad active.
He turned it into Noah.
Has bomb, has pressure here. Does Punk go for it? Doesn't go for the reversal, but this is huge damage on this. Can kill if he wants to spend the bar.
Level 1. God damn.
Yeah, just
Level 1
kill.
kill.
Yeah.
And it overkill too. Level 1 had room to spare for that. That's a lot of damage.
I thought it was level 2. I didn't even know how much scale was involved in that, but as soon as it was a big chunk from the heavy,
Yeah. One thing we haven't
Defense looking crazy. Oh, it's over. Come on again.
He just doesn't believe.
Huh?
no, he's already
We
like,
gonna do it again?
like as soon as he jumps, LCQ
Drop him, pick.
DCQ is
Oh.
actually committed to the normal. I mean, it is his last chance right now.
It is.
because-
This is LCQ for DCQ.
Yeah, Punk is on
Oh,
that
he
point.
did it.
I love that, man. What are the tricky stuff? Being able to halt your own drive rush into a special move.
Punk just waits it out. Oh, counter hit. This is a huge find. Bombs on. Now he's got a guess for the round here. Doesn't go for the EXTP. Punk with the throw.
that was
Hey.
nice.
Wow.
That was
Nice.
nice.
That was
Carry on the one. I'm not gonna lie. But like all these situations, he's just like looking for a crouch run buffer, mid screen, or when he has offense. Like that's really all he's trying to do.
Yeah,
He's not even
and
doing anything
I
else.
knew he was going to do the scissor kick. I should have jumped that one. It would have been it. That was it.
Very convinced. He's gonna go for the throw.
I like that. I like the fact that he was willing to call that out. And, you know, he really went off the strength of his own offensive reads. So that's a good way to do it. Because it's going to be hard to win the neutral in this matchup. So. Nice. The hell attack. We just mentioned that earlier. Glad to see he's finally recognizing it.
Again, the neutral jump, finding the right timing. As soon as you talked about controlling the air, Punk still being able to make the read against Bison with a neutral jump himself.
Ooh, these, I don't know if the slugfest here.
Shit, come on, man.
I like the slowdown from Punk there. Kind of taking back control of that match, that mid-range control we've seen him have success with. Game in and game out, so set point for Punk. Steady in the middle of the screen, and just finding these crouching corner punch buffers like that. That's the level 1.
If DCQ was gonna fail,
Alright, now it's over. Yo, he did it again?
big change in base down. Damage on top of that is pretty neat. That could have been disastrous as well.
Yeah, these neutral jumps are very scary. Any of them hitting can be so bad. And, you know, he can hell attack them, but it's difficult to be in the right spacing, to be ready, stuffs the drive right there as well. Punk just trying to wall him out here. He's not on level 3 just yet, so not any hit can kill, but there's the hell attack.
Oh, that was...
Exactly what he was looking for these last couple of rounds.
Jumps over, and bomb is gone now because of that throw. Okay, big perfect parry to get the side swap into the corner.
Now,
Is that flush?
I'm actually very surprised that hit counter hit.
Is that flush?
Ooh,
I don't think
it's
so.
very close here.
That's not the right move. I just realized.
It is, okay. Big win there for DCQ. Even though it's all his meter.
Totally fine for that round 4. least a level 1. But the fact is, he needs to get his momentum against Punk and put him in the corner as soon as possible. Punk managed to do it. The level 2 on deck. Could be a little bit problematic next hit.
Yeah, see, now it's...
Especially after
throw.
this.
Beat the parry.
I did it too late.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe he just released it level 3, but now there's a huge swing here. Uh-oh.
That was mad off. The fact that he still got the juggle was kind of insane.
Drive versus Punk. Neutral jump, very scary if he gets hell attacked. Now suddenly, one guess away. Punk with the wake up button. Oh my. He had it! Oh! He had the hit, he didn't believe it. Now Punk with a huge opportunity here. Not going to be the kill. Oh.
No,
Oh my What do you mean he jabbed a cycle pump? What are you talking about?
What the fuck was that? What is that?
Genuinely, what just happened?
I can't believe he was ready with a jab. Looks like we're locked and loaded here. NL on the Akuma. Up against Cammy here. And, you know, he just had that cleaned up. It's a 1 game to send it and see if you can get the job done.
Scrappy, he just literally right as he said it.
A little option select to beat the drive rush cancel button.
That's a little bit tough. Was that a heavy normal that came from NL? On the way through?
I don't remember. He did a medium punch after as the button. I don't remember what button he drive rushed.
I see.
Yeah, but he did send medium punch afterwards. Punk ready with that EXDP.
Boy, just a little bit.
He has a slight life lead here. And corner positioning with Akuma, which any of those buffers into the EX Flame is really scary, so you have to be very careful with your Punk here. Nice check.
Man.
Oh, yeah. Double rush. That should be the kill. Easy peasy. So potentially locking in and not only winning his team's only points, but all of the points his team needs here.
Space, and just that. As well. L getting full corner control and the damage on top of it. A nice and easy confirm.
They could win. Oh my, just like that. All right, we're going to a last round. Even up on meters as well, basically here. Both about to build that level 3.
I just doing it the wrong way.
He teleported away and Punk reacted to it too. He even hit the jab. He was ready to stuff the teleport, so that tells you a lot. Oh, nice interruption there. He gets in between the hits of the fireball. Nice, bring him a throw. Punk with lots of drive gauge to work with here. I know he needs to find a hit so he can get a level 3 to fix his drive gauge, but I don't know if he's going to get a chance just yet. In the corner here, he wakes up with it right away.
Why find the button to just do the whole shebang of that?
Punk did not seem happy about that, by the way.
No, absolutely not.
I think he's like, this guy just did it. If I blocked it, he was dead.
This guy's a bum.
I knew it too. He's dead. I knew it too.
Damage. He's dropping bombs on NL. Punk, the definition of clutch. Again, mentioned 25 points for FlyQuest.
Just like that. Had the headphones off instantly.
JB.
The man you had sitting out potentially, and I don't mean that as like, a, oh, I told you so or anything, because I didn't know either, but yeah, I think it's hard to call this. This is such a weird team decision to put in. So interesting that JB put himself up there first, maybe the squad deciding this is the play. What is the result, or what are the odds you think that they put Lex in?
I was just about to ask you. I think that's a pretty highly likely thing to happen. We might just see like back-to-back.
I love that, I'm not gonna lie.
That's really interesting. One thing about
Like all the
this too,
DPs in a row.
was talking about how he's really bad in online tournaments at the
It's
start of the
great.
week because he weekend off, you know, spend a little bit of family time and stuff like that. Wow, what a whip on it. And then during the week, as it cooks up and he plays more and more and more, he does better. So, you know, that's something that's interesting about like the later in the week you get NuckleDu, the better he's gonna be as a competitor. So, SFL is happening later in the week. You know, he might be cooking. I mean, he might be a little stronger.
Who knows? Right now, it's just nervous. Taking the first round.
It might be Monday.
Different, like, I mean, probably he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take it as a fun. Really. I like that response. You know, it's just so deceptive to see a standing guile animation from the parry, still having that charge.
Oh, check him, PC. This guy JB. What is happening? How many perfect parries in a row? SK over. That was so many nice snipes there from NuckleDu.
SK getting that many parries so in such little time, and such little practice with it too.
Oh my, these two are cheating. Can we get somebody on the replay? What's going on here between these two? He gets the back throw. You can swap out of the corner here, but the jab on the overhead.
Oh, that's so deceptive too. Not quite dead. You tried to overhead.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a combo because, you know, why would you be getting hit there if it's not a counter hit, right? Maybe just try to counter hit, confirm it with a regular hit, and get the combo. Maybe looking for a combat.
Like technically it was good, but I did a regular DP in the middle, which turns the level 3 into a weirdo version of
Success
it.
rate is pretty outrageous, but it's not gaining him much ground, right? That's the problem with dealing with Guile.
Yeah, it's been a pretty big usage. You're forced to kind of play that game against Guile no matter what, right?
Big jump in. Had to hit, do not believe. Raw overhead, level 2 is available. Does not pop it just yet. I think maybe looking for one more knockdown or like maybe slightly closer to the corner here. Dancing. Oh, he dancing.
I was waiting for it. Like it looked like he was pumping that motion, heading backwards.
Throw into the corner. You can kick in the tornado here, and that's what he does. Mix now, overhead off it. This is huge damage. He also has level 1 available at the end of this. Doesn't get the hard link, and the wake up buttons into CA. That's huge damage and a lot of drive gauge getting stripped.
You get to set up at least a free sonic boom because of the spacing, then possibly across to get the burnout.
If this match, oh, that's bad for JB. He fell on the fireball. If this match goes much longer, JB might build another level 2. Nice, not to take the bait. Drive reversals out, but Knuckle Dew sitting on a lot of resources.
That actually stopped him. You saw the startup of the overhead, but he's still technically grounded. That's messed up.
Okay, so one thing I noticed you like to do a lot is you like to parry after blocking a jump in.
It's very seal-like.
Also, yo, when he has level 2 out and he's like at that distance, when he activates level 2, he's doing a lot. If you think he's gonna jump, like try to react with air throw. You got some time. It's like a regular. It's basically treated as like a regular jump. It's like the same timing as a regular jump in.
These guys are also the way when they're talking, they all act like so sus. Oh my god, he's gonna read my fucking. He's gonna read what I'm saying, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. It's a Street Fighter game. Get real.
I like that counter hit confirm we just saw from JB there, right? And immediately after, Meaty gets the combo into the crouching medium kick. And yeah,
This ain't the
listen,
NFL.
The secret about Rashid, that setup, it's a lot easier to go low and throw than it is to do the overhead. The overhead's like manually timed, so you know it's more likely that they're gonna be going for one of those other options. Meaty crouch, medium punch, and that's the easy peasy kill for JB though.
I always thought that was like the funkiest frame kill.
Yeah.
With Rashid, just back-to-back crouching.
Yeah, his frame kill for like light eagle spike and medium eagle spike are both just medium punch at the time as well.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, you just mash it until they get up. Yep, that'll do. Angle on that was really tough to stop.
Trying to go for the dash. Maybe get that run to get that slap, big slap on the other side to avoid the fireball, but that's just way too difficult to manage within the space.
Yeah, doing a good job of just chilling in neutral, not falling for a lot of shenanigans. JB can't really wrestle control of this match back without spending some kind of resource. I think level 2 is probably the biggest way, but I don't know if he wants to commit all that resource. Nice. I think if you're JB here, you're probably expecting this to go to another round now. It's a long road.
Getting possible all the way through.
Yeah.
Getting that level 3, but at the same time, as long as you let Knuckle do like prolong this round, he can take it over for himself too. Pretty close to solid puncher for Duke. I think looking at that point.
Unfortunate too that the double jab was the third whip for JB there. He had to do jab jab medium mix or jab jab drive rush. Wasn't quite ready. These angles are tough, man. He's got to find a way in. Yeah, all right, popping this. Gonna try to strip a lot of drive gauge off of this. Overhead baits the throw.
Jesus. Coming in.
Oh, that's a huge find as well. Corner pressure, looking for the throw. Knuckle Dew's stuck in a bad spot now. JB doesn't want to overcommit on his offense, so the backdash there. Nice whip punish. Safe jump. Knuckle Dew with an empty jab.
Even out of the ranges too, kind of like tempting Knuckle Dew with some of the mediums that he's throwing out. Instead of medium kick is catch and now he catches this. He's alive, brings it to another.
I swear to God, he's trying to do the answer to the question for me. I swear to God.
You like to stand in the corner a lot to walk up and pull with that foot. Yeah. You walk in, you stand, make it touch your foot.
I also think it's fine to jump there because if you get flash kick, I got you. That's a full screen. You just pop it.
Sure do.
You know, you have the meter there, so if you're JB, that's a pretty fine guess because like, alright, I got flash kick, I made the big stuff, oh yeah, throw in, and then, right? Like that was gonna be the plan, so he was pretty chill either way, I think. It was probably not too bad. Oh, that's it. Yep, on a counter, he gets the mean, even against regular Fireball, you have to be pretty predictive with that, but against Guile especially, you gotta know. Oh! Little jump light kick into the throw action. I like what we're seeing here from JD. Expected jump, and now Knuckle Dew is on the back, but he's ready again. Oh, too far. Chance now for Dew. He's got the corner. This could be very, very bad for JD very quickly here.
Knuckle Dew sets up shop. Or so you thought. I don't even know. Yeah, I feel like he's getting younger and younger.
Yeah, he's right on that. In like another year, he would have got an SFL next season. So
Unless they nerf him.
they make it. They just scale it with your 8.
Yeah.
1 frame slower.
That's why they do like for every like user agreement, they ask you for your data.
Level 2 pop. Pushes him past, gets the counter hit. Is there some kind of reset here or anything? Yeah, of course, looking for that. And gets the throw afterwards. Overhead out of the air though.
Oh!
JB's one away here. He just needs one good hit. Pops it, trying to strip the drive gauge here with a level 2 Guile. And the parry's huge from JB. It actually saves him. There's a reverse refresh. Uh-oh. I like the back on him too. Scary spot though now. JB waiting for that. You know that drive. Impact scary. He gets the flash kick. Does he react? Does he go for the level 1? Jeff.
Oh no.
He's about that level 2. Oh! Go with
Fierce there. Nah, son. That's
This is the hard one.
If it connected, it would have built him level 2 and he could have done it.
There's a pause in between the Jinrai kick and the during Jinrai kick, and the pause is really fucking close.
Rush opener. Level 2's coming out. Neutral 1. Neutral acquired. Oh, he tried. The Street Fighter 5 answer where you get the dash up throw. Like that huge bait. Oh man, this is gonna hurt. 1, 4, and you see the pop. Dash in combo. What are you waiting? Coast to coast on this. Look at how far he's gonna take him. And he strips the drive gauge. Both of them low on drive resources now. Anti-air. In for the throw. Knuckle Dew just hold up back out of there. Checks on the dash.
actually quite insane the amount of damage being reciprocated.
Not yet, but he's thinking about it. He died again to a DC.
You see the dashing from JB2. He's trying to dash slide to beat the boom. He gets the pickup. Oh my. EX. I like that idea, but it was a true block string because he was too close. Back throw. It's not enough to kill.
Apparently there was server by lag and he died.
Level 2 should be the kill here. Bait with the clutch for Team Cloud9. That was the first set for these teams. Wait, it's Do and then Do. Oh, Kevin. They both. They got 2 Do's?
Exactly.
Double Do.
Double duty.
Double Do. That's sick. I didn't even
I
realize
love how you got yourself with that one.
That's sick. I didn't even realize. That's news to me. Yeah, this should be same matchup we just saw here. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you're, I don't know what the warm-up exactly was for the team. I saw a little bit of Kevin playing, but if you're Lex and JB, you can just warm up together, and then both of you are prepped for the matchup, right? So it creates
I actually
kind of
had
a
it.
double
Holy shit.
situation where you can prep each other for it right before it begins. And obviously, the same thing could be happening to the other team, but they don't.
Did they make that easier?
This is I think this is better than the home squad,
Right.
Being able to take all of these matches. I think that's really just a very lucky occurrence.
Yeah.
You're gonna face off against everybody regardless of the outcome. This specifically is so good for being on the home squad. They get to do that exact same thing on the next run.
That's true, actually. If they put up JV and Lex, like dual Kevin and Knuckle Dew could do the same thing on the other side. So that means, right, that the last spot is going to be Hot Dog. And Hot Dog, they get to choose whether they want to send up Noah or Boo for that match. Interesting one. Bison. Obviously, Hot Dog very scary. He has a
They
bunch of
didn't. I
characters.
just got lucky twice.
Then he goes ahead. Then he also has a Bison now. He's a Bison maybe before. So a lot of character choices for him. Same thing for the Team Cloud9. They have the choice between Noah and Boost to see which. Alright,
Let's go. Dual Kevin gets pyramid.
Here it is, same matchup we just saw here. Now reverse Cloud9's Lex on the guy. Dual Kevin.
Hey, is Terry a showdown?
Yeah, technically exactly.
I just love seeing like this person around.
Yeah.
But anyways, going into it, Lex, dual Kevin, exactly what we'd imagine. Back-to-back matchups of machine guy.
Love that little fireball space. Heavy mixer, but doesn't get to keep the corner, thankfully. Big fan of that. Yeah, big fan of that. And so far, Lex is not playing the video. Things are not happening. His brother unplugged his controller and is playing for him. Oh, burn. Yeah, this is a chance. And these, you know,
Only in the corner. Only in the corner. This screen don't even
when
work.
you see two brothers sometimes, and you're like, are you guys actually related? I think these two are related.
That's I think that's a gimmick.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you see them, and you're like, these guys.
it's so fun. I still remember seeing Lex in the very first season as Street Fighter League. He was just kind of like hanging out with his brother. Like,
Who is
he
this JP
He wasn't even
lookalike?
into fighting games at the time. He wasn't even into Street Fighter 5.
Yeah, that's one thing that's interesting is that they both picked it up during 5. Like, that's when they both started getting interested in fighting games.
Right here? Right here?
Oh,
Up until this point,
double round. Level 2? No, he built the level 3 on the boot.
he's typically gave him that extra. Doesn't kill him though.
Yeah, I was gonna say not quite enough, but oh my, again. The key defender. Casey Steve would say you go to kill. Level 2 time.
Probably. I feel like after
Wait.
5 strikes,
Walk the low. He doesn't build his drive gauge back. Is he just dead? There we go. Drive gauge back. He endures. Nice. He didn't go for the bait. Man reaction is the thing that got him killed.
he knows when he pressed the button and he looked at the player count, he's like, oh no.
After he's parrying so after he parries the boom, he likes the after he perfect parries, he option selects the jump. You get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, I think it was low enough where you could actually you could throw off normal. Whether or not the armor was
maybe.
there, I think it would have been take out.
Yeah, Kevin was very low. That's for sure. It's just whether your normal is going to make it in time or whatever it is, that's for sure. Sometimes you think it's enough and then you hit a button and then they just absorb it and you're like, oh, worse. Yeah, it does not. Brings them up, walks back, looks to bait something, pulls up after. Lex with a chance to get out of the corner here, but dual Kevin. That means drive gauge gone and also still corner position.
Drive gauge.
Big. What a jump.
Mix.
Had the overhead, didn't believe in the hit though. And also went for the Raven cyclone that was punch there. I think he was trying to link medium after his medium punch, but then unfortunately just a little late on that. Wow, that's huge. Deep side swap.
Okay. I thought he was going to set up shop with a couple of normals, but he was going to jump in. Dual Kevin.
Oh,
Possibly making the read against the Sonic Group. Could have done it again.
his jump time is really good. Close to level 2 as well, so even if Rashid gets pushed back, he's going to have to beat her. Set point now for dual Kevin. Are these Rashid players just beating up these Guile players?
I hate this combo.
I mean, that's what it seems like. Dual Kevin now going to get 2 bars as well. So he gets to set up at the OD. We're going to drive us forward until too early.
That might be what we've learned today here.
What are you waiting for?
Played it so patient there.
Help.
Yeah, he's having some problems getting in there. Big jump again. Doesn't commit all the meter this time like he did before, so I kind of like that choice. Sonic Blade set up. Big Chillin in this corner position. Guile just has so much life. So, wow, what perfect parry. EX boom to jump in on the greedy charge.
You saw him just spinning away, too. That was just...
Yeah, I think, Kevin, the idea there was like you hold the whirlwind shot and you can jump out of the corner with it, right? It was probably the plan. Like flip out or, do something.
Stalking him down. Holding all that, ready to try to drive the rest of so much life, too. Still really early on. He didn't want to risk that.
That level 2 didn't give him a lot of damage, but I got him in the corner, which I think is a huge win in this matchup.
How do you contain that? You're doing a great job looking up until that point, man. Well, I have UK judge. I gotta say, this has been commentating, especially these last couple of weeks.
That is a huge miss.
Bruh.
I have to assume that was a misinput.
Oh no!
The tricky stuff. Turned like 7 different colors in a row.
That is fair. I think there's no like age limit to that specific setup.
Man, he got two. Uh-oh, this could be real bad real quick here from Lex. Can't need a DI. Needs to keep there, proving that he beats Kyle. You know, if the back-to-back, they're just like, look, guys, we did it, guys. Looks like Boost is going to pull up, be their first one. So I didn't see them the first 2 weeks. I was not here. Did Boost play a captain?
In game
August.
play in the extra spot, but he did play a very pivotal role in getting 10 points against Mena RG, punching it out at the very end too, where it was like pretty much back and forth per round, and he had to do a really good Hail Mary where he caught Mena RG like up close to doing OP upper. Yeah, he's got the last 2 games against Mena RG in a very, very close fashion. Other than that, they won looking at Cloud9. Boost plays off against Sien. Very similar fashion. He lost the first game and got the rest of it. So he's got 100% win rate, 20 points to win.
Very, very solid. For someone who's new to SFL to pull up like that, very well. And I mean, like, he's one of those players that if you've been watching lately and all the online events and stuff, you probably know that Boost is really strong. Although it is funny to watch, like, Noah's like trash talking him so much. His own teammates like, Boost, they say you suck offline, like, you better pull up and do well. It's Street Fighter. He's just killing me.
That's his coaching strat. I've seen him do it on Make It. He's like, listen, man, I know you're doing bad right now, but that's only temporary. What you need to do is just memorize what these combos that I've done and do bad right now.
I know you're doing bad right now. It's not a good way to start any good. I know you're bad right now, but you might not be soon. And if you're not, like, that's just that coaching. It's so good.
That's what it was. I definitely had full-on conversations with Jake, and I'm like, listen.
Get Noah for a slam, man.
I can't wait. Please get this kid on your program. Get him on your show.
Yeah. 2 players I'm a fan of. Hot Dog is my late night stream. Hot diggity doo. Usually at like 1 or 2 a.m. my time. I'm in bed, trying to go to bed, you know, trying to sleep, and Hot Dog is streaming. He's just up.
Yeah.
Hot Dog profile picture on there. Easy peasy. He's chilling, doing some gaming. One thing is, you know, I think that Ken is solid in a lot of aspects in this matchup. He basically always punishes scissor kick, which is really nice. He has that 5-frame light kick.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. This is a really annoying part about the matchup for him. And in general, on the ground, I think Ken's got a lot of really solid stuff to represent here. So.
How was that, Steve?
You know, I don't know. I can't be ass Boost, not me.
I had to pull back the Sage and go for your personal. That was actually wrong.
Oh, he perfect parries those. That's my streamer.
Go.
Yeah.
Remember his stand jab after the heavy punch. Ouch.
There's room to grow, okay?
I know you're
doing bad right now, yeah. I know you're doing bad right now, but you could be good soon. Yeah, I like one thing that you can take advantage of if you have like a button in the drive rush. If you can put gaps in against characters like Tyson that don't have an OD reversal, it's something that really kind of bully them with. Make their lives just really not fun because they just don't have the ability to beat it. So you have to force them onto some kind of gas.
Go.
Fuck.
I'm curious if Hot Dog sticks with Dixon.
What are you waiting for?
Yep. Minus 2.
No, Boost, you're the best kid in the world.
Sorry, man. You gonna talk? Take off your headphones.
-2, like he might
Okay.
heavy,
Yeah, you smart.
Yeah, so watch out for your reversal buttons. His pressure is very organized. And if you try to jump out of the corner, most likely you will lose these.
Bro, this
Don't
fucking
waste your health.
this link drives me up the wall, dude. I'm so bad at
Back
it.
into the Bison. I think either pick is fine, honestly. I mean, both of the characters are like game-definingly powerful, right? In this version of the game, we see them a lot, and they're basically everywhere in every tournament for different reasons, right? Ed is like the control character. Bison is the character that kind of just makes you have to deal with him. You know, that's sort of the way he is. Oh my.
Word.
Did you watch the video about Daigo doing that?
I just saw it this morning.
I was like,
Same.
oh.
Boost is probably doing the same thing. But like, how much time has he had on a setup to start doing it? That was raw.
It's raw.
It's fucking raw.
Wow, look at that punish. The range on light kick to punish the scissor kick is really pesky for Bison to deal with. It's like him and Ed, I think, are the 2 5-frame punishes that give Bison problems.
Can his privilege there.
Does have that good 5-frame light kick. It's annoying to deal with. I love that was the
Let's go, Hot Dog.
to get the burnout there, by the way. Very smart from Hot Dog. Tricky. Do you like the EX head stomp like that? You know, your timing for parry is going to be early.
Yes! Hey, finally.
So I like that option.
Ridiculous.
You get so many options off of that too. Not too bad. You just sit in the throw.
That's what you're supposed to do, they say. Unfortunately, it does mean a lot of life gone. Oh, that's bad. And it's about to go off. I like the parry on that, and a good check. Not so fast. But so many resources for Hot Dog here. Hot Dog playing it nice and slow. Trying to interrupt on that drive rush in. Oh my.
Oh no.
Get some self burnout.
Burnout action, CA. It's only 2 hits.
I don't know, man.
So, okay, not enough to kill. And now Chip is a big problem as well. The bicycle. He had a challenge there on Dragonlance being 0, but I think he was a little afraid he didn't have the life to do it.
I don't think he's gonna let off the gas. You have to make that read as Hot Dog.
Hot Dog has a lot of meter to work with here, but this spawn defense sucks.
Oh, good tap parry. Back throw, a lot more control now for Hot Dog. Oh, that was
my.
too soon.
What an answer. Knowing that Hot Dog was going to try to back him or something there into the corner.
And he finds the hit.
He's not really mad at him. Good shit, baby. Good shit, good shit.
Talked about it recently where you were using Stampede definitely just low, and he was perfectly prepared to Stampede the first round of the game, right? You can mix up with the Stampede kicks, and this is a great tool against a player like him who's really slow. Really hard to whip on. So might be able to mess with that more.
Be careful with DI because he can react to it pretty consistently.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna throw out some of these OD upfronts where I know it's not my turn. Let's see how they react to it. And he's been pretty successful at that so far. I mean, like, you gotta throw that out in high level regardless. So be it. Go.
Yeah, it's working for him. Tried that tap parry again after drive rush jab. Oh, that
God, that was a punish counter. There was so much time between actions that it was still a punish counter.
Anti-air EX pressure does not burn him out. Nice. Very, very good control in that situation. Yeah, you don't want to even know what happened yet. You can't say it on television. He gets the bomb on.
Yeah!
Oh, I guess.
Spend it like you mean it.
He was so dead if that got blown. Commit at the last second there. Fine. Wait, he has level 2 available here as well. That's because of the drive rush shot he went for.
So the first thing I want you to do is, so after you do a punch string like stand like punch, stand like kick, always does stand like kick after. So I don't know. Sorry, yeah, he always does stand medium kick after. So I don't know if he's spacing out when he does that. You might not be able to, but you might if you walk back enough, and then you can whip punch contributors. Yeah, okay. I don't know if Crouch Strong with money, but yeah, so that's my read. I got him literally every time. So what I would do if I were you in neutral, try walking up, hit like a stand like kick, and then walk back. You'll see.
I want to do level 2, so my route needs to be like standing medium punch, crouching heavy punch, level 2, right? But in the heat of the moment or something like that, it's very easy to like do the wrong driver shot and then be like, oh no, I can't level 2 anymore. So mistakes like that, very, very easy to make, I think. Even for someone who's a bicycle main, obviously.
Luckily enough for him, getting that first game under his belt, allowing him to play a little bit more now. I just realized he's got mustard-colored pants.
child, ketchup is the greatest thing. But as you get older, you become mustard filled, and we're all okay with that. Level 1. Let's go. Of course it goes. Press time there for the kill. Very nicely done from Hot Dog. I'm a fan. I think relish is good. It's less important to me than mustard, especially like
Important.
to me than mustard. I prefer like a spicy mustard.
Scale of importance for
Yes, if I have to pick like a condiment first, I would go with mustard first and then the relish. Ketchup the least important. I don't even want it honestly on a hot dog.
it's not. Yeah, it's kind of over.
Your sugary condiment. I don't
Relish
really
and mustard. These people are fucking
I like
disgusting.
Ketchup's cool for like fries, but not on my
Ketchup,
hot dog.
mayonnaise, and crushed onions.
I respect that.
Baked onions.
Pretty similar.
I mean, hot dog clearly is that way with the yellow pants. Walk in and out, throw. Burnout's a big threat here too.
Having this burnout and the corner position.
See if he can muster up the skill to get out of this. Oh no.
Yeah, I think right now he's just playing catch up against Boost's lively. Keep it down. I had it, buddy.
He hit him right in the bun.
Oh boy.
Oh. Does he commit there, or is he gonna be a wiener? Very impressive stuff there from Those are all the things. There's nothing left.
We got it.
anymore.
We got
Yeah,
it.
there's nothing left. Guys, you get
Post production, please. Hello.
Oh, wow, what a jab. Perfect parry, a little jab action. Bison's jabs are sick, by the way. He's got a great jab.
It's so far.
Yeah.
And it's perfect.
Yeah, and he gets crushed with the front link after, which is really nice, and the EX scissor kick. Man, he has perfect parried a lot of them.
There is a way to kind of get that recognition going. You see kind of real. Dude. There is some time. He's a machine. Rob TV tried to get that answer. Moose was not gonna give it to him.
He sees the range. He's so ready. One hit could do it.
He's the chosen.
Yeah, he's got the hair. Do it here. Hot Dog has to be very careful about this. One hit. I mean, a throw now is very close as well. Throw might do it. Delayed action. Let's go! It's over! Clutching up for Cloud9 up against Hot Dog.
I feel like with Sen and NuckleDu, both have been students of the game for so long. So also to this point, these are also testaments on the other side of it. Pure experience.
Definitely a interesting matchup here. I'm curious about Sen and his character choices as well as you mentioned. Sticking with DJ for now is what we're seeing. This character definitely weaker in this version of the game. Right? Got some nerfs after last season, but still a very solid character. We don't see him as much as we did. I think even Hot Dog, right? Obviously,
A good start. A couple of these hits in, and now within the range of the Sonic Boom. He's kind of like teasing it, right? Sen, he's also looking for it. He's just gonna push Guile to the corner little by little. See what happens here. A couple of the Sobots as well. Drive rush forward.
Yeah, and I think the one thing is you have a couple of the responses as DJ. Oh, that's big actually here. You have some responses as DJ that are pretty solid in this matchup. Caught the jump, but yeah, that is unfortunate. The air tech out got NuckleDu out of the position and is now forcing burnout here on Sen. That's a punish. Ooh, and this is such a rough spot to exist in. Kyle low on drive gauge as well, so it's going to be a little difficult, but snipes him throwing those heavy fireballs. It's so tempting as DJ to do so.
It really is tough. He has so much heavy. Heavy version of his fireball. Really a rough shot. Sen, roundhouse, ultimate with fireball as well.
Yeah, done that well. Speedy, tons of plus range there. Yep, he to the side, maybe he wasn't ready with that down card.
Other side of the room, just chucking these booms, just yelling. Straight up! I'll throw it!
Doesn't spend the meter on that for the kill. Plus frames, and still more than very. Stealing some of that drive gauge, which I think is a smart choice from Dew. If he wants to get back in this round, that's probably the way to do it, although it still looks like a pretty tall kill.
Oh. It's just a matter of time. Oh! I get it. I mean, there's moments where NuckleDu is like, if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, all right, well.
Nice bait. He saw the startup of the drive rush there, and then obviously put the brakes on it. Nice punish. Oh, a little too far for the double jab, but I do like what he was looking for.
Ooh! Gonna go for the slicer. NuckleDu already committed to the jump. Near that space too, I think he's gonna be sniffing that out from like a mid-range space. It's gonna be going for this way.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that NuckleDu, pretty comfortable with DJ himself, right? So he has a pretty good idea about what the character does.
That's fair. We haven't really seen him utilize it as much, I feel like, outside of, like, even during Street Fighter. Like, most he's kind of counterpicked with his cannon.
Oh, that's big. He has the level 3 here. Yeah, he's going to take the drive gauge. This isn't for his, it's just to get rid of Knuckle Dude, which is, I think, a pretty worthwhile spend.
Actually get it all the way through, though. Barely in stock.
Probably. Oh, he tried to jump out, or he took the hit there, I think. Oh, no. Burnout now a factor. Knuckle Dude trying to find something. Plus frames here. Goes low. Baits the throw.
Jeez. He just stood there, too, after. Dude, the OG sway. He's at such a close range, too. It's so...
Sorry?
Okay. He said he's the only thing he's approach is jumping, you know? I don't know how to do with that, but right now, way too defensive. Xian is not good at defending. Like I said, it's not good anti drivers. I don't know if I'm going to see a hit. If there's like a situation where you need to reset, or you need the driver flats is running there, overhead. You could play a more aggressive though. But he's not good at perfect parry the
Look out for the reversal drive rushes after a heavy hit.
But his rhythm is just on the...
It's difficult.
Yeah, his
It's a
rhythm
little
is like,
different.
Yeah.
Yeah, his vibe is just all
That's him right there. You know what I mean? Like, if him was like a person in rhythm form, like that's...
Again, if you get rid of that altogether.
Made it over, but honestly, landing on the fireball like that, he took so much damage that I think that's a really solid trade there. See, I'm probably not having the best time with it.
Wait!
Sniping these beautiful little placements, delaying his booms with the Sonic Blade so that he can get the advantage in the fireball or the classic.
That had to be the biggest thing. That would be just a little bit too shy off the throw, but to his benefit. I think he's gotten people off guard with that exact tactic over the years in comparison to others.
Yeah, that's one thing that, that is scary. That is one thing that is so good about what you go there. You get that big punish counter, you get huge damage. And look at this, Knuckle Dude setting up shop. Let's see if Xian can make it through. That's a big start. Baits the throw. Good corner pressure here now too. And he's got lots of drive gauge to work with as well. So he gets fireballs for plus frames. Drive rushes.
As soon as he starts the drive kick, Xian with a little bit low on the drive gate.
I like that anti-air. Finds the hit. Should be able to kill here without spending any meter. It was a really nice kill there for Xian. That set point.
This is the together killing for Xian.
Yeah, and I think it's like not the Knuckle Dude's disrespect or anything either. Like he's been playing the matchup I think pretty well so far, but just a lot of comfort from Xian here. Walk under, looking for that hard combo, got buffed in the match as well. So.
I love that live 2 standing medium kick just reaches so far away. It's kind of like a warning sign too, like a warning shot against Knuckle Dude. Hence the ice should be that way, leads him to a back throw to the corner. That DI could have been disastrous for both ends, really.
Yeah, if it had been counter DI, it would be huge. Now he's gonna back him up. EX Boom was a big threat as well, so be careful about that. His offense for Xian here. It's a little bit of damage on that level 1, but now Knuckle Dude not sitting on level 3, which is I think a pretty big win here. Oh, that's huge. Gonna spend the level 3, gets him out of burnout, and he's very low on drive gauge.
Full body massage, and you send the fireball out, you're gonna drive rush forward. What's the play? Drive rush forward, of course.
The throw afterwards. One more guess will do it here for Xian. Going all the way in, couldn't chase it. I like the idea though. He's about to burn himself out again. Doesn't get the whip punish, but Knuckle Dude very low on life. He sneaks in over the fireball. That's gonna do it. First set here. Xian cleans it up 2-0 over Knuckle Dude.
Pretty impressive stuff. At the very start of Street Fighter League, the very first week, Xian had actually fallen victim to boost, but I love seeing the rebuttal. Xian had been in the lab up until this point, just preparing for this day, and man, it pays off. We don't see a lot of DJ representation.
Right. And that sets them up in a really nice spot here because they have their choices all the way down the line. And I think, you know, Knuckle Dude is a hard one to find the right matchup for, right? Like, Guile is a pretty solid character. He doesn't have a lot of matchups that are really easy to pick into. And I mean, even on their team, I think DJ is not like a, oh, this is a really good character for Guile. This game doesn't play very well.
off. I think DCQ is definitely one of the that statement in the mirror match to kind of declare that he is the better player when it comes to the character. So I want to see that happen. I feel like DCQ would be the one to make that type of win happen for his team.
Looks like it might be the Bison here. Two are going to be playing against each other. And that leaves them with either Oil King or NL for that final match against Evan, which both choices are perfectly viable. Either the Rashid Mirror or you can take it. And I mean, this character, obviously a lot of people have picked him up, people who have been Bison in the past, but I think he's one of the most sought after tournament characters. Very straightforward to pick up, very powerful, and a real menace, I think, for a lot of people to deal with. He just has a lot of strength. He has basically best in class neutral tools in a lot of different ways, both air and ground. So he's a pretty difficult character to deal with, and I'm not surprised we're seeing him.
Into the mirror match, DCQ looking to make a statement. Real hot dog, pretty much stay off the grill for this one.
Love the punch there. That's one thing in the mirror. You get the standing jab. On punish counter, you can combo the scissor, which is really useful. You get huge damage on that. Come on.
Oh no! You're dead.
You're dead. It's he didn't even need to do the whole combo. He just did cycle.
DCQ in the first round, pretty convincingly.
Low follow from that target combo, very good for that.
I always forget that's on low. Animation wise.
Low and overhead options. Pretty good.
Especially with those Psycho Mine applied, which we get right now. DCQ with a hezzy. Gets the front throw.
Bomb goes off and just staggered pressure, nice and safe, nice and simple so far. DCQ not going for anything too big, back that fine. Alright, side swap. Oh, that's big here. Level 3, it should be enough to kill. This is a huge starter too, and also you counter hit confirm the drive rush. Perhaps be a fun into drive rush. You get steady heavy kick, back heavy kick, heavy cycle pressure into level 3, which is huge damage. So good optimization.
So this is one of the big concerns, man. Hot Dog talked about the experience versus the youth. DCQ happens to be both.
Yeah.
I think he's still pretty young. I don't know how old he is, but in terms of his amount of time invested into this, I don't know how much experience he has, or how good his reactions are, but man, he's picked up the game rather fast.
Yeah, he is very solid in this game and the last. Oh, that's a big throw, man. And you get the bomb afterwards. Lots of damage, didn't cost him any bar.
Try to do it again. The people's elbow twice. The most electrifying move in Street Fighter Entertainment.
The Bison's anti-airs are real solid in this game, so you can't get away with that. He is harassing him with this medium kick.
Bit out of reaction, hence why he does the drive rush forward. Has he stepped up? Back throw? Real off the hot dog.
You get a little... Okay, alright, I like that jab. Now it's looking pretty tough for DCQ to make anything happen.
How much of a difference that one makes? Check.
Full fake. Bomb's gonna pop here.
God, it just looks cool, man. There's so much damage the bar needed.
And the optimization, I love the meaty stuff. Finding those plus frames, spending that level 2. I wonder if level 1 would have killed. It was maybe a little close.
I have a feeling Bison's gonna win in this one.
What are you waiting at? Set point now for DCQ, although down a lot of resources. 1 bar to 3.
Prepare.
He says that, and I'm still not prepared.
No, nobody ever does. Rush forward. Explode. What a time to drive and push the back. Very smart from Hot Dog. Doesn't want to face off. I don't have time to delay. Still gets it anyway.
I know, same spot now. Gets that tap parry, and there's all your drive gauge gone for Hot Dog now. Down just to 1 brick. And one guess will do it now. He's in a bad spot. Great combo for DCQ. And that sets up a real rough spot here for our away team. 2 sets just like that. Very well played there from DCQ, I have to say. Extremely clean.
Jeez, what the hell? He got a bed and deep fried called corn.
Yeah, he is not looking
obliteration. This guy has something for every moment, every single, I want to say like throughout every part of like hot dog offense or defense. This is
And now it's all in the anchor, right? Your anchor needs to lock in, which is a very scary spot to be because, man, I mean, Dual Kevin is real solid. He's definitely a player that can do it, but against either of these two, I'm guessing we're going to see NL. NL seems to be like the player that they're leaning on the most for this team. They kind of trust in him to lock in and get these important set wins. So it looks like it's going to be NL locked and loaded here, sitting down, ready to go up against Dual Kevin.
So talking about the matchup on paper, right? Akuma versus Rashid, do you think it kind of makes sense for Akuma to face off against Rashid just based off of the tools that he has as well? I feel like he does a great job occupying the space within the range. I think his fireball game is kind of dastardly against what Rashid wants to do as well. And even nullifying some of the fireballs that Rashid has. And I think one of the biggest things that Akuma has over Rashid is his air ability. To break the neutral, bypass neutral completely by going with the beam.
Yeah, it's very annoying to deal with your Rashid. And like his anti-airs are good, but they're not the best at stopping that. Even the characters really strong like best in class anti-airs struggle a bit against air approach. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of air approach to get in and then just harassing him on close. Those plus frames and lots of really good options. Akuma, very popular character in general, but top level show to play for Akuma is always going to be tough to beat. So many strong tools, so many strong threats that he can present at many different angles, many different times. So we'll see how Dual Kevin responds.
I think one of the better parts of Dual Kevin is creativity to break somebody's guard most of the time. And what he has up his sleeve, once level 2 time comes in. We'll see that happen more now. Here we go. NL versus Dual Kevin. This is the anchor spot. Damn, right on the
Immediate
gate.
start, yeah.
Excuse me?
Wanting to take some space, it's an expensive spend. A lot of drive gauge down early for him. I mean, a lot of drive gauge now, even more. 2-tap, little double medium kick on counter hit. That's often the best option if you're farther away and you don't have that extra drive gauge. And now targeting Dual Kevin's drive gauge now, trying to strip it. And I mean, at this point, yeah, he can take that guaranteed drive impact if he wants.
He's definitely taking that walk on in there, brother. Ball, fireball, Tatsu, classic, frozen kill. And Dual Kevin knew it as well, but it still manages to get scooped. That walk speed, one of the fastest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem too because Rashid's buttons they don't go the farthest, even though he has solid buttons and stuff, and his neutral is good despite it. But Akuma walks so fast, he makes everybody look silly, right? Like, I mean, you just whip it from him and you're walking it so quickly. Situations like that, he can take up so much space so quickly. Trade combo, he tried.
And those both the standing fierce, forward fierce as well, just occupying so much space. We talked about how compact some of Rashid's normals are. It's just hard to contest. I love that, yeah, tracking down the airborne space. Airborne activity, I should say. What do you do about this, NL?
Safe jump, caught him jumping. Level 3 was available, doesn't spend it. Level 4 is enough to kill. Yeah, I was interested to see if he was gonna like try to drive rush confirm off that, or if he was gonna. Oh man, he's all the way into the corner already off that round star fireball. Same thing we saw in the first round.
Uh-oh. I love that. The Cyclone as the punish starter.
Oh my god, did he just die off of that?
He sure did. Highlight it, ship it, flip it, etc. You are hella dead.
Dude, he got 2 touches. It looks like a Javits combo video. Like, what just happened?
Alright, here's the restriction. You can't bar, you have to have one eye open, you have to have your baby in the other hand.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things he's working on. Oh, even on counter hit couldn't combo there. The dodge is a little high.
I love Jab. What a bit.
Wake jab to Dual Kevin. Not, he's a little fiery there. He's down to scrap.
Oh, mid-air. Let me see that conversion. That was sick.
Plus fireball, walks back. Dual Kevin with the check. I like it. Oh, it beat the anti-air. Although he didn't have the right confirm. He went for the driver combo. Could have just done a juggle raw on the ground. Out of the corner. And, you know, NL has to play passive here because his drive gauge is so low, and that means that Kevin has room to do stuff like this.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is a bad, bad spot to be. Meaty fireball so good here. You don't have anything to get out of it because you're level 1 super elite.
Oh, in that case, though, he didn't have a situation where he could have thrown. Maybe, do you think he could have thrown maybe fireball in that situation? He wouldn't get much out of it so far. Timing-wise.
Unless you're getting that charged fireball up close or something.
Man, they both ask you to prepare?
They both say it by Bison and Akuma, they're evil, that's why. It's a bad guy thing to say.
Like, even if Bison forgot, yeah, that's even if he forgets the number, he just knows to his board that he's still evil.
Yeah, he's still evil. He knows. You can't forget that. Your bones won't forget.
I don't know if Akuma truly is like a bad guy. I'm just saying. To the local building.
A likely story. What, you buy that? Oh, burn. Oh my, you just did it. It's enough. Oh.
Okay, that was evil.
Crouching medium punch counter hit level 1 super just kills him.
Heavy tornado.
I can't really hear you.
Same thing that happened to tornado when.
I can't really hear you. Let me eat my microphone even more.
No scouting.
Man, these guys are really, as you said, they are scrapping it out. Started things off with the fireball. Also, we checking your face from NL tap parry. I'm gonna find the mark where the throw does. Decided to do Kevin.
Yeah, you got a throw punish there, but wasn't quite ready. Oh, that's big. Immediate bait, meaty overhead setup. He blocks it correctly, but just gets stringed up and counter hit afterwards. Oh my, what a block.
I don't have time to play.
He was tracking it down. You saw him stand up initially.
Air fireball.
Oh, right in the dome!
It's so tough to deal with that. Early air fireball, your anti-air. Oh my, he had such a big bait. He could have punished him and stripped the drive gauge and then potentially just put him in a bad spot to win the round. Now, much more of a fighting chance here for Dual Kevin.
He had walked so far away. I don't even know waiting that because of his walk speed, perhaps, but he still gets the mission accomplished. He does get the burnout against Dual Kevin, slapping through the thighs. Damn.
Very hard to do.
Like that. I like that he spent the level 1 also. Like, you know, you can link off of that with normals and stuff, but why even risk it when you can just cancel right into level 1, not do anything too risky?
I always think that's funny. I don't have time. Just kind of sliding past the opponent, slapping him in the legs. Oh.
Not too much damage, but good positioning here.
Down.
Oh, that's big news. Look at this. Low drive gauge in the corner. He just targets the drive gauge with heavy drive rush, heavy. Now bad spot for NL to deal with here.
He's big chilling. Taking a couple of chip damage here and there, but it's not going to be too bad for him.
Oh.
You thought you could raw DI. What a time to throw. Great reaction from NL. He builds up his drive gauge. He also has Dual Kevin back to the corner. He has 3 bars to his name, and this throw bait is going to be everything because not only does he get the round, but he retains all of his meter.
Yeah, not having any meter there is a huge win. Especially, like, you know, in the corner, you get a level 1 that DI. Been down some bar, but the back throw is even better at giving them the unfortunate whip there. Level 2 is coming out. This is really rough here for Akuma. He could melt so quickly on 1 hit. Oh my.
That was kind of funky. Little tap parry at the last second. Drive reverse to put himself into burnout. What are you going to do now to escape the corner? And L, you tried to go for a Shadow Demon Raid into a very wide dive kick.
A little delay on that. And you know that he's going to be buffering that level 3. Look, you see him buffering. He knows drive impact is a threat. That's why he just gets hit by the forward heavy kick. Oh, huge chance.
Oh my god. You gotta spend it. You have to spend it at this point. 1 bar to Dual Kevin's name. NL could possibly sneak in a drive impact if he's not telegraphing it. And it could be lights out for Dual Kevin or 1 clean hit because of the drive gauge.
Oh, fireballs, fireballs. Oh, he techs out. It's going to be the air flip out on that.
I had to see it coming. Yeah, I had to see it coming. Dual Kevin finding the right defensive maneuvers. And it's cool, too, because he's going to take that hit. He had just enough life to do so. He saw the chip damage becoming a real big threat with back-to-back OD fireballs. I think picking and choosing his spots and
yeah, and I mean, in that position, too, NL is just, he's trying to keep the fireball game tight there because it obviously gives you reversal super, and you're looking at reversal super because you're scared of drive impact. You know, it's interesting to see both of them there. Just a scramble. Dual Kevin makes the better of it, so 1 game away from potentially setting us that tiebreaker match. Man, this has been his round start, like, so consistently, and it seems really solid.
Fireball, 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 yeah.
Yeah, just charge fireball, winning neutral immediately, getting all of that corner carry.
I think he just yells out happy birthday.
Yeah, for what reason? Whose birthday is it, man? Not mine.
Kuma's never been born. Never. Oh, jeez. What is it? Oh, boy. We're about to know his death wish, that's for sure. Dual Kevin? Yeah, that's all she wrote.
It could be heavy punch, and the chip damage, you didn't even need the drive impact at that point, so. Pretty rough spot. Set point now for him. And he's just walking him down. He's finding a lot of space even without throwing this early fireball, just forcing NL back into the corner. And there's that fireball. Drive rush. Heavy Arabian Cyclone getting that plus frame and just pulling up on him.
Much more of a different look now from NL. The counterpoint game, we saw him try to throw out the punch, medium punch. Kevin very much so aware of that. He got the hand cyclone behind him.
Oh, that's big.
Putrid.
Back throw? Yeah, he just wants positioning here. Safe and sound though. NL didn't commit to much. And because of that, Dual Kevin so far has been chillin'.
He jinxed it. Didn't commit to much. He thought he had the charge combo. He might have been buffering behind him.
Yeah, and now the tornado here. Although Kevin didn't get much out of this so far. That's not bad at all. You just drive reversal and now you're in a really good spot. So Rashid down meter, down resources, and burnout. Although if you just block like 5 fireballs, I don't really think that's too bad of a burnout timer, honestly. Full resources now for Kevin.
No big threat. No big threat of the corner because of how far away he was. Starting to off too. Kevin does the forward throw. Set up for the OD fireball. You sure do. The air fireball today. We get past it.
Almost got the combo off it with that heavy punch. A little too far. Oh. Kevin trying to make something happen in neutral here, but he's on such a big lead. Ah, and I love the jump back. Nice and safe and sound. There's not a lot of time on the clock here, by the way.
Oh!
Is he holding up? He's not the demon, so that's all of his resources, but a huge find there from NL, obviously.
I don't even think he was banking on getting that hit off the leg.
No.
But the fact that it did,
He'll take it.
that could have been much more. Surely, yeah. You take it as it comes, to be honest with you. NL, very expensive to get that W. Low forward, finds the mark again. Sweet, dash up 2 times over. Forward throw, what do you do to apply that pressure? Drive rush forward. OD spinning mix as a response.
Oh, finds him low too. Kevin trying to bait something. Good patience. Level 2 available for Rashid as well. He's going to look for a safe opportunity to activate.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't safe.
A bit of a jinx.
It's gonna hurt.
Some of that PK you use.
I don't know what that was. Maybe a misinput or something, but now this game looks kind of miserable because of it. Uh-oh. Air to air.
No.
Ship is going to be a problem at this point as well. DP,
Nice.
yes, right on time. I wonder what that was from Kevin, that he got that mistaken level 1 sneaker and then just completely lost around because of it.
All locked in, tied up, 2-2. NL versus Dual. Kevin, this is pretty darn close thus far. Who would have thought Fighting Spirit getting 20 points to their name initially brings us down to this very moment where they can score possibly 40 points. Dual Kevin is able to bring us to the promised land and get that sudden death battle. Here we go. Let's find out.
Yeah, and it's also a big deal just not getting any points for your team here. Because if all of you lose and you're just down that huge chunk of points, right, the teams behind you can catch them so easily, and the other team just gets such a huge lead, so it's pretty devastating, I think, to not get like that corner combo here for a nasty stuff.
Did I see that correctly? That was a drive rush forward, crouching short. It's a 2 crouching medium punches and still be within range.
Oh, yeah.
That's
That's a punish.
I pictured you leaning all the way back. Just whoa. God damn.
I did not know that you could just hit heavy kick there. Well, apparently NL did. Overhead connect. He's going to explode here. The damage on this is humongous. Next hit wins for NL now. Suddenly doing the thing, and Dual Kevin's struggling to respond here. Level 2 available, and that's a bad throw.
He wasn't even close to range to even want to throw that.
Level 3 available for a I don't have time to play.
The level animation, that is magic. The movie magic coming in from NL.
Wow, what awareness. And a huge win for Fighting Spirit there as they go 3-0 in this first set of the day.
That was kind of messed up.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to be within time to get the rest of the fist.
Yeah, that was a pretty disgusting response from NL, I can't lie.
That was a huge change of pace in comparison to what we saw earlier, right? Dual Kevin not really having the same options that he would normally go to. Didn't even try to throw out a fireball in the very beginning. He was kind of playing a little timid.
Yeah, he definitely didn't look like himself as much after that drop. kind of like the weird
music.
for that
I was
game.
like, what the
No,
fuck am I
two
hearing?
responses that I don't even think I've seen him do until just now. That heavy kick punish on the Arabian Sky High, and then of course, beautiful level 2 right there to go right to the Yasar. So really good stuff from Minnow.
Clutching it out for the team, never lose. That is 40 points for Fighting Spirit. Damn, that's gotta be boosting them up incredibly through the rankings. But seeing Shopify Rebellion in this current state, they were the most hyped team from a lot of the folks from the production side, a lot of the people that have been watching into. That's actually been a very interesting development. I know, like, as soon as we made that announcement video and that kind of like debuted, a lot of the folks were talking about it. Like, man, this is a broken team.
Right. Yeah. And Rob TV is a big fan, right?
Huge fan.
So he was a big believer.
All of his best friends are on this team.
Yeah. So very impressive stuff, of course, to Fighting Spirit for getting the dub. And I think a team that looks really solid overall, and especially there's a lot of good responses there. Cool to see Cien up there as well, like, you know, just doing the thing with DJ, beating Knuckle Dew in our very first match of the day.
Too, man.
Yeah. You know, I noticed something very interesting about our match that's going to be coming up. I thought Ajax was going to be sitting down to beat up Noah the Prodigy.
I thought so too. Were we lied to, Robert?
I mean,
I blame Robert.
The interviewer got some information. It doesn't seem like it's
Robert
correct.
Birdie Jr.
Robert Television.
I want pictures of Spider-Man on my desk Monday morning. Oh God.
And Uriel here instead up to play, which, you know, makes sense to me. These two, I'm sure, familiar with each other as well. If you're on the West Coast especially, you know, a lot of the matches you play are people who are in Mexico versus the rest of, like, basically the U.S., right? I'm, like, way closer to Mexico than the middle of the country, let alone the other side. These two have probably run into each other, I'm sure.
Oh, plenty of times over.
Yeah, especially since I've run into both of them, which means they must run into each other. Drive. What a reaction.
Let's go, Uriel.
Super locked in and ready. And I'm curious too, because we know that Noah has super slick reactions, right? He puts himself in burnout. It becomes, he goes from Noah the normal to Noah the gray very, very quickly.
Noah the Gray?
Noah the Gray.
How long have you had that up your sleeve? Have you said that on commentary yet?
No.
Holy.
And
That was pretty good.
He's Noah the Gray, but his reaction time is so incredibly good. That
You shall not pass.
Exactly.
That's wild.
Drive impact him, and he just says no.
God, dude. You wild for that one. Whew.
Oh, the delay that time. And let's go! Was not ready for it. Should be an easy peasy here.
Didn't even get a chance to fly.
Just falls into the pit, fighting him.
Ken is essentially a ball.
That's Pan.
Yeah.
We call it the Uriel. Every time he does that.
sick. Uriel. Uriel from Oreo. Starting him to paces.
Bit of a beatdown in that first game.
And we talked about like the type of playstyle that Noah wanted to play this time around in his interview.
Yeah.
Or at least previous interviews, or at least like him talking to the team. He wanted to play like maybe turn it up a little bit more.
I don't know how he can turn it up more.
I don't know either.
Where is there to go?
The
He's
knob
already
is
at 11.
broken at this
Yeah,
He's just riding the dials with a Sharpie.
Yeah, he there's no room to turn up. You know what I mean? He's turned up the most. Oh, Noah uppercut doesn't. Yeah, this is one thing about Noah though. He overwhelms everybody. Like he just sends himself at you and just kills you, and you just don't have a good response a lot of times because he's so overwhelming. He plays so fast.
I love this hairstyle of Luke, by the way. This color choice makes it looks like Ultra Instinct Luke. It's pretty damn good. Right, the Prodigy now. With that mic kick.
Right rushes in, baits something out. Nothing there from Uriel. Gonna be burned quite soon here. Oh, but he ate the hit, and then he burns himself out.
That's what he's looking for. Maybe he's between my own blood. Nobody.
Yeah, and a lot of tricky stuff here from Uriel as well. Very difficult because oh my god, Noah is comfortable in this cross-cut level 3.
Jesus. Studio Valorian. What a beast.
Not enough to kill, but Chip is a big problem now for Noah.
Step kick. Driving.
Oh. Noah was going to come in and need the meter, but probably smart not to. And now set point for Uriel. Down a lot of meter though here. Oh. Wow, he immediately spends that.
Pretty ambitious.
Yeah, on block. Down to just get out of there. Escape the pressure scenario. Burns himself out again. 87 seconds on the clock.
What just happened? Why was he on the other side?
I don't know. Just walk under crosscut situation. Not sure. Doesn't go for any tricky reset into drive impact there, but a rough spot here for Noah to save the game. Finds the crouch jab.
Yeah. You see a little bit of the the rocking in place too. Noah the Prodigy, he was feeling that one.
He just did crouch jab, light knuckle, level 3. The scary thing is he has no meter here, so drive impact is such a big threat. And he goes for the reset, but he's ready. Man, Noah's so smart there. Knowing that was going to come because he wanted to get the drive impact stun on the wall or something like that. Or just not ready for it. And he was just locked in, prepared to go. He's tough to surprise with stuff like that, I feel like.
I could hear it in his interview. Yeah, I definitely prepped for Uriel. I knew he was going to go for the DI, so I already knew I had my eye on my meter. It was going to be free.
Ready for it.
Verbatim.
Backdash. Oh, but he had the right idea. Does he take side swap here? Classic bait.
I'm loving the way he's playing right now. Noah, bring it to him. Forward throw, that's one. Perhaps another. Ooh! That would have been mad sneaky.
Yeah. Nice! Out. Knows he was going to go for it because he was going to be in burnout anyway.
Not in.
Like what we're seeing here.
Back and forth, two madmen really going at it.
Oh, nice. Ready for it. Mid-screen DP just finds the mark. Or tapping parry there. And Noah close to burnout already. A sense I feel like I say a lot on commentary, and there it is. Yeah. 86 seconds in, burns out.
Conversion 2. Keep applying that pressure. Crosscut DP, just about to bring back your drive gauge. Also have 3 bars to your name. Dragon Lash will hold all that forward throw. Not too much damage to take it off the top. Okay, maybe a little bit of a problem now.
Oh, looking for that tap parry. Another one. Reversal buttons there from Noah. Spends all his drive gauge almost. Oh, he was a little early. It's going to be a driver. This should be with DA here. Nicely done there. So Noah, the first one up there, going down. Let's go, Uriel! Big win for Red Rooster here.
I know we've talked about how talented Noah really is, but big shout out to Uriel, keeping it
Motherfucker.
very hard to maintain what he's doing on offense majority of the time. I mean, sure he's capitalizing on a lot of the mistakes that Noah's taken, but I think his offensive sequencing in terms of having to force against him, really been a benefactor for Uriel in these last couple of games that he's been playing.
It looks like it's going to be Ajax up against Lex here, which makes a lot of sense to me as well. You know, there's a lot of ways for Ed to navigate the fireball war in this matchup. Yeah. He can use his own fireball to mitigate some of the stuff, and then he can also use Charge Flicker as an option to go through the boom as well.
See if that all comes into play, whether or not Lex is going to be able to recognize what Ajax is going to be doing to combat against some of the Sonic booms. He's going to do in response, right?
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of his Ed play. I think his Ed is super fun to watch. Ajax is just a really solid player. I love that start right there, too. Right over, builds back another brick of that drive gauge immediately.
Still with the range of that throw, even after 2 legs coming in. Want to see within 2. Lex going to be moving out of the way from this corner, trying to find him. Again, we talked about picking and choosing your spots where the flicker is available from Ajax.
I love that he walked back, too, after he saw that for parry. Good find there. Medium Bliss for the knockdown. Oh, that's a big jump.
Huge.
Doesn't commit, though. Very interesting. Oh, no whip punish on time there. And now both of them very close to burnout. He can't block a boom, or it's going to be a problem. And this fireball, now he can parry it, but still lost a little bit of drive gauge. Went for it because he was so low. And now both of them in burnout. Level 2 available, level 1 spent from Lex. Does Ed just do full screen level 2?
Uh-oh, you're pissing him off.
Threw the fast one there, and he wasn't ready for it. Chip is going to be a factor, and the throw break was pivotal for Lex.
Oh my god! That was just a pixel of flame shot in terms of the speed. That forward heavy punch just absolutely slaughtered by the overhead from top.
Top low, went for the flicker. I mean, without spinning bar, you're not doing too much of a crouching medium punch with Ed, so not too bad of a hit to eat. Corner positioning looking great here for Lex. Staggered pressure into those Sonic booms. Scary stuff. None of these flickers contested, and now this is big damage too. Could have cashed out and probably killed, but instead being a little safe, and I like that choice for Ajax there.
I think that's one of the cooler animated target bumping.
Yeah,
the way he moves too, just like his legs like moving forward.
Yeah. Very jump attempt. Oh, that's a big find. Light blitz afterwards too. Gets good damage here. Catches the blow again, and full drive gauge still for Ajax. So If he hits you, you can cash out and get a lot of damage on this. Level 3 about to be available. Wow! Even that charge available there.
That's it.
Full combo, aim combo, he had the more drive gauge every unintended Lex. So the first gauge. Sorry, Slasher?
Sonic Slash. I like there's a loop title that's not now in money. That's my favorite
Did
title.
you have that on?
Yeah, I had that one. Looking to bait it, doesn't find anything. Ajax solid on defense.
Oh!
The online classic?
That's a New York DC.
Catches everybody. Great combos into itself. That crouching light kick from Ed is just a really nice thing to have.
Oh, that's the one! Sweet spot.
Yeah, and he's gonna get a side swap on this if he wants, or a safe jump instead. Forces burnout, and now this spot for Ed is a little tough.
Overall recognition for some of these situations. Burnout sequences, going to be coming out, him escaping out of the corner with the side. He's a lot of damage taken over by the to the point where we get the distance back, and you know it. You already know. That's happening last week.
True, it happens to everybody, I think. You react, and your own reactions betray you. Oh, nice whip punish. And confirmed that it was standing. He got the standing heavy kick there for the extension. Extra little bit of damage. It's up to medium to that.
So good. I'd imagine James for the
Think about Kimberly. Love that. Love James. Big fan of that guy. Spaced out buttons here from Black. Has a lot of meter to work with too. Ajax, it feels like Ajax has been handling neutral really well, and in the last few interactions every round it was a tough one.
There's been moments where I think he's been a little bit too easy to do some I feel like Lex has had a lot of big openings off of jump ups.
Yeah, sometimes against Ed you gotta send it, because he has so much control of the match that if you don't do anything wily, he kind of just sits there and beats you up, right? So by threatening stuff like that, you can really nice. There, full screen against Kyle could have looked a little spooky, but worked out there for Ajax.
I feel like to some degree it kind of applies to Kyle as well with the plethora of boom that he has to throw out and uncanny in that space. Very similar in nature, right? You have to throw out maybe like a jump in every so often. But I feel like with Ed too, like Ed specifically, he doesn't need to risk it as much because of the air and also just his mid-range.
Yeah, forward heavy punch good to go over the lows. We've been seeing a lot of medium kick. Oh, he's gonna try to kick that drive gateway.
Oh, he's in London.
So good. Burn.
No level 3. He's not close to getting his own drive gate back. Makes sense to me. Gonna push him to the corner here. Nicely blocked.
Do it. That's not good.
I like spending this. Yeah, I know. It's gonna get you out of burnout. It's gonna put Lex low on drive gate. You know, solid damage on this as well. And you don't have to worry about the level 2 too much longer. So pretty much stuff all around. Oh, I think he's big chillin'. That's one apiece as long as he doesn't drop the punish.
What you think, John?
Yeah, so what Boo said, he's not reacting to the overhead. He's just doing a late standing block.
Okay.
So do a late crouch medium kick. And also, bro, whenever you do the drive rush, he's also not either.
I bet.
So yeah. So the late crouch medium kick.
The last game between these two. Important one because if Lex can clean up here, then this last match will be the determining factor between the two teams, rather than them having to win that and in a tiebreaker on top.
That's fine. That's fine.
Kind of a big ask.
I think Red Rooster way more points in comparison to C9. They have a couple that they could possibly shave off.
Challenge on the minus right.
Yes.
Good bait.
No drive rush cancel there from Lex on reaction.
Ajax, so much more control, maintaining the speed as well. So well versed in this matchup. Starting to show.
Yeah, he doesn't want to just go for a flicker kind of haphazardly here and just get dumped in on Oh, he's out of the corner though. That was real big for Lex. difference and send us to that final match.
Two pretty critical decisions inside of Lex. Thinking Ajax is going to pursue on offense. I don't know what it is about Ajax. I don't know what's really instilled that kind of fear from Lex, but the last OD flash kick that he did didn't work out. Waking up with a 3, definitely not working out against Ajax. I couldn't tell you what really worked with him. Ajax, most of his control was from further out, right?
Yeah, I think it's just the pressure of feeling like you're doing so much in neutral and this guy is just not dead. Like he has the lead against you despite you doing so much against him the entire time. It definitely feels like, man, if I'm gonna do something now, how am I gonna get this guy? Like he's just too solid.
JB now stepping up to a very good player.
And it looks like we are gonna see that Zangief for Sheets.
Yeah!
Man, Brutus coming up with the Zangief.
I know the nickname is small boy,
Small boy, big turn,
but he's
versus
actually
CFN.
pretty tall individual. Pretty average.
Maybe he's like 5'8", maybe?
It's forward. That's why.
I think 5'9",
That's tall for
He's not. But I know what you mean.
we can accept it.
Okay. Alright, there you go. There you go.
We can be all about the Spaniard variation. You know, we're
Oh, yeah. I like that. I like that you just brought him under. You're like, you're with us now.
Yeah, I mean, I love him. He's a great individual. He's funny. He's funny as hell. I think he's one of the funniest guys on Twitter.
Yeah, his Twitter's pretty good. It's usually pretty solid. Although he did have the Joker moment, like we all do when our mains get nerfed, when Zangief got nerfed. But then he snapped right out of it. He was real chill right after
Like,
that.
just kidding, guys.
I'm good now.
I'm back.
I got it all out.
I gotta say, like, on a personal level, he's right to everybody's day.
Yeah.
Like, just him being in the player line, talking to everybody, he's so nice.
He does look like somebody who would say something mean to you on Twitter with that hat and like sunglasses. You know, he looks like somebody who would be saying something wild, but he's actually just a genuine sweetheart.
If being Soul 2, I gotta say, like, I'm gonna be behind Brutus all the way. Brutus all the way. He probably deserves it.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, I love that jab check there. Offense now.
Jesus, head banging at the concert.
Help me, man. I'm just trying to vibe, and this guy is just headbutting me 3 times in a row.
Trying to get you into the mosh pit, right?
Why he strike and throw? Nice bait.
And the hell stab midway through. There's gonna be an SP.
Oh, help.
Oh.
Help. And the delay, crouching light kick, looking for that level 1 or EXDP on wake up, chopping him, kneeing him.
Crouching him.
Yeah, crouching him, kneeing him. And he spent no bar too, so pretty nice to kill that easy peasy. This matchup,
I love
is a
Zangief,
little
but there's
annoying
no way I
for
can play him
Rashid in
on
some
my
ways. He doesn't have
hitbox.
the best normals to deal with Zangief in
My
mid-range.
Furin.
And I think his projectiles also are not, like you would just think you could kick whirlwind at him and kill him, but
No.
not really the way this matchup goes.
I can't do a
We definitely
360.
talked about it and highlighted on some of your streams when we saw Pretty Shitty Convergence, the battle between Meta RD and Dual Kevin. Sure, it's a 2 different battles, but you're gonna see similar strategies implemented. But perfect coming in from JB, very commanding.
Which character's the grappler? It looked like Rashid there. I could be
100%
mistaken.
machine. There's been
Oh.
way more throws on his behalf in comparison to the wrestler.
Reset on hit there for Brutus and got the job done. Although, super low drive gauge here for JB. Oh my god, I was so scared he was going to level 3 after that dash up from JB. Mix-up time, and his drive gauge is really low here. Regular throw, no fear from the level 3 from Zangief. He does backdash there, thinking about it though. Oh, 2 in a row.
Sort of away, trying to absorb any sort of hit. Coming out of JB, the overhead just gets blocked, and up throws. He's been throwing up the majority of the time, not punish kind of throw. You're stuck in this corner with the level 2 now.
Burnout now for Brutus. Very threatening. Does he level 2 or not? And he does finally commit to it. Because he was ready for it. That's the thing, right? Is that whole time, JB was like, I'm not scared of your level 3, man. I'm not scared of your level... You know, he was like baiting him into doing the option. So Brutus was like, fine. You're not going to respect me. I'll let this bad boy rip. And then he did. Smart. I like the way he's playing it.
So impressive. Not really something he could do all the way as Zangief.
Yeah, defense, not his specialty, that's for sure. He does have jump cancel SPD, and then once he has level 3, his defense is very scary. Got away with the lariat there. Level 3 is
No, I
on
didn't
wake up.
need him.
Terrifying to pressure.
Can you feel that with the JB? I'll tell you what.
Oh, reset on hit. He has no meter to get out of this, by the way, so drive him back. Probably imminent, I have to imagine. Although he has not a chance. And yeah, that armor, that heavy punch will go through with the armor. That hit him with the sweep.
I'm telling you, man, Brutus just brings the Philippines up.
his level 2 there. Alright, maybe we'll see it now.
Still gets a chance regardless. Oh, he does his storm. What do you do about it, Bruce?
Oh, trying to bait that throw. Doesn't find it. Oh, hit a button on the plus frame.
I got me.
Front throw. He gets Oki here as well. Dashes up, trying to find him, jumping out, not going for it. No misfire on the lariat this time. Oh. Big old chonky heavy punch. Good damage on that. Get the punish counter, took some drive gauge. Does he level 3 or not is the guess. That's the scary thing about this pressure against Zanky.
Coming on to JB handle right afterwards. Brutus just trying to reclaim that space. Drive rush forward, right out of JB. With the mix of the throws. Dash up again. I don't know about this one. It was the start for the backdash. JB getting rid of the 3-bar yet again for the
Yeah, defense for Give can be tough, man. That's why we're seeing situations like that. Finds it. EX Lariat, so he gets the Oki here. Nice and patient, though. JB just blocking it out. What a whip on it. Nice interrupt again, although burns himself out. He has no meter here, so this offense has to work. And he gets pushed to the corner. Zanky's level 1, not that good for getting out of situations like this. Oh, a little far. Level 2 available for JB, does not go for it. He's trying to beat.
That connected at the very last second. From that far away. I wonder if he got a normal.
See now. JB just big challenge. Tell Zanky has level 2. These whirlwinds are not that scary.
I don't know what that was.
Isn't, but I have to imagine CA.
See you later.
Extra Zanky life, barely yellow. I don't know, it's very close. It might kill still. A little bit of life left, and now he's in burnout.
Okay. That's exactly why JB didn't even opt to go for the fireball. That was would have absolutely absorbed. Or I saw breathe right through it.
Yeah.
Air, side,
Tricky option to represent there at the end.
I don't even know what else you can do other than like that.
Right. And I mean, he's like so tall that like I think he just stood up into it and go good down. And that goofy face from Drake. When he makes that face, you know he's gonna be doing something evil to you.
We haven't seen it yet. I would love to see it.
Yeah, no, he's tried.
Give me bad guy Brutus.
Uh-oh, maybe this is the start.
I mean, it has to be more than that. Because your bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy.
That's true.
Oh.
Well, medium kickback. I like that. Brutus is keeping it safe and solid. Oh, spaced out. And now, at this point too, JB, I think getting walled out a little bit more by the normals and stuff. I like that attempt. Not ready to counter DI. JB getting up there in age.
Huh?
Oh. Stage check.
Why is that so weird?
Let me see your ID.
Oh.
In the ground game, you don't have to get this.
Goes low.
That's so far still.
I know. Level 2 available now for Brutus though. So he is a little bit better to harass it. Oh, he tried. I like that attempt.
One of the fun to world.
As he drives it back to the question. No ball threat, but he guys, dude, that was so smart. He did driver, button, saw Brutus was gonna use the armor on the heavy punch, drive impact back. Very smart. So set point now for JB.
He barely had enough life to live through that armor. Or live through that heavy punch, excuse me.
Yeah, this performance from JB has been super impressive. Whip punish sweep. Doesn't take the side swap, but yeah, finds a little hit confirm there. Into the level 2 off the Hell Staff.
Get the jackhammer going through the full.
I feel like I've seen this game.
Takes the Oki. Oh my. Sweep as well. Every single thing has worked for Brutus so far. It whiffs. Nice. Oh.
Okay. Brother. As soon as he saw him jump, he's like, this is mine.
Yeah.
Pop fly, got it.
Got it. And no meter spent, which is pretty nice. He still has that level 2.
I'm invincible. Oh, spine buster.
Oh, he was waiting, trying to see if there was going to be some kind of reversal there for JB. Yeah, this is always such a big threat here. Delayed a little bit. He's being a little cautious about it. Brutus just takes the parry. That's a punish. And he used the tornado stage. Okay, left. Doesn't hit the hard link. And I have to imagine Brutus has got to be a little scared of doing level 3.
No.
I don't think this is enough to kill, is it? He can level 1. It It should be. Oh, he missed the link.
no!
Oh my god.
You better kill him. Kill this man 2 times over. Critical art for his loyal fans. Yo, he's getting extra screen time.
Too bad he couldn't get a side swap on that or anything. There's no meter available for JB, so this pressure is going to be very scary. Oh, he's going to catch him, though, until that burnout's over. Oh, that sucks. That's a lot of drive gauge for Zangief gone just like that, and now JB dancing on him. Although, this is winnable. Oh, that was a smart backdash.
Lol.
JB, the 3-0, recognizing in that scenario that the command grab was likely to
I've been
come
branching out
Very
again.
impressive play.
That was so.
I'm gonna try that new game I
chase
installed.
down. Brutus had to really fully commit to just moving, rushing forward,
Right.
occupying space with those normals. As soon as JB got that initial whirlwind out, it was like, all right, well, that's too much time taken away from him. Then you saw that sense of urgency even more so from Brutus. It sucks that it happened to be in that part of the set. I would have loved to see a little bit more go back and forth between the Zangief main, the Zangief specialist, I should say. But 0 and 3, hey, we'll take that if you're C9. Instead of a full-on blowout, we get to at least scrape some of these points away from Red Rooster.
I think him and Ajax, but either of them make a lot of sense considering they both just played and did it very well. So selecting either of them to come up here, do some gaming makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, historically, Ajax has been one to kind of, like, take his time and digest some of the matches and figure out what he needs to do. Uriel, he's just going in guns a-blazing.
Yeah. And I think his tricky kind of like aggressive choices can definitely be very overwhelming for a first to one. So here it is, tiebreaker match between these two to get that extra 5 points for one of these two teams. And they could both use them, right? Like Cloud9 wants the points to try to overpass Fighting Spirit, who hit 100, and obviously Uriel. Oh my god, that's what I mean about this first to one. Why not? Oh boy. Yeah, JB is down. He's down to clown, you know? He's down to get a little silly out there. Oh my, he just let the whole thing rock. Nice whip punish. Whoa. And a front throw after too. He didn't take a side swap or anything like that. Punish in range.
So far.
Oh, he interrupted. There was too big of a gap, and JB forced in a burnout, but he finds a counter hit confirm.
Nice work. Threading through Fury. Past the City. This guy has been maintaining his backdashes since the Brutus fight.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with what we're seeing from JB. Obviously, always a good player, but man, he is locked in right now. What a read on that. He was minus and then immediately said, okay, crashing medium kick. Pushes him past. Eagle spike for the throw break, and look at that. Look at this damage.
Sick, man.
Oh no.
I love the fact that you still get that pickup.
That is a humongous starter. One of the biggest starters that you can have with this character. So, oh, baits the throw. One more guess will do it for JB here. Immediate drive impact, and he's deader than dead. JB locks in and clutches up for Team Cloud9.
What?
What
the fuck?
As aggressive as anybody else here in the league. He's got such a great understanding of what type of tactics need to be used.
What the fuck?
First to one.
Well, I'm not buying your garbage
He
game.
played really smart, I think. He respected a lot of the wily stuff from Uriel, but on the same time, he represented a lot of kind of like, we're just going to send it and see how this goes kind of options, and then he knew how to slow down as well. So
And we're done.
Impressive stuff from JB, and a big W there for C9. We'll get an updated look at the standing to see how the point total breaks down for them, and obviously Red Rooster, who got 20 points as well. It's going to matter for them, particularly because Shopify down there with them didn't get any points, right? So trying to play some catch up there. As long as you can get past them, get into that 4th place slot, maybe you have a chance to make it to that finals offline inject.
Yeah, and I'm overall really loving the current pace of it all for Red Rooster. Although they're not getting like big W's, they're still shaving off a couple of points for some of the guys in the top 4 spots, and overall just boosting their morale as they go along week after week. But as you can see here again, Red Rooster getting those 20 points, really doing a pretty decent number to at least make it a lot closer going into the at least the 4th place spot. But it really depends on how Bandit's going to be doing into their 3rd match, the final match of this week's Street Fighter League US.
FlyQuest picked their first player to go up there. It's going to be Chris CCH, who didn't have the best performance last week on SFL, but I think is a pretty solid player and a good pick to just send in overall. We talked about this matchup before. Ed has a lot of countermeasures that he can deal with Guile Sonic Boom Game, you know, the flickers and his own fireballs, which can dissipate and then get rid of it. So Kaba, who's been in the clutch captain's position each time so far and is now 1st on his squad. Chris CCH, of course. Just big chillin'. He was used to being the kind of captain's match for Team CLG and SFL before. Now he's just in this first slot, sent in to deal with this Guile first and foremost.
Okay, we like that.
Yeah, back to
A little
Nooch.
bit of his leg,
Yeah, we like it.
instead.
Stinky
No longer
back.
being able
They
to
don't
apply
like
pressure. It is kind of silly.
Yeah, sending Guile full screen like that. I mean, he did a delayed
I
back
told
throw.
you, they don't like playing.
He did a delayed back throw, obviously,
Not
because
deep
he was trying
foul.
to respect the flash kick. But losing that corner position is pretty unfortunate. Wow!
It barely whiffed.
Yeah, you know he's going to be fishing for stuff like that, crouching heavy kick with Ed now, just maybe trying to find that, buffered into level 1 because he's in burnout and he's expecting a drive impact, so probably the thing he's been looking for, but he's about to be out of burnout.
Oh, did you see the reel back animation as the
I swear, dude.
freezes?
My God.
Asian profanity filters are the worst. They're fucking retards when it comes to that shit.
Little one hit confirm right there, level 1, Chris CCH looking good. And that's a thing that Ed has in spades. He's got that in his crouching heavy kick. He can hit confirm them, which are really, really good. Oh, that's a big block. Trip the drive gauge with level 1.
Well, that was a quick edit install. Saved my money on that one.
Unless he perfect parries, which he does. He might still end up in burnout, but he bought himself some time. Okay.
That was a counter hit attempt again. I think he's been fearing that burnout. Level 1, pretty close to death here. All Cabo needs to do is send a couple of booms his way, especially with that burnout. And the delay at the very last second to get that flash kick at the appropriate timing. Chris CCH eats the boots midair.
Honestly, not that bad that he got hit by that level 1 there, because Kaba now has no level 3 for this round, which is a huge meter advantage for Chris CCH. Obviously, Ed builds tons of resources with his level 2, so very likely if he lands a hit into level 2, he can have level 2 into level 1 in this round. Nice perfect parry in the corner, holding this position, crouching light kick buffer. One hit can do it here. Strip that drive gauge, very bad spot. Chris CCH big chillin' now with all kinds of offense and plus frames, and Kaba looking a little lost on how to deal with this.
My
and the
God, I
level 3
told
hit
you, bro.
confirm.
Man,
Dear
man.
God.
He's thinking about that TNS, bro.
Christopher
doing out
CCH. Not enough to kill, but very bad spot for Kaba here. Burnout going to be a factor very quickly, but a big jump. And he doesn't have level 3. We mentioned earlier he spent all that meter on the other round, so still doesn't have it. And one more jump or big hit confirm from Kaba could be very dangerous. I think he has enough chance here. Let's see what the combo choice is going to be here. Just spinning that solid puncher just like that. And now there's a parry from him. Respects the reversal flash kick. Very close round. And
God, even closer now.
Yeah, and Chris CCH does have the XDP available, of course, and that's exactly what Kaba's ready for. Locked and loaded here, obviously. Game 2. And Chris CCH, I think, looking at...
Sucks, I don't know what to do now.
We'll see what Kaba has in the tank here, if he makes any adjustments in the mid-range.
That was just one pretty explosive comeback. Now, starting things off pretty heavy-handed. That DI, a little bit missing time on the overhead. Chris CCH getting defensive back throw in. Now with the corner control.
Nice hit confirm, too. And the standing hit. I like the combo routing choice. Oh, and there's a reversal there. Yeah, I think it was either jab or throw. I didn't see which. I was looking at the meter, but...
It looked kind of like a throw, but it's very similar in animation either way, right?
Nice stuff. That was very good as well. Chris CCH in a good spot in the corner here. Little delay. Oh, punish? No. Difficult to punish that. It's not very minus. Especially when you're just not expecting that. Uh-oh. He's going to be out of burnout, though, so I don't think he has to worry about too much. Chris CCH with lots of resources.
And immediately pumping the brakes on the Sonic Booms. Actually, the big counter hit from the side of Chris CCH to stuff out that initial boom coming up from Kaba. But further ranges, like maybe like 4 or 5 range, of course he's going to be throwing these booms.
And he's just parrying, slowly approaching here against Guile. All right, one hit.
It's kind of annoying. I was kind of looking forward to that.
Buffers there.
Yeah, but looks alright.
Obviously, one thing that Ed always has in every matchup is the ability to EXDP through the booms and any fireball, so you have to be very careful about that if you're Kaba as well. Okay, level 2 from full screen, trying to get something to go here. The thing is you can parry it if you walk into it, but that's why he's staying nice and close to it. So the parry, he can push him out and do that. Oh, yeah, big bait. Nice.
You like that shine? You like that shine? Yeah. I tried to do it the first time, I promise.
Loving that too. Chris CCH just following all the way through with that level 2. Okay. Medium kick showing a different look. The anti-airs.
Oh, got him with the flicker and a nice bait on that as well. Heavy blitz gives him good Oki here. Caught him holding up.
We're seeing a little impatience coming from Kaba after a blocked flicker. Perhaps Chris CCH, if he can get him into that situation again, could take full advantage of it, but not for a while as Kaba makes the big return to the side.
sorry, I'm doing a baby
Wait
combo.
a minute. Do we get it?
We don't need.
Doesn't even need the dream here. It's
Yeah.
gonna be more than enough
Like
to
that.
kill.
Clean and efficient.
Wide awake.
Yeah, clean and efficient. Y'all pre-tournament combos,
Yeah,
not dream.
I wasn't apologizing to you guys. I was apologizing to John. I know he's watching. I know he's judging the hell out of me.
Yeah,
I
love
know you
tournament.
guys are. Just him. Just him.
See him lock back in here. Final game between these two. And a bit of a dance early on. Oh, I like that.
Sick.
That's one thing that's so scary about Ed. That ability to do that and just use his long-reaching EXDP to go through fireballs is a big deal. Oh man, Kaba's having some problems here.
I don't know what to do now. This sucks.
Ed is
This
very
actually
good at
sucks
contesting
balls.
Guile in this space, so.
I was really. Oh my god, I was looking forward to
Normals
this,
and
man.
also like passive Sonic Grooves that we had just seen from Chris CCH
Right.
with the reaction to the OD uppercut. Man, and the control jump back jab. Shades of Classico.
Keep it a nice, safe, solid. And just holding this corner positioning.
Oh.
Knockdown target combo doesn't cost
This
any
is
drop
bullshit.
gauge. Missed the flash kick, it looked like.
Oh.
Let him know you can't do that.
Doesn't even need to spend it.
What a combo conversion. Love that EX flicker and immediate kill. Kaba got a gas. Yeah, delayed throw there. And again, punish counter flicker.
Oh no, I haven't.
Heavy blitz for the knockdown. He gets pressure here.
Good shot
Kaba
there.
into the corner already. Okay. Seen enough of that pressure.
Time to hustle right into the boots. OD flash kick. Kaba, how do you get yourself back into gear? You've been facing yourself towards the wall. This is a huge jump, and you saw the startup with a Sonic cross.
That one hit will do it now for Chris CCH.
Sonic Blade,
EX
excuse me.
fireball pushes him to the corner. Close to burnout. That could have been it if he canceled into level 2, but
Did they even stream that?
oh, any hit will do it now. Chris CCH harassing the drive gauge.
Oh, he's stalking him down.
He's buffering as well. And the EX fire.
Damn.
Oh my. EX fireball very scary to go through the boom as well. And the hit
I'm guessing yes.
Man, 2-0 right after that first game didn't go his way. Chris CCH just locked in and gets 2 quick games for a 2-1 victory over Kaba.
That was actually kind of nuts, too. That was the exact spacing where he would want to throw out the roundhouse, activate into the solid puncher, and do that exact same comeback as he had in the first game. But Chris CCH, with the presence of mind to understand, like, yeah, this is probably the time where I should start to control that space. This is probably the time where I should throw out that normal. And exactly did what he wanted, get that counter hit, full conversion, full confirm into level 3. It was beautifully done from Chris.
Yeah, and the curious thing for me now is, so Louis Man's going to be coming up, next player there on the team. Who are they going to send up to deal with?
So Psycho stepping up to the plate, as we had expected. It had to be a Kim going up against the Dawson match. This is truly the test, I feel like, for Louis Man being in the away positioning for his Team Bandits.
Yeah, problem with playing a character like Dawson, right, is as good as he can.
It's downloading.
He does have matchups that I think are a little
Oh, it's downloading.
frustrating
I'm gonna go to the
play. This
bathroom.
is a good example of one of them. So sent up here. We'll see if it actually is that bad, right? I think Kimberly, obviously, this
Oh,
is
those are
not a
50
matchup
channels
for her
live,
to
so
play, but whether that's actually the case,
I'm guessing yes.
in this tournament match, we'll have to find out. Plus frames here and jump back immediately.
I'll be back.
It's unfortunate. He got a punish counter, but his limbs were just
Bait,
too
bait.
short. In that moment, him knowing to be the guy with the stretchy limbs, not being able to reach off of his lights.
Tragic. Just waiting out the float. I like that. Got some drive gauge back. And Psycho immediately covering that space that he lost. But drive gauge for Louis Man looks really solid now. He just kind of waited it out.
It's one of the big benefits that he has, right? Being so funky when it comes to his movement. It allows him to kind of create the space, but also the time away from the opponent to get some of his drive gauge back. Punish counter this time. Again, off of the Darrell kick. Not going to get much out of it.
Wow.
Yeah. Twice we've seen him go for that escape option, which I think is very smart. Fireball from behind.
Oh.
Minus 10 with spacing, though. And yeah, he just doesn't care. He's like, whatever.
Oh, jeez, that would have been sick.
I like
Yeah,
the
that was a sick try.
attempt.
That was a sick try.
Level
Maybe
two
light
there,
line.
of course. And yeah, that Dawson change is really annoying to deal with for a lot of characters. You know, your own drive gauge does goes down when you block it. You lose that gray life, and then annoying to punish for a lot of the casts.
For it right now, Psycho is just trying to find a way in. Being a full screen is going to be kind of like tantalizing. You never know when Louis Man's going to go for the teleport. Fireball behind, fireball behind.
And then Kimberly players. It's so tempting to go for something like that, right? Go for the run slide or run, go for the plus frames, and obviously something that Leemon is sniping, of course, waiting.
Ooh!
Oh, reset. I went for reset throw, and Leemon was ready with attack. Nice block. Yeah, holding parry there, so he doesn't have to block it.
Snatching up the neck two with the overhead. Oh, yo, mid-air. Off with a crouching heavy.
Takes the knockdown too, builds up a bit more of that drive gauge. Oh, and I like the harassment, just forcing him off that block. Should be a kill with no meter spent here.
Oh, barely. Off with the slide too.
Yeah, a little slide action to get the kill. Now built up almost to level 3 as well, which is very important here for these combo extensions especially.
Forward, yeah.
He hasn't gone for throw for a little while. He got dissuaded, and I like that he brought that back to the table here. Level 3 spent. Damage loss.
Let's go.
Both doing side super today. Now is Leemon. Locking over 3, stuck in the corner though. Takes a throw. Psycho on the offensive. Watch out now.
Ooh, I like that delay. Counter hit confirm. Does have another bar to drive rush here. I don't know. It's going to be level 1 at the end maybe for the kill.
We really do this.
Oh my God.
We really do this. I told you, Psycho.
Yeah. It's enough. The can from the top rope. Just drop it on him.
That was pretty sick.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know you were the master of the match. Unbelievable. Don't worry about this one, Chris. I told you, your matches are guaranteed. He can just slide under a fireball. Yeah. This matchup.
I'd be all about it.
I'm Hadoukening. I'm Hadoukening. You gotta get the call outs. Oh.
Let's teleport. No, he went. Oh.
Our offense from Leemon, a lot less pass. As well. Oh God.
That way. Man, he went all the way through. So he was committed.
Are two wolves as a Kimberly player. You know, they're one that's like down to walk back and forth, and the one that's like, you should run
gotta
slide. You should. Yeah.
You're about to die.
And you need to do both. Yeah, you gotta be both Kimberly players. Almost on burnout already too. So. Out of the corner, although it gets sniped. Fireball!
Can't move!
Fireball
in front.
Fireball in front. Fire hop. Fire hop. Oh, what an anti-air on that too. There's no escape, just sniping every angle.
Oh, even after that slide?
Yeah, I'm surprised the reversal jab doesn't spend it. I mean, this spot though looks incredibly good. Yeah, just do it. Why not? What are you gonna punish with? What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, punish again.
¿Por qué tú le tiras Yoga Fire de la Hiroshi? Está metiendo un delay, puñito. Suelto, vamos allá.
So Leemon had talked about that even before we started things off here at Street Fighter League. He's like, I can't wait to abuse this level 1. Very excited. Fireball, yo, that Fierce actually barely missing Kimberly's knees.
It's very annoying to deal with the new level 1 from Sim as well. Like it's just a pesky thing to deal with. I like that. Backdash the throw. Man, he has escape throw with drills and backdashes and so many things. Oh, a little whiff Oki setup. We called those. Oh my, not whip punish. I like it though. I like what we're seeing. Psycho is just representing a lot of good options.
Oh, I think that's totally fine for Psycho up until this point.
Yeah, I've got a little one confirm, get some space.
Backing away, he's gonna be playing it out.
Oh, first time we've seen him even go for that teleport.
Try for
a very smart thing to represent over and over like that.
Point now, expensive, but it's totally worth it for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of meter advantage here for Psycho because of that. Oh, Anti-Air tried it twice, and then still. We're seeing him try to hold some space here, although that's going to be big. Level 3 is available for Kim as well, trying to bait something out on that reset on hit. Saw that earlier as well. So, you know, she has a lot of ways to find hits and kills.
That
what a
was
spacing
tricky.
trap.
As it's attracting, huh? Not after a drive rush.
Man, her drive gauge is so low, though. Has to back it up. Even with that counter pick, Louis Men stands solid on the sim. Excellent stuff.
Proven himself, showing why he's a big asset to the Bandits camp. Being able to get a W on the away side so that the next time they go through it in the round robin, they face off against FlyQuest, he's going to be such a pivotal tool for the counter pick. He's already done his job. Now he gets to rely on his brother, Mena RD, as the anchor spot. Really well played so far from the Bandits camp. Actually, big surprise that it went the way it did. Psycho, I've never really seen him lose composure like that to kind of throw out the level 3s. It has to be something in the water against Dalsim.
Yeah, we see, I think probably not the surprise, or not a surprise to anybody out there, of course, Mena, and it looks like Punk's going to be sitting down as his opponent. I think these two probably, you know, makes the most sense for both teams to send up as their anchor match. And these two are two of the most decorated Street Fighter players, period, just like historically. They're very, very, very strong competitors, both in the last game and in this game, and two EVO finalists multi-time as well, Capcom Cup finalist and champion, and men are a pretty big factor here in what we're going to see from Mena. I'm curious if he just goes right to the Zangief instead.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like as much of a factor in comparison to like facing off against Mono in the previous weeks. However, in this atmosphere, in this particular matchup, he didn't say he was going to shy away from it. I think he's going to accept that challenge. Zangief versus Cammy might just be the pick for Mena RD. Yeah, so we did happen to see this matchup. This was kind of like brought up prior. Brutus was the only one to really make Punk bleed so far in SFL with 2 games straight to his name and with Zangief. I wonder if Mena RD is going to give him a different type of look where he could actually take it all the way through.
Yeah, and a big factor in this is these resets and seeing how they work out. Resets on hit, resets on block, just, you know, representing weird options and trying to see what Punk's going to go for. A side swap, takes the throw afterwards, and Zangief's the tanky boy, you know? Wow. Uh-oh, that's a big back throw from Mena.
I'm really loving this Mega Man color scheme from Zangief.
Yeah, he's like, it looks like he's always in burnout. Zangief to gray. They said that it looked like it was as pale as Brutus earlier. That's what they were talking about.
I don't know about that. Actually, Brutus has got a
Got a little tan going, yeah.
We've noticed.
Maybe Brutus and burnout.
Maybe. Feeling a little sick.
Man, he is chilling in neutral. Mena has made up so much. Nice
You
bait.
are a genius. You're dead.
Dude, you did not have to do all that. You did not have to do light kick, drive rush, bait the option select with standing heavy punch, and then just kill him. What an answer.
That's a big brain playing. Mena RD.
This guy's pretty good.
I think he'll win a Capcom Cup.
Or two.
Alright, let's see if this shit
Couple of
works.
throws from Punk, and just backs it up a little bit, down to be a little bit more cautious. And again, he was holding up a couple of times there, or trying to backdash. Mena just found stray hits on that, and then converts to the SPD in the next time.
Why didn't Mono just pick up this Zangief instead?
You know, he's got his own squad.
Saw the whole
Oh, he tried to TP and got level 1. We take those.
That was actually pretty fortunate.
I try to get away from this level 3 on Wake Up, and he does some sicko stuff like this, and you die.
That's toxic.
What a way to win both rounds.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Dash
supposed to
up.
do it. That's what I was meant to do.
For the landing.
Did shit crash already? I have 1 FPS right now.
Will you?
I love it when I install games and then I open the game up and the first thing I have to do is install more. Why not just do that during the install? Is that me? Is that a meeting? Meow. This is always the best part of installing games. Wow.
Here on the actual Justice Warrior channel, get a load of the Majority Report guy, Mac Leach, going off on how upset he is about how I am Anexperien's favorite charlatan on the internet.com.
Look, the rise in crime, it was very clear, like it was for the reasons we said and not the George Floyd effect, like Anna's favorite charlatan likes to point out. It was clearly because of the material pressures put on people because of the pandemic, like Anna's favorite charlatan likes to point out.
Again, you crack a joke enough times, and these idiots over on the left actually believe it. And for those of you who are thinking that he's not referring to me, remember, this guy is absolutely outraged that I called the George Floyd effect the George Floyd effect. He assumes that I made up the term, even though, again, it is just the Ferguson effect repurposed for George Floyd. But the thing is, if he knew anything about criminal justice, they would have never produced this segment because they think it debunks the right-wing crime narrative. However, each and every example that they give throughout the course of this video is either 100% wrong or ass backwards, or an example of what I said repeatedly is the
I really wanted to play Fatal Fury, dude. I'm like, I'm actually pissed. What the fuck is wrong with my name?
Via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give you
Fucking bullshit.
me the money. Okay?
So the Majority Report decided to publish a segment entitled Right-Wing Crime Narrative Falls Apart with the New Data. And of course, they're doing the trick that we always talk about on this channel, where they highlight some preliminary data. They say, look, crime down. They don't give it to you in the context of, you know, overall crime as compared to 2019, even though this guy later on is going to cry about me saying George Floyd effect, because once again, we are in the same exact scenario where we have to respond to the allegation that crime is down, and we're lying about crime by saying down compared to what? Down compared to what? Are you saying it's down compared to the previous year because it could still be elevated over a now 5 to 6 year period, again compared to 2019? But of course, the folks at the Majority Report, they don't participate in an actual, genuine, honest conversation or discussion on the topic. They do propaganda, and we here at the actual Justice Warrior channel call that nonsense out every single time, especially when these cowards dare to go after me without mentioning my name, and of course try to use me as a guilt by association or guilt by affiliation for Anna Kasparian, who Emma is currently in a battle with right now on the internet.com. And make no mistake about it, I will prove once again throughout the course of the segment that the Majority Report does not understand the data that they're referencing.
Finally.
They are in full denial of crime. Their theories on crime are absolutely stupid, and the reason for that is because they are genuinely lacking in intelligence, and of course they participate in a luxury beliefs. It costs these people absolutely nothing to pretend away crime, because guess what? There's no way, shape, or form they would be caught in the neighborhoods that are afflicted by this crime.
Has been, since the pandemic, a concerted effort by right-wing media, but also by our social media platforms that elevate content that causes angry reactions or fury. We've seen this when, you know, Facebook has opened up its books, and that's why they put political content does so well on those platforms, which they deprioritize in the 6 months leading up to the election, by the way. They said, oh, we're not going to do political content anymore. It makes people too upset, even though that goes against their engagement models, because they wanted Donald Trump to win.
So right off the top, I just want to point out something, which is Emma is completely wrong about what she's saying related to the social media engagement models and how this was proof positive that they wanted the evil orange man to win. Make no mistake about it, Facebook deprioritized news after Trump won the 2016 election. The reason they did that was because of pressure from the left wing, because they said all the information on social media leads to the evil orange man to have a victory. And this policy continued up until after the 2024 election, and what Emma is going to say later on is going to prove that clearly and obviously this was done to not aid the evil orange man in his election victory.
And one of the biggest indicators
Oh, I can't even
for,
play solo.
in
That
exit
sucks.
polling of whether or not you're voting for Donald Trump was if you consume little to no political
I'm not sure I want to
news,
play online.
or you consume it mostly on social media. And they got their wish, and now they've throttled political content back up because they got their guy, but we want the engagement back.
No, it takes a very special lack of awareness and lack of intelligence to have your end point of your sentence completely contradict the idea put forward in the beginning of your sentence. So according to Emma, in the end, the biggest indicator that somebody would have voted for Trump is if they don't engage with political news or political media, or get all of their political news or most of their political news through social media. However, she said that they deranked news content on these social media platforms in the lead up to the election in order to help the evil orange man win the election. But if people who see more of Trump on social media are more likely to vote for him, how could deprioritizing news, deprioritizing Trump content prior to the election help them win the election? That doesn't make any sense. That is a contradiction among many stupid contradictions that you're going to see throughout the course of the video.
Excellent.
But I just want you to know that the groundwork, the foundation of this particular video is wrong.
Is that over here? Nope, it wasn't.
Thanks for
Shit.
playing. Please go home. Get off of my screen because you don't know anything.
Maybe it was.
So much of it is like at the beginning of your feed, race war fight. Like, look at how scary the subway is. Watch this.
Here's a grandma getting beat up by non-white teenagers.
Right.
Yeah, it's like verified fight accounts, and all of the replies are either like other viral clips.
So look, because I am the fairest online content creator on the internet.com,
How you doing,
point out
nerds?
that a lot of people do post rage bait videos on social media. Sometimes they recycle old videos of black people attacking white people, when in reality, in actuality, what we see time and time again through the data is that black people are overwhelmingly attacking other black people. In addition to that, I will also point out that this is obviously true. People like Emma Vigeland tend to highlight stories, and by the way, because white on black crimes are so rare, of white people getting into arguments with black people and
I'm alright.
those are
A little
national
bored.
issues. Again, we have a very
I was gonna play Fatal Fury, they won't let me have my name. Apparently it's
36-year-old
profanity.
pregnant physician's assistant
Fuck
as
off.
a drunk racist that walked up to 4 black teenagers in order to
Guess we're not
steal their
buying that
bike,
garbage.
and never once producing a retraction that actually pointed out that she had the bike on her account. On the video, you can see them forcing her bike into the terminal and taking it from her.
I mean, I ride city bikes, which is clearly what they're using there, and it's not that hard to.
I don't
figure
know.
out. If you
URA
go on
apparently
the
is
app, it'll say which
not allowed.
bike in which. It'll have a label at the docking station for which bike she's in reference, or they're both referencing. So honestly, it should have been pretty clear to her. But she's in work clothes, so my first thought was, is she drunk? Like, is she? I don't know, but she just seemed really out of it, and she's straight up racist, totally. But there was like, she wasn't really making a ton of sense, which was bizarre. And they were like, "This is my bike. Just go to the other bike stand, the little docking station and get your own." It's not that difficult. But
That is pretty much how I felt, yes.
The white woman fake crying thing, I could do it too, but like, and then you just turn it off.
So yes, while it is 100% true that people will recycle videos of black people attacking white people on social media for engagement, looking at you, Ian Miles Chung, the fact of the matter is Emma Vigeland and the folks over at the Majority Report, their ilk, they will take rarer instances, sometimes.
Why do they all look so cartoony? Is that just me? They look kinda cartoony.
Person actually has Down syndrome or developmental disability, like the Victoria's Secret Karen video, and they will use those false videos to portray a narrative of broad black victimization at the hands of evil white racists, because of course the supply of racism is nowhere near the demand needed for them to push their agenda. So they do the same thing, except when they do it, it's rarer or sometimes just more outwardly false, and it's absolutely disgusting.
I also think the elevation of a lot of true crime, which the victims are almost always white, 95% of the time white women, that is like a part of, you know, a lot of this mass media consumption has made people extremely fearful.
Now also Emma then dumbly says, oh, well, I think true crime has a lot to do with it because most of the victims in true crime stories are white women. And honestly, Emma, like, again, you're just contradict everything that you say with the very next sentence, and it's ridiculous. The reason why they highlight a lot of cases where white people are the victims is because
That was a
you are
great
very
game.
likely to get a white perpetrator in those instances. We can look at the representation of criminals on shows like Law & Order and all these other different various cop shows, and guess what? It is nowhere near the normal representation of black criminals, and this is done intentionally by the word of the producers
Beefy
of
boy,
these shows in order to
eat
not
me.
have people make racist assumptions about crime. So we get an
That's kinda funny.
unrealistic picture from mass media in order to cover up for black crime, and Emma is saying that this is somehow making the white women, because you have to go after the whites all the time, it's somehow making them crazy about criminality. Again, just no coherent thoughts coming from this woman at any point in time. But what
Oh
do you
god.
expect? This is the spoiled brat.
This looks all very life
who likes
servicey.
to flex these luxury beliefs at social parties in order to maintain her social status. And white people bad still flies in these champagne socialist circles.
And there were many claims made by centrist media sources, by right-wing media sources, by purportedly left-wing media sources that all this data is lying to you and crime is going through the roof.
Very.
Well, we now have data
Very life
on
servicey.
2024. We've talked about how crime went down in 2023 after our once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. There was a spike, but crime has been on the decline for decades and decades, and now that trend continues into the first data that we have from 2024. Homicides dropped 16% according to the preliminary data that we're seeing in 2024.
Compared to
Stats
what?
compiled by the Major Cities Chiefs Association suggest that the
From the previous year. Compare that to the pandemic, please. Let's see how it holds up.
COVID-era crime wave was all but evaporated during President Biden's final year in office. Even as Donald Trump claims that crime was rising, became a key part of his winning election strategy. Violent crime, especially homicides, rose during Biden's first 2 years as president before dropping dramatically in the next 2 years, the MCCA data show. An Axios analysis of the preliminary crime data for 2024 from 69 self-reporting large police departments found that violent crimes decreased overall by 6%, robberies 9%, rape 6%, aggravated assault 5%, all declined, an Axios analysis found. Many cities had significantly larger declines in homicides. They dropped 35% in Boston and New Orleans, 26% in Cleveland and Dallas.
So again, right here we have the preliminary data from the year 2024, and I will always point out how people over at the Majority Report love to highlight this preliminary data because it's incomplete, and of course they will never address the changes in the data later on. And by the way, one of the things that I find to be absolutely hilarious is that Axios talks about the increase in crime under Biden's first 2 years in office, which would be 21 and 2022. But the fact of the matter is, when the initial preliminary data came out for the year 2022, they were actually showing a decline in crime. In fact, after the debate that President Trump had with Kamala Harris, so we're talking late into the election cycle, that is when the FBI quietly revised their numbers from 2022. And this is not surprising because, as we talked about on this channel multiple different times, because I try to give you guys the full breadth of information, the FBI transitioned from the old reporting system in the Uniform Crime Report, which was based on the SRS, the Summary Reporting System, to the new system, which was based on the National Incident-Based Reporting System. And when you make a transition in your data models, anomalies are to be expected, but the Majority Report never informs you of this. The Majority Report never highlights this article from the Council on Criminal Justice, which, by the way, is an organization that pushes for criminal justice reform, that shows that when they made this transition from the SRS to the National Incident-Based Reporting System, we saw a greater divergence in these two reports, the Uniform Crime Report and the National Crime Victimization Survey, than we had seen in decades, which would indicate that there was something wrong in the methodology of the Uniform Crime Report, which would obviously indicate we were very likely to see revisions, which we ended up seeing again late last year, 2 years removed from the year 2022. But let's be clear, Emma and the folks at the Majority Report denied the crime increase in 2020, denied the crime increase in 2021, denied the crime increase in 2022. They did so for 2023, and now they're using preliminary data in order to do so for 2024. And by the way, the unrevised 2023 FBI Uniform Crime Report data did show a drop in crime for the year 2023, but I will wait until that gets revised later on because, again, we have a new reporting system and we are expecting some revisions to come out later, just like what happened in the 2022 system. In addition to that, we also look to the National Crime Victimization Surveys, and the victimization surveys are showing still an uptick in certain crimes, obviously not in homicides because people who are the victims of homicides are really bad at filling out surveys, but this is your little recap of the data and why they consistently get this wrong. And of course, they don't tell you down compared to what. What are we comparing the crime to?
It's 34% in Philadelphia, 32% in Washington, D.C. Philadelphia, I thought that was being run by the pro-crime Larry Krasner. Yeah. Interesting.
So look, I can highlight any of these cities of my choosing, but because Emma Bikram decided that she was going to go out and say, oh, what about Philadelphia? I thought that was being run by pro-crime Larry Krasner, as if to dismiss the idea that crime went up significantly under Larry Krasner's watch, and as if to pretend away the actual reason why crime, and specifically homicides, fell in the city of Philadelphia. But first, let's get a little bit of an overview. That prior to Krasner in 2016, Philadelphia suffered 277 homicides. After his first year, it was up to 315, then 353, then 356, then 499 in 2020, then 552 in 2021, 516 in 2022, 410 in again 2023. So let's be clear, for every single year that Larry Krasner was in office, from 2017 all the way to 2023, we saw great jumps in homicide from the years prior to Krasner being in office, although after it hit its peak in 2022, we did see a reduction, but again, that reduction was after a dramatic increase. Now we go to 2024, where we actually see a genuine increase. By the way, these numbers are as low as we saw in 2014, which is a full 3 years before Larry Krasner took office, so let us give credit where credit is due. So as you can see right here, for the year 2024, Philadelphia all the way back down to 269 homicides. Again, this is 2 years before Larry Krasner was in office, when they had 249 homicides that very year. Excellent work. But I think an interesting question would be, credit for what? Did they increase progressive welfare to the criminals in the state of Pennsylvania, in the city of Philadelphia, and therefore that reduced homicides by such a dramatic point from 2023's elevated levels to 2024's low levels, even in comparison to the last decade in the city of Philadelphia? Or were there some policy changes at Krasner's district attorney's office, at the statewide level, at the citywide level, that ultimately ended up leading to these reductions? I mean, if only there was a way for us to look at this, and it turns out not only did the state of Pennsylvania pass a series of crime bills cracking down on retail theft, pirates, and all sorts of minor crimes, but Larry Krasner had to come to Jesus moment, and he decided that he was going to do a new strategy when it came to gun crimes, and stop me if you've heard this one before, as a good solution to reduce criminality. Headline: Philadelphia moves to crack down on repeat gun offenders before they fire their weapons. The district attorney Larry Krasner launched the Prolific Gun Offenders Unit to focus on winning convictions and stiffer penalties for armed robbers, straw purchasers, and ghost gun distributors. The harrowing home invasion and gun
We just started. Like, this like literally the first minute I've been online. Or I've been in the game.
Likely because no one died or was injured. No gunshots were fired. Still, when Ryan's 30 speaks of the incident, his voice
looks alright.
with emotion. He fought back tears at the August 15th news conference, where Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner announced that Marquise Alexander, Ryan's attacker, had been convicted. Ryan's and Alexander had been co-workers. The crime, Ryan said, traumatized him. Krasner described Alexander as a, quote, man who just cannot stop robbing people. He just cannot stop robbing them with guns. He's the type of criminal defender who inspired Krasner to start Philadelphia's first ever prolific gun defenders unit. Krasner launched the unit this April with $800,000 from the Philadelphia City Council.
It's a beta though, right? I didn't pay nothing.
Prosecuting repeat violent gun offenders with prior arrests or
It just drops you in, so I don't really know.
Find them when they face new charges for robberies, straw purchasing firearms, manufacturing and distributing ghost guns, and other gun-related crimes.
No, it's closed beta.
People who are wanted for crimes involving
It's
guns that are
it's
specific
very
to
live service.
room.
Like it's very live service from what I've seen. I have no idea what that was.
Allow me to introduce fucking hell, chattering 10 to the dozen.
The hell?
You're bigger, I'm better. Right, I need to scrub this all out. You ought to watch your mouth.
I should probably do the objectives, no?
Okay, we have our corpses. Now, we'll need to gather some tissue samples to better understand this affliction.
Refill time.
Well.
Supplies are here.
No idea. I'm guessing, yeah.
Looks like we're up against a rapid spreading infection that horrifically disfigures its host.
Allura! bit of sweat there.
I don't know what that is. What? Where?
Big loudmouth bark.
Leading the charge. The final piece to our grim puzzle. Another exciting day here at Nightfall.
Fuck.
Just a quick reload, then I'm back in it.
Wave completed.
I'm not a fan of the weapons. They feel very off. I don't know. Feels weird. Dragging the game? Oh. What are they saying? Like the way you jump on things as well, like look, I'm just jumping, looking down and my... I don't like that.
All shopped up and ready to go?
It does feel like that.
Not today, chunky trunk.
Dominating the field.
Fucking bowl of tripe.
Movement's a little slow. I don't like the guns, they feel cosmetic. I don't know.
Arrivederci.
Great, another one.
Hang on, I'm reloading. Usually they
That's all of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little rough.
What a bloody eyesore this place is.
I don't like the weapons. This is supposed to be a scar? It doesn't feel like a scar at all. Doesn't feel like an actual rifle at all. Just... I don't know. Maybe that's a meeting?
That's it.
No, it's not the stream. Jesus.
Has firmly been cancelled.
shit.
Fucking hell, I'm getting tinnitus here.
Tinnitus. This is how you say it in Dutch.
Empty. We almost done here. I got to spend a penny.
Boss wave. I'm having the same feeling that I have with Avowed. It's very bland. Which is not a good thing.
I will turn your insides to the fucking moment. Knives for a pro. Ooh, real Jack the Ripper stuff. Great for slicing, dicing, chopping and more.
Got everything you need, team?
It's a little high. Oh, it's a little hot.
Well, we have what we came for. Now bring them back to base.
Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Here's the thing, right? It's nothing we haven't seen before a million times. And I am not a fan of all this live service bullshit.
Just think about how dumb you have to be a contributor on the majority port to say, oh, well, I thought Larry Krasner was a soft-on-crime prosecutor, not realizing that from...
Porzine possesses equipment far beyond Nightfall's own capabilities. Infiltrate the R&D Blue Laboratory and utilize it to analyze those infected samples.
And an actual store. What the fuck is that? Why am I getting Call of Duty flashbacks?
From the moment he took office, homicide rose dramatically until it hit its all-time peak in terms of raw numbers,
And a
then
battle
started
pass?
to fall only after Larry Krasner started prosecuting repeat offenders and pushing for harsher sentences. And by the way, if you look at the quotes from Krasner in relation to this unit, it's almost as if I said them myself. The idea behind the new unit, Krasner
This ain't
said,
looking
is
good.
that a relatively small number of people commit many of the city's gun crimes. Quote, it doesn't take a whole lot of people to do a whole lot of crime, he said. Quote, for people who are legally...
I'm not a fan of that at all. Actually, it turns me right off. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's not looking like it's something I'm gonna get. At least not at launch. Maybe they course correct. Hopefully they do. Killing Floor 1 and 2 was pretty fun, right? I have good memories of those games. But it's also like that type of game is a dime a dozen, you know?
Possessing firearms.
You're gonna have to work
and
on
doing
it.
it repeatedly, you're looking at a very dangerous population, and we have to dig in on that small number of people. Again, this is Larry Krasner, the Soros DA, having that come to Jesus moment. This is Larry Krasner, the I don't want to prosecute anyone for anything. I'm a public defender. I'm going to start my time in office by busting up the prosecution units that exist, that were working, have horrible results, and then backpedal on that and start targeting the repeat offenders.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it still popular?
Targeting
I feel like it's
repeat
not.
offenders that commit the same crime over and over and over again. And Emma said, those are the most desperate people. You need to give them even bigger breaks.
And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass
Like, it
incarceration
was
is
popular,
pretty simple.
right? But
what you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals because
it's
the
been a
same
while.
criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because
This
they're
is because they're
incredibly
repeat offenders.
impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
But that's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well,
So-
no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure, but like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But
That's
again,
profit.
this is what you do, Tim. You return to anecdotal examples
We're
when
talking
I'm
about 300
trying to
people.
talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people,
And I am talking
which is the
about
anecdotal evidence.
Why is it
what
not showing?
300 people.
He said the same
There-
300 people, the ones
There
committing
it
the crime. I
is.
said,
A
right,
third
these-
of the shoplifting
these
arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so
not
we should have a
desperation.
system of mass incarceration because there are 300.
that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
So for this dopey, spoiled brat to flex her luxury beliefs that progressive prosecutions work, when in reality, the exact opposite of everything she advocated for, and by the way, what I did advocate for—
They need to make a new one of these, dude. I want a Graveyard
drove
Keeper
down
2.
gun violence and homicide in the city of Philadelphia.
First one was great.
Is embarrassing. It should be
It is great.
humiliating. She should be laughed off the internet for being this bad at her job. But again, these people operate in the most superficial way when they come into contact with these issues. Emma Vigeland and all the folks over at the Majority Report actually genuinely believe that criminals are innocent Beba Angel Aladdins who didn't do nothing wrong, who just need more slaps on the wrist. And guess what? The result of that was surging homicides for 6 years in the city of Philadelphia. The result of just 1 year of trying my approach, 1 year of prosecuting just the serial repeat offenders.
I like
just the
games like
people
this.
Who offend time and time again, was that they prevented over half the murders of the peak that Larry Krasner presided over. It's absolutely crazy how if
It's been a while
somebody-
since I played it,
wait a
though.
minute, if somebody is repeating crimes over and over again with firearms, then maybe, just maybe, at one point in time, they're likely to pull the trigger on that firearm, and that might lead to somebody dying. Obviously, my position is crazy and illogical, according to Emma Vigeland, but to anybody who has any semblance of rational reason or, sentience, it's obviously that's the case. That's the solution. That's what solved it. But why look into it if you're the Majority Report and you just want to say progressive prosecutor good, even when they do the exact opposite of what you advocated for years?
34% in Philadelphia, 32%
It's a donkey.
in Washington, D.C.
Now, look, I know I spent a lot
Communist
of time talking
donkey.
about the city of Philadelphia and giving Larry Krasner credit for finally figuring out that prosecuting repeat offenders works, but I also want to highlight DC because this is the exact thing that I've called Emma Vigeland out to her face time and time again.
Crime is down in New York City in 2023, by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
But
2022.
don't change the subject, right? You
I'm not.
accused us of publishing videos we don't publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something
It
that's
wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide
a
in the city of New
small
York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023. That's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies.
I love the sounds they make.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak, for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
Year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year-over-year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year-over-year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
Yeah, it's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
Which is, of course, being incredibly misleading in terms of the crime stats when she says down 32%, because again, the question should always be down compared to what? Down compared to what? Again, remember that question, because if you look at the DC crime data, what you will find out is that yes, homicide is down 32%. That is absolutely wonderful. In 2023, we had 274 murders in our nation's capital, and that reduced to 187. Now, this is absolutely great news, but it needs to be understood by everybody out there in the audience that 274 number from the year before was extremely elevated. It was a dramatic jump because in the District of Columbia, they passed a lot of their woke criminal justice reforms going into 2023, and that's why crime was so elevated in that year. More so even than, by the way, post-George Floyd, even though it is still up compared to the pre-George Floyd era. Again, roll back the data a little bit and understand the context in which we're functioning. So as you can see, we have the 187 homicides in 2024. In 2023, we had 274, which was a dramatic jump from 2022's 203. And again, that was a slight drop from 2021, which had 226. 2020, the year of George Floyd, 198. 2019, we had 166. Now again, remember the premise of what Emma Vigeland and these dopes at the Majority Report are trying to tell you. They're trying to say that the George Floyd effect, not a thing. It was just the pandemic effect. And guess what? As economic conditions have improved, the pandemic crime wave has evaporated. But as you can see right there, homicide in the District of Columbia is still up compared to the pre-George Floyd, pre-pandemic levels. And again, if it was the pandemic that was causing the crime spike in the District of Columbia, they have to explain to me why the pandemic crime spike disproportionately increased it to the highest year in 2023 rather than in 2020 or 2021 like we saw in other parts of the country. It's almost as if these people have no idea what they're talking about, and while I'm willing to show you any data set, go over it, explain it to you in detail, these people are not. They'll just pull up an article with preliminary data, say it confirms my narrative, and then try to shuffle along like it's no big deal. Well, it is a big deal. You're lying to people, you're lying to your own audience, and it's embarrassing, and I trip you up on the same exact stuff in every one of my responses. These people just look for data points, little factoids, in order to pretend that they're right without ever diving that deep into it. And by the way, we talked about the Freddie Gray effect in the city of Baltimore, just so you can understand the impact that these reforms can have on the police department and Marilyn Mosby's department as compared to Ivan Bates, who succeeded her, and just like Larry Krasner, decided that he was going to crack down on repeat offenders, specifically repeat offenders that engage in crimes with firearms. And what did we see? Elevated homicides every year Marilyn Mosby was in office, and as soon as Ivan Bates came in with a harsh on crime approach, we see a drop in homicides back to still very bad levels because it's the city of Baltimore, but lower and more in line with what you could expect from that particular city. Just look at the data for yourself. Woke prosecutor comes in 2015, Marilyn Mosby runs on getting as many people out of prison as possible, cheers on the Black Lives Matter riots that are tearing up her city. She stays in office until the end of 2022, but as soon as the clock hits 2023, all of a sudden, this very stable, pandemic-resistant rise in homicides that we saw throughout her whole tenure turns around, goes in the complete other direction. When he decides to actually go after the criminal rather than pretend they're Aladdin, crime drops dramatically. So yeah, Emma, Matt, the other guy who doesn't appear on camera, and the guy that's in the split screen with you that's not Sam Cedar, you're all dopes. You're all fools. You want to call me out? You want to say that I don't look into the data, that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I just look for factoids and little isolated incidents in order to prove my narrative? When guess what? The data supports me. I'm perfectly fine to dig into it and throw it in your faces every single day, every single time we can do this, because you don't get it.
The data does not include New York City. But the data that they have released says that crime has been declining, so perhaps that will cut into this percentage.
So Emma says that this data set does not include New York City, but their data is showing that it's declining. Now, of course, she's highlighting homicides for all the cities that she highlighted right there. So I'm just going to pull up the homicide data. Anybody can do this. It's actually available even on Wikipedia of all places, although the NYPD keeps very detailed statistics, and I recommend going there because they update them probably more frequently. But we'll just go from 2019 all the way to 2024 so you could see that the same thing that I've been pointing out time and time again holds true, which is down compared to what? The question they will never answer is down compared to what? So in 2019, we had 319 murders. Then we saw the 47% year-over-year increase, which brought us to 468 murders. And then in 2021, we saw another increase to 488 murders. Then in 2022, we saw a decline to 438, 2023, 391. And in 2024, New York had 377 homicides, still up, still elevated from before 2019. Now again, if these dopes were actually trying to refute, dispute, or go against my points about criminal justice reforms being instituted in 2020 that had an impact on New York City, you would think when they say crime is down, they would mean crime down compared to 2019. But of course, they can't mean that because crime is still elevated compared to 2019, which is something that they refuse to address. And by the way, we see the same tricks in terms of subway crime in the city of New York, but a little bit of a different blend, where it turns out that property crimes are down in the subway, but rape, homicide, assault, and a bunch of other serious crimes that are not property crimes, not the crimes of poverty that we're told about by these people, are actually
It's
up.
not actually doing
so you end up
anything.
with a 12% decline, even though it's elevated in most of the major categories. Again, when we're talking about major city police departments, they tend to keep pretty good stats. You can pull this stuff up on your own, see it for yourself, verify what I'm saying is true, or you could be like the majority report and just report a nebulous downtrend of a percentage year over year and pretend like we're still not elevated since the George Floyd incident. We're still not elevated in New York since statewide bail reform.
But I also want to point out data from 2023 because this would be consistent with that. This is the FBI's more complete data that we have on 2023, the previous year. Violent crime in the U.S. dropped in 2023, according to FBI statistics that showed a continued trend downward after a coronavirus pandemic-era crime spike. Overall, violent crime declined an estimated 3% in 2023 from the year before.
Now, Emma then jumps to the 2023 data because she says that's more complete data, but I will point out that the 2022 data showed a crime drop of about 2%. It was revised upwards 6%, so we saw an increase of 4% for 2022, and this should not be surprising to happen again in terms of the 2023 data, because the same methodology and the same issues that existed when they did the switchover that I explained earlier in this video are also applicable to the 2023 data. But as of right now, totally fine to accept that nationwide crime dropped slightly in the year 2023. I will just point out that we just saw a revision, and the National Crime Victimization Survey shows contradicting information. But again, to be fair, Emma and the whole majority report crew are willfully ignorant of all those facts, so I don't blame them too much for highlighting the 2023 data.
This has been a complete, utter lie from the beginning that has been used to justify things like this. I know I'm going on for a while, but the White House put out this damn disgusting ASMR thing, mainstreaming the shackling of tens of thousands of people who are immigrants.
So then we get into the emotionalism of this, which is, oh my god, their misconstruing of the data is used to justify things like this, and we get a cut to the Trump administration showing illegal migrants being deported from the country, which of course leads Emma to say they committed no crime except for crossing the border illegally. That crime they committed.
And we now know from the data that it's a majority non-criminals, but they're counting anybody that crossed the border without documentation, but even dreamers, which is a legal program, as criminals. This is what the official White House account under Donald Trump posted yesterday.
And again, I will point out that the Trump administration right now is targeting people that have deportation orders or have been convicted of serious violent crimes. That's who's being targeted right now. There's 1.4 million people with active deportation orders. Those people gotta go. They've already been adjudicated to be not bueno for the United States of America. So yeah, you cry me a river for the literal non-citizens as you support the constant crime and victimization and cover up for the criminals of your fellow Americans.
The truth is that the people who are actually lying and misrepresenting the crime story in America are the people who are pointing towards blue state and like blue mayors, like the Young Turks, when the real truth is, and the people who give a about crime and people getting ground up in this country, the truth is that Missouri, even excluding Kansas City, has higher violent crime rates than New York City. Why is it that people have no idea about that?
So I love it when lefties who don't know anything about crime, who don't know anything about the subject matter, try to virtue signal this hard and clearly just express their ignorance. So Matt Leach said, oh, well, if you exclude Kansas City, Missouri still has a higher rate of violent crime than New York City. And again, you can exclude Kansas City, which is pretty bad. It has pretty high crime rates. It has some big issues, Democrat-run city. But the real issue in the state of Missouri is the city of St. Louis, which is the murder capital of the country. If Matt Leach would have known that, he might have said exclude Kansas City and then St. Louis. But the fact of the matter is, we don't even know if that would actually drop the crime levels to the point where he's trying to make this argument. So yeah, St. Louis is the worst city in the United States of America.
No,
New
no.
York City is one of the safest big cities,
Bollocks.
even right now, even with the elevated crime in the entire country. However, what we do on this channel, and I say this time and time again, because we're interested in an honest conversation, we actually go over the data, is explain to you that New York is bad in comparison to recent years of New York history. Crime has gotten worse for sure, but obviously it's nowhere near as bad as Chicago, which is nowhere near as bad as Baltimore, which isn't as bad as the city of St. Louis, although Baltimore, Detroit, and of course the city of St. Louis would trade that top spot for #1 in homicides.
Oops.
For the last decade. It's not unusual to see any one of them at the top of that list. So yeah, we understand contextually that New York isn't as bad as St. Louis, another blue city that had an elected Democratic prosecutor that, by the way, even though it's still #1 in homicide, saw a drop in homicide the year that the governor removed that prosecutor, Kim Gardner. But, you know, Matty over here is interested in virtue signaling rather than, you know, actually being accurate about the places that he talks about. So who can expect him to know all of this just because he's pretending like he does on a show?
Look, the rise in crime, it was very clear, like it was for the reasons we said and not the George Floyd effect, like Anna's favorite charlatan likes to point out. It was clearly because of the material pressures put on people because of the pandemic.
No, not even close, Matt. Not even close. It's not because of the material pressures of the pandemic. Again, these people never address the fact that crime went down during the Great Recession. So if it's just economic factors, then why would we see crime go down? And by the way, property crimes also dropped there. But we saw a dramatic spike after the George Floyd incident, directly after the George Floyd incident, because make no mistake about it, crime was falling at the beginning of the pandemic, not rising, and this was due to the fact that you guys got your way. You cut the police. You reduced their numbers. We went in your direction in terms of woke criminal justice reform, and guess what? It backfired. And every time you point to a gain in
Forgot to talk to the innkeeper because I'm a moron.
Policy that's more aligned with me than you, that is the cause of that. You're embarrassing, you're an absolute fool, and you can be offended by the George Floyd effect all you want, but the fact of the matter is, you've tried time and time again to cry your way out of it, only to get smacked back into place by me because you got no counter arguments. All you have is virtue signaling disguised as logic and some swear words to show how much of a tough guy you are. Again, this is a monthly homicide chart that shows you the normal trend of spikes in the summer and drops in the winter every year up until you get not to the pandemic, which is marked off with the transparent red cover, but up until you get to this red line. This red line shows the break with what was previously normal. And guess what? This red line corresponds to the last week of the month of May in 2020 when George Floyd died. That's why it's called the George Floyd effect, because it's not due to the pandemic, it's due to the unrest, anti-police sentiment, and all of the consequences of the Black Lives Matter movement becoming re-emergent in the year of 2020. Matt, Emma, I need you guys to understand this. You hold the beliefs of the progressive elite. That's who you are. Just deal with it. Us in the real world that actually have to engage in these neighborhoods with the consequences of the policies that you advocate for, do not support them. These are your luxury beliefs. That is just a fact. That is just reality. So stop crying about it and stop crying about Anna Kasparian actually being correct and not falling in line with your stupid propaganda. Now look guys, that's all I really have for you guys today. Thank you so much for watching. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Majority Report, not understanding anything in terms of criminality, and who's surprised by that? No one. Till next time.
This looks like Jake Paul in 20 years. BioWare calls out the cruelty of fans celebrating layoffs. You are crossing a line, and you're probably attacking the wrong person anyway. Uh-oh. So we're getting called out by the gaming industry. Uh-oh, here it is. Here it is. Let's take a look at it. You don't know the circumstances that resulted in the thing that you're mad at. Mark Dara is a true BioWare veteran, returning to his consultancy before returning in a consultancy role to shepherd Dragon Age the Veilguard over the finish line. So let me get this straight. This guy is the person who's telling us that we're wrong for thinking that it's good that shitty studios are getting shut down, while he recently was a consultant for Dragon Age the Veilguard that they had to, because keep in mind, in an investor's earning call, you legally have to tell the truth. They had to say the game really sucked a big dick, right? And it sucked a mega dick, not a big dick, a mega dick. Okay, he's wearing an Anthem t-shirt. You know what? You know what, guys? Hey, I'm not so bad, huh? How about that? You know, oh yeah, I liked Avowed more than a lot of other people did. Oh, you know, everybody but this is outrageous. Like, I look like a fucking wizard. I look like a patrician fucking, like, historian of video games compared to this. This is crazy. The shirt's cool. It is a cool shirt, but it's the wrong shirt. Okay? Yeah, this is nuts. During his latest video, the subject of more toxic element. Where is it here? Dara's latest video. Where's his video? Where's his fucking video? The video is called $70 Doesn't Buy You Cruelty. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Stop harassing developers. Where's he saying it? This should be obvious.
Did you read the title? Did it say something like your $70 doesn't buy you cruelty? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. The fact that you bought a game that you didn't like doesn't give you the right to be cruel or unkind to the people that developed that game. Now, I'm going to be clear about something. I'm not saying that you have to like the thing you bought. I'm not saying even that you aren't allowed to complain about the thing you bought. You can have whatever opinion that you feel like.
Apparently not.
Even if that opinion is stupid and wrong, you are entitled to that opinion. And to some degree, you're entitled to express that opinion to the corporation, to the video game studio that created this game that you bought.
But
you paid 70 of your own dollars for this game, and it disappointed you.
Yeah.
And you're angry about that. that is fine. You are entitled to be angry about it.
Thank you.
And you're
Thank you.
entitled to
Thank you.
express that anger in...
Well, I'm glad he agrees. Yeah, I totally agree with him. Absolutely. Yeah, said abuse from players. So in Dara's latest video, here's another subject. The more toxic elements of video game fandom, which are much more of an issue of developers than players might think. In a 2023 GDC survey of game developers, 91% of respondents said abuse from players was a problem. And if we're being honest, we've seen people go way over the top at developers online. Well, here's the thing, though. And this is, dude, Mark Curran is right about this. Tell that to the devs who are posting anti-white hatred, attacks on gamers, and death threats to MAGA. That's the problem. Is it takes two to tango here. Is you have these developers that are constantly demonizing video players, and these people don't get fired. They post extremist political opinions fucking constantly. And they demonize the players, they talk down to the players, they're patronizing, and then you're surprised that the players say, hey, you know what, we don't like this? Is this a fucking joke? What do you mean? They can't handle the truth. Yes, I know, it's nuts. How is this even possible? So PC Gamer, $70 doesn't buy you cruelty. Basically, he's not talking about folks criticizing a game they paid for it. Dara's issue is about fans having the right to target random developers who work at the studio at a given title, even when you don't know the circumstances that resulted in the thing that you're getting mad at. I'm sure that to some degree this is true, but when you see a developer or somebody that works at a company post something that's fucking racist, and then you say, hey, this guy's a piece of shit, is this really what the problem is? Is this really a problem? What are we talking about here? You cross the line when you start being cruel about it. You don't need to go out of your way to cause harm to other people because of a video game. Obviously, nobody's... No, what do you mean? Who's supporting this? Nobody's supporting causing harming somebody. This isn't it. Yeah, all these guys aren't allowed to have their own opinions. It's like these things don't like. It's specifically to point out that you're being angry at a specific person, you're attacking a specific person is often misdirected. So, yes, in some cases, this is true. But what about the cases where it's somebody who works at a company? See, this is where I'm at, okay? And this is me being logical. So, if I think about this, and I think to myself, oh, okay. So, what the problem is here is that the people that are working at the company might not all deserve the same treatment that this person does. Here's what the problem is. It's that that person doesn't get fired. That person doesn't get fired. There's nothing that happens about it at all. That's it. That's the issue. It's the director. Yeah, it's the director making personal statements like this. Yeah, it's insane. Why should we as consumers care about their circumstances?
Certain channels.
Yeah.
If you are mad at that Ubisoft game, be mad at Ubisoft. Express your anger to Ubisoft or to the studio that made the game.
Yeah.
But you cross a line when you start being cruel about it.
What does this mean?
So why am I saying you don't get to be cruel because you spent $70? Let's walk through it. One, you shouldn't be cruel at all. What are you doing? It's a video game. You don't need to go out of your way to cause harm to other people because of a
Define
video
harm.
game that you don't like.
I don't like this word harm because it's like you're talking about harm.
Thank you.
These are internet comments. I don't think anybody's supporting actual violence or threats. Nobody's really supporting this. Somebody thinks this. There are some people that think this. They're crazy.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to be angry about it. I'm not saying you don't get to express your dissatisfaction with the content of the game that you're not enjoying. But when you climb into someone's personal social media and start actively attacking that person.
Well, what happens if that person's saying something?
Right? Don't start none, won't be none. Ever heard of that?
That you disagree with?
These fucking wokey old people, dude.
What is this?
What a retard.
You celebrate layoffs at a studio because the game that you don't like didn't do that well.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good because that means that there's not going to be more games like that, and it sets an example for the.
You get rid of the garbage and you hire people that care. Crazy how that works, right? It's capitalism. Oh my god.
That's a good thing. That's like, yes, you want to have situations where products that you don't like fail because it shows the market that other people don't want it. And that's not even a personal attack. It's not being cruel. That's saying, hey, your product, I didn't like your product, and big surprise, you know, I'm glad that it's not working out for you. We're at 211. Give me a minute. I'm going to get it over here.
Line into being cruel. And fundamentally, you should have more grace for other human beings.
Well, tell that to them.
But if you're not buying that, let's go
But also,
on to...
it's not grace. I mean, if somebody makes a shitty product and they get fired, that's not, like, this isn't graceful. Like, what is this?
Point 2.
Yeah.
You don't know what caused the results that you don't like.
Who cares? Who cares? Like,
go through an example. Let's say that you don't like the line delivery on a piece of dialogue. Is that the fault of the voice actor? It might be, but it could be a lot of other things too. It might be the fault of the person who was directing that voice actor. Maybe they were given very specific instructions to deliver the line in this particular way.
He brings up a good point in this circumstance, and I think that this is accurate. That there are some cases where voice actors do something because it was told, they were told to do it in a certain way. This point that he's bringing up is accurate. I agree with him in this.
Maybe the writer who wrote that line wanted it delivered in this particular way, and the stage direction specified this particular line delivery. Maybe the recording equipment at the voice studio went down, and the only take they managed to get was this first one that was done just to set the tone, and they were just kind of...
There is no other industry that when something goes wrong with a product, the people that work in the industry constantly try to make these emotional appeals in order to get people to accept a subpar experience. This doesn't happen in movies. It doesn't happen in restaurants.
It does happen in movies.
Happen in an airplane. It's like this never happens anywhere. Like, why is this unique with video games? Yeah, it only happens with video. This is outrageous.
Out of time and stuck with it. So if you go and you start attacking the voice actor for a line delivery you don't like, it might not be them at all. It might be
He's right about this. This is true. But I think that, and I think that he's right. So let me go ahead and make a little let's specify this a little bit more. So when you don't like something in a video game, it's very hard to pinpoint who the person is that is responsible for the thing that you don't like in the video game. Sometimes it's hard to know who exactly it is. And this has been an opinion that I've had for a long time. And I think an example of me expressing this opinion in the past is with Steve Denuser and World of Warcraft. I said that this guy was getting scapegoated a bit too much, because he was probably one person that was on the writing team, and the entire writing team are the ones that are at fault, and he's just the one that's speaking for them. So I've actually had this opinion before in the past, but the difference is that when an individual developer is making public statements and they're saying and demonizing groups of people based off of their public statements that are in some cases racist, they are politically motivated or problematic in one way or another, that person receiving feedback and criticism from that person, from the audience, that person receiving feedback is completely fair because they're the ones that are saying it. It's not like the studio is telling them to say that they hate white people. They didn't say that. They decided to do that themselves.
Something else. Indeed, it might not be the line delivery at all. Maybe the problem was the writing. So should you go attack the writer? Well, no, because why was the line written in this way? Was it written this way because the writer...
I think that this guy is actually illustrating a really great point of the reason why people should celebrate a lot of these layoffs, is that every bit of accountability and fault inside of an organization is displaced and diluted down to a point where you don't even know who's actually at fault, who's doing anything wrong. It's nobody's, everything goes wrong and no one's to blame. And this is it's basically like an engineered form of bureaucracy that insulates people from any form of accountability at all. And I think that's where he's at. And I think that he's unknowingly making an argument for why the video game industry is as bloated as it is how is it not one or two people's fault that one of these things goes wrong?
I don't think he's making this unknowingly at all. I think he's fully knowledgeable of what he's saying.
Maybe it was written this way because there was incredible
Which is why he's saying it this way.
time pressures due to other externalities.
All this is obvious. Let's move on.
And all of this isn't to say that you aren't allowed to have your own opinions, to not like the things you don't like. It's specifically to point out that you being angry at a specific person, you attacking a specific person, is often misdirected. If you
True in some cases, not in all cases. There are a lot of the people who get celebrated, and also, like, when you're a game director, so this is the thing, is that if you're a game director, and you're a person who is responsible for the leadership of the game, you are getting paid a lot of money. And with that money comes responsibility. Now, it might not always be your fault when something in the game doesn't go well, but it is your responsibility. That's what leadership is. So when a person like this, like, that's how it is. That's the way it goes. So yes, it is when the game doesn't go well, it's the director's fault. It is. Now, there could be some behind-the-scenes reason why it's not entirely his fault, but if you want to look at somebody, you need to look at, eventually the buck has to stop somewhere up the line. It does. Fine, this doesn't happen in Chinese studios. If someone makes a mistake, then if they find out who it is and they demand a public apology, even dismissal or free work for 3 months. Well, the difference is that a lot of individual developers that receive a lot of negative feedback and negative criticism from players are developers who constantly assert their own political opinions, and then they try to basically insert those political opinions into their media. So, like, with Avowed, for example, like, it was one specific person talking about putting things into the video game that were disagreeable by a large percentage of people. That's a totally different thing. Trump is live? No, it's not live. It's not live. If it was live, I'd be watching it. It's not live. A guy in Indiana got arrested today for posting death threats to Elon on X. Really? I'd have to find a link to that.
You feel like you're just not getting the satisfaction from yelling at the corporate Twitter channel or yelling at the studio directly. I would say again that you shouldn't be targeting people directly, even the executive producer. But you know what? If you feel the need, the higher up in the organization you go, the more I'm going to say have at her. As you get beyond the executive producer and you get up into studio leadership and group leadership and the C-suite and the person in charge of the entire
They're the ones who are accountable.
They share responsibility in the game you don't like being the way that it is.
Yes.
So if you feel the need to yell at them, again, probably don't, but they're big boys and girls.
Why is everybody hung up on Avowed? I think the reason why people are hung up on it is very simple. So this is a big issue that I think a lot of people have. People are very fatigued from video games that are being pushed out by people who express opinions that are disgraceful, problematic, disagreeable, or unlikable. And they feel like there is a small subset, and I'm one of these people.
Tomorrow.
I feel like there is a small subset of the game development culture that is actively pushing an agenda inside of video games that is reductive, that is annoying, and that I don't think is receptive or respectful of average players. I think these are basically activists that are putting... They're trying to take over media spaces, and they're doing the same thing in television and movies too. They're trying to take over media spaces and use these media spaces as a canvas for them to paint their picture of how the world should be. And I noticed this, I think a lot of people notice this, and I think people are tired of it. So the reason why Avowed is something that people are talking about a lot is simply because it's one of the cases of that happening, and a person who is overtly stating what their viewpoint is, and it's exhausting. That, yeah, it's so obnoxious, and I think that's the real reason why people are mad. The guy's missing the point. No one justifies attacking voice actors. We want directors to get fired, and they rarely are. We don't celebrate people losing their jobs. We're celebrating companies taking L's. Yeah, in some cases, that's true.
So they should be able to handle it. The reality is, most of those people do not have a social media presence, do not have a way that you can yell at them directly. So a lot of times what I'm telling you is the least senior person you're allowed to yell at is the executive producer, and a lot of times the most senior person you're going to be able to yell at is the executive producer. So once again, the executive producer serves as a lightning rod for all this vitriol. If you feel like you're not being listened to when you complain on Metacritic or you complain on the forums of a studio, or you complain into the social media channels of the publisher or the studio, be aware that this stuff is carefully scrutinized, not just by the social media teams, also by the teams themselves. Arguably, in a lot of cases, to too great of a degree. The team is listening, I would say often, too much to what you are yelling about and complaining about.
Then why aren't they changing it? Then why do they keep adding in things that are weird, and why do they keep enforcing social political issues that are divisive into the games? Why do they keep doing it then? Like, that's it. It's not their decision. That's fine.
In these channels. But don't worry, you don't need to go onto their Twitter channel and yell at them directly, because they're going to hear it anyway. Be a human being, have some empathy, and stop being cruel. Stop throwing a party because a bunch of people lost their jobs. Because you don't know the circumstances that resulted in the thing that you're mad at. People deserve some grace. People deserve some empathy from you, and if you can't provide that, then stay off the internet completely. One last time for the cheap seats, you are entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to be angry about a game that you bought.
Yeah, sure.
You paid good money for it. But try to remember that it's just a game. Even more importantly, when you are expressing your complaints, stay away from cruelty. Stay away from targeting individual people. Stay away from trying to cause harm. Stay away from celebrating harm done to actual human beings.
I think this is all bullshit. I do. I think it's all bullshit. It absolutely is. Being cruel or whatever. The fact is that if you're going to push an agenda in a video game and people don't like the agenda, they don't like the video game. And this is even true, by the way, this is true with, I would say, most topics and most things. We're the fucking customer. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this is just how it's going to be with anything. If you're releasing a video game and you saw the guy sexual harassment someone on Twitch, LSF? No, I didn't see that. I have no idea. Like, I mean, if somebody's sexually harassing somebody else, then they should get banned. It's pretty simple, right? I mean, what are we even talking about? It's not really, there's not really much of a conversation about that. Anyway, so the devs shouldn't go for the woke studios. Well, it's if you're pushing a narrative like this, and you have people that are pushing opinions like this that people don't like, then you should expect to have people celebrate when those opinions get deleted. And also, these developers, in a lot of cases, make it personal. They're the ones that are making it personal, not oftentimes the players. And I think that players feel like they're being preached to and they're being talked down to in a lot of cases, and they feel like certain types of the game design, like for example, like the body type 1 and 2 thing, why should a player be okay with that and not celebrate this going away if they don't like it? Because if you don't like something, wouldn't it be a good thing that the thing that you don't like is taking an L? I would say so, yeah. And I think everybody knows that there's obviously going to be like collateral damage where it doesn't always like affect any one person or whatever. But that's it. Pokewalls went after you again, it seems, at LSF. Well, I'm glad he did. That's great. You know, maybe that'll get more viewers to his channel, and he won't have to keep acting weird. I mean, I honestly, here's really the truth, right? I've said a bunch of stuff about Poke. I don't like what is it? Yeah, I don't give a shit. LSF, the GCJ clone. Well, I think that really this is the reality, is that a lot of people are going to be, and this is the way that streaming is, and it's always been like this, is that people have. But anyway, well, actually, let me just wrap this up. I'm getting distracted. Let's not do that. One shouldn't personally attack producers of anything. I think that you're right. I think it's absolutely fair to say that it's not okay to randomly attack random people that work at a company just because they're working on a product that you don't like. I completely agree with that, and I don't.
Wait, how do I make that?
Saying that's not true. But there are a lot of instances where individuals that work at these companies are making public statements about.
Wait, I can't make it with an anvil. How the fuck do I get? What?
Guess what? They're gonna have people that don't like them. That's normal. And to say that people can't celebrate a person who they don't like taking an L, I think that's normal. Yeah, that's it. And what's this here? You want Justice in Americans $5,000 each? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, man. As I said, I think there's a higher chance that we're going to get a unicorn. You can't take negative reactions in the industry and learn from it. You weren't meant to be in it? Yeah, exactly. And so PoE 2 is releasing in about a month? Holy shit. Yeah, anyway, so no, like, the thing is that Candanoans...
There's no way.
Bridget series? I have no idea what that is at all. But, yeah, anyway, people love to cry, and they love to complain. I'll link you guys the video. I mean, like, there's like, part of what he's saying is true, but I think that it's also... You're obviously going to have people that are going to be happy that a game is not doing well, right? Like, they are. They're going to be very happy about it.
Oops. Oh my god. I didn't even say no. Damn it. Yeah, that sucks. I didn't mean to say no. Hmm. When do I get the next corpse? Hmm. I guess I have to buy some?
None of that matters because he's not only admitted to having done it, and all recently was exposed for having sent a video of an orbiter of his called Pixie, a video of a sexual nature to a third party without Pixie's consent. Okay? Now I say that quite conclusively because that happened, right? That definitely happened without question. The evidence is there, the facts are there, it's all laid out, okay? And beyond that, there's other allegations that have been floating around. There's someone called Stasia that hasn't really spoken much about it, but has tweeted a bit about it. But they say they're pursuing some sort of legal avenue, but there's not much that's come through off of that. You know, Pixie thing is obviously the biggest thing that we've seen so far. And then obviously Cherry has also made an allegation that she was recorded audio engaging in a sex act without consent, and that was sent without consent. So we've not seen any kind of like documents or legal aspects of that yet, but we do have now the first kind of substantive document come through off the back of this, which is of course Pixie's lawsuit against Stephen Bernal
The second.
Damn, tough. My former master finally receiving some legal consequence for something, after all these many years of you know, dramas involving these sorts of things. So, in any case, we will of course be going over it. Now, obviously, you know, I'm going to try and be fair. Okay, obviously, you know, I do have a sort of perspective on this already, having looked at the information and the evidence.
Yeah, I just want the fucking
publicized so far. So we'll look at the document, and then we'll maybe. I really want to look at some actual legal analysis of this, But it's difficult because all of LawTube are right-wingers who hate Destiny. So I think I've already watched one that I think we can watch, which is actually fairly balanced. I tried. I say I tried. I watched potentially
Holy
President
shit.
talk about it, right? And he was there going like, "Yeah, this guy, commies down, commies down. Yeah, the orbiters are all commies and they're getting taken down." And I was like, "Okay, dude, have your fun with it by all means." But I don't know if I can really trust this as fair analysis because clearly, you know, you've got a very big bias that you're struggling to get over just in talking about it, right? They are down your molding. Well, no, that's fine. If you want to say that, it's fine, right? But, you know, I just think that you can't really take his legal analysis as read, you know? So, yeah. Anyway, analysis, commies down, TDD. Anyway, there's Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law did very good coverage of it. There's also Legal Mindset. But Legal Mindset, I don't really trust, unfortunately, sadly. So Uncivil Law was the best of that I could see. Hey, buddy, I can't talk right now, but if you want, we can take some time to talk when you're free if you want. Hey, Mario! Hope you're well. I mean, sure, if you're willing to hop on and give your kind of take on this, I'd be more than happy to, you know, be more than happy to hear your sort of perspective on it. So that'd be interesting. But yeah, maybe I've got quite a bit to get through today. Oh yeah, but not for anyway, fine. So maybe we can arrange something tomorrow, if you're around. That would be interesting.
I have to exhume the corpse, that's why the other corpses aren't coming yet.
Stop stalling. What? Dude, I'm responding to people in chat that have got relevant knowledge. Relax. Guys, it's not as if we haven't got all day. Relax, okay? So, without any further ado, so I think it's actually J-Stalk that I think got hold of this. I'm not sure how, but he publicised it first from what I could see. So we'll just go over his tweets about it. It literally is just a lawsuit. So, of course, though, as always, a man's life hangs in the balance. We enter the rate review to end all rate reviews. Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives just the same. Welcome to the rate review.
Massive fail. There's no sound. Can't afford one.
So, here we go. Damn. Crazy to see this in black and white. Jane Doe Pixie versus Stephen Bonnell Destiny Court Docs. 1 out of 13. To the Honourable Courts. Well, let's go from the top. United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, Miami Division. Jane Doe, plaintiff, versus Stephen K. Bonnell II, defendant. Complaint. To the Honourable Court comes now. Plaintiff, Jane Doe, plaintiff. Bind through her undersigned counsel and very respectfully states, alleges, and prays as follows. Nature of action. The action seeks to hold defendant accountable for his unauthorized, intentional, and unlawful disclosure and dissemination of intimate images and sexually explicit videos of the plaintiff, thereby causing plaintiff extreme emotional and physical distress, depression, anxiety, and harm to a personal and professional reputation. Plaintiff seeks injunctive relief, compensatory damages, attorney fees, and other relief this honourable court deems just and proper as a result of defendant's unlawful, extreme, and outrageous conduct towards plaintiff. Plaintiff brings claims pursuant to, inter alia, the Intimate Image Protection Act, 15 USC 6851, the Sexual Cyber Harassment Statute, Florida Statute 784.09, and other Florida laws pertaining to the right and privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and the intentional infliction of emotional distress. Jurisdiction and venue. The court is subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to 1331, 28 USC 1331, because the action arises under the laws of the United States, including 15
and yeet.
Intimate Image Protection Act. The court has supplemental jurisdiction over the plaintiff's state law claims pursuant to 28 USC 1367 because they arise out of the same nucleus of facts as federal claims. So, from what I can understand, I think that it's just pretty clear, like obviously, it's in Miami, which is relevant to whatever the state aspect is of this.
Nobody.
And then you've then got the federal stuff, right? Got the federal stuff. What's going on in chat? What are people saying? Oh, by the way, I know that Destiny's planning to talk about this later. I'm going to obviously look at his response. But I doubt that I'm going to watch him live when he's going over it. I generally don't do that. So that'll probably be for tomorrow's stream. So if anyone is expecting me to watch him respond live today, that probably isn't going to happen. We'll probably do that as like the main thing for tomorrow's stream. So I'm just letting you know that now, okay? No, I tend not to cover people talking about stuff live, and also it's better for me if I cover it tomorrow morning, so I can cover it as the first thing and get a shitload of viewers. So it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great, guys. It's going to be great. Okay, so anyway, jurisdiction is obviously relevant, I'm sure. I don't think there's any argument about that, right? Parties. Plaintiff Jane Doe is a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Plaintiff brings this complaint anonymously due to the intimate and sensitive nature of materials which form the subject matter of this complaint. So I've seen people asking, you know, why file as Jane Doe and then use the name Pixie throughout the suit? Well, I'm pretty sure that's to protect the actual real name, I would have thought, right? Because presumably, like when this comes out, people are going to know it's about Pixie anyway. And it's just to protect the real name, I would imagine. Defendant, Stephen K. Bonnell II. Bonnell is a citizen of the United States and a resident of Miami Beach, Florida. Factual allegations. Bonnell, known online as Destiny, is a live streamer and political commentator. He has over 840,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He has a huge following on X, Kick, Reddit, and Discord. But oh, yeah, I heard about that. Apparently, Destiny was using Pixie's real name in the coverage. I mean, dude, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. We will watch his initial kind of response to this, okay? We'll have a look at that later. Bonnell had over 700,000 followers on his Twitch channel before he was banned from Twitch in March 2022 due to hateful conduct. Plaintiff, known online as Pixie, is also a live streamer as well as an influencer. Pixie has 15,000 followers on X, and on Twitch, she has 10,000 followers. Plaintiff began conversing with Bonnell on the Discord platform when she was approximately 19 years old. Bonnell was approximately 33 years old. At that time, Plaintiff was a new streamer in the same niche as Bonnell, politics. Approximately 2 years later, on or about September 12th, 2020, after multiple conversations about consent and boundaries,
I need this one.
Plaintiff engaged in
How do I
sexual
get the
relations
5?
with Bonnell. Plaintiff was inexperienced. Oh my god, dude. Oh god. And had only physical relations with one other person prior to Bonnell. This was the only time Plaintiff and Bonnell had sexual relations. During this one occasion, Bonnell recorded videos of Plaintiff and him engaging in sexual conduct, the videos. Okay. That is insane, if true. I mean, you know, the thing you need to bear in mind with this is, obviously there is some stuff that has been proven, there's evidence for, right? I'm not just going to accept something 100% stated in a lawsuit, because that's not, like, you know, I'm just thinking back recently, we obviously covered the H3 podcast lawsuit, and there's a bunch of stuff in there that I thought didn't seem right and didn't stack up, right? So I'm not just going to accept, yeah, that's definitely true, right? Because we don't know 100%. That being said, I mean, like, I think that if this is true about the recording, I mean, that is just a really bizarre thing to do. Like, you have your first sexual encounter with someone, particularly, you know, when it's, like, not in a dynamic of a relationship, seemingly, and you record it. Like, why would you record the first thing? Like, that's something that you would, like, build up to over a period of time, that eventually you'd be like, hey, it'd be kind of hot to record this. Yeah, it would. Let's do it, right? And then you do it then, when there's, like, a level of trust that's built. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, it's just, like, the kind of inexperienced aspect too, which, again, is stated in Pixie's statement, is stated here. Again, that kind of adds
I didn't
further
sell.
kind of like, you know, just disgusting elements to the whole story. You know, you got someone who is, you know, inexperienced, engaging in the sex act with someone that has gassed themselves up as being very into consent and stuff like that. They record it and then they send it to someone. They send it to a third party without consent. You know? Unbeknownst to plaintiff at the time, on or about October 4th, 2022, Bernal disseminated through electronic means one of the video to a 19-year-old woman using the screen name Rose. Rose was a random fan of Bernal's. Oh wow, look at that, another 19-year-old. Wow. Interesting. Another 19-year-old. Interesting. Rose was a random fan of Bernal's on his Discord platform that reached out to him on Discord. Bernal had never met Rose. Despite knowing nothing about Rose, and not even knowing a real name, Bernal intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's knowledge or consent. So, the thing is, and this has obviously been the subject of much discussion in relation to this.
Okay, at least we can make the anvil now, so then I can make those things.
That act, in and of itself, regardless of what else happened, okay, that, in my perspective, causes a harm in and of itself, right? Because you're breaching that person's consent. Because it's people that are saying, like, what about Solo? What about the person that leaked it? Yes. Also, that person is a completely disgusting freak as well, and they should be brought up on some sort of charge themselves. But two things couldn't be true at the same time, right? Solo could be a totally disgusting freak who deserves to go to fucking prison, okay? And this incident still kind of caused harm to the point that it's reasonable to, like, file a suit. Because people are saying, like, why aren't you going after Solo? Well, what does it matter? What does it matter? The guy, what's his name? Uncivil Law. I'm stealing his take for this because I thought it was a very good way of putting it, right? But it's the classic thing of, like, officer, why are you stopping me for speeding? That person over there is speeding faster than me, but you've stopped me for speeding.
Wait.
It's like, well, yeah, sucks for you, but even though it's not as
Are you
egregious an
serious?
act that maybe you could argue has been done in terms of publicising it more broadly, you're still breaking the, you know, arguably breaking the law here. You're breaking the rules, you know, breaking the rules of the road, so to speak. So I just find it such a fucking disgusting and weak attempt.
That's annoying.
Go, what about Solo? Well, what about Destiny? Destiny has created the circumstance by originally distributing this video to a third party without consent, and also that in and of itself causes a harm, I think, because you were, you know, especially once the person finds out about it, because you are, you know, putting them in a position where they have not said they wanted to do something, and you and then you flagrantly disregarded that to the point where you're just, you know, sending it to a third party with no meaningful consent. And the thing is obviously people are talking about his response. Maybe there's going to be some message that's found that maybe in a certain light can be painted some way. I don't know what it's going to look like exactly. But on a fundamental level, none of that matters. The lawsuit gets into this. None of that matters because he's not only admitted to having done it, he's also admitted to causing Pixie harm. So he's admitted to doing it, and he's admitting to cause Pixie harm. That's already happened. So no matter what way you slice it, no matter what way you cut it, no matter what cope you want to do, no matter what fucking screenshots you want to try and present in a certain way, no matter what narrative spinning and control you're trying to do, there's evidence of him doing it, there's evidence of him admitting to doing it, and there's evidence of him admitting to causing Pixie harm. So the question becomes, why any of those things present if it isn't true that he did it? Why would any of that have happened? Right? Can you prove that's him? I mean, we're getting to the point of, like, insane skepticism. We're getting to the point of absolutely insane skepticism where we're like, oh, maybe the screenshots are fake. Maybe it's not really him. I can't right now prove to you that it's him, okay? But, I mean, I would struggle to believe that this is not something that would be taken as the court as a legitimate record of him having admitted these things. I think that, you know, that's too much skepticism for my tastes, okay? And also,
how am I
there's
gonna
two
get?
parts to this one too.
For the rape reviews of rape reviews.
Thank you for the
Oh
sub.
my god! I
And
need
also,
4
the other
more of
problem that you've
those.
got as well with this, and this is just shows what a dishonest wretch Destiny is, right? So he has stated repeatedly, okay, he has stated repeatedly that he cannot talk about this. He can't talk about this because of pending litigation. I can't possibly talk about this because of litigation. Well, he has spoken about it repeatedly, often to smear the people that are coming out about him. And following this dropping, he's spoken about it on stream. So how do people buy this endless fucking retarded cope that he can't possibly talk about this whilst talking about it previously and talking about it now? What? Dude, it's fucking deranged, bro. What do you mean? He's talked about it loads. He's talked about it fucking loads. Right? Which is fine. It's obviously fine. If someone, you know, wants to talk about this, that's up to them. But you'll notice that he says that he can't talk about it when pressed on the particulars of his admissions. That's when he can't talk about it. He can talk about it when it's about smearing other people or about coping and narrative spinning about this fucking lawsuit. That's when he can talk about it, you know? So, you know, it's just a completely delusional cope to act like it's reasonable to consistently claim that you can't talk about something when you repeatedly talk about it, including after the lawsuit drops. The lawsuit has become public and you talk about it, right? He said repeatedly that he can't talk about it because of pending litigation. What, that's changed now because the lawsuit's public? He still can't fucking talk about it. He's just all of a sudden able to talk about it in any way that he seems right. Now, what would be more true to say is that legal counsel are advising me on what I can and can't say, right? That is more reasonable. But then,
At least we could afford
you're
everything.
admitting then that you are
Good.
obviously pulling out a sort of PR spin. And then the other problem with that too is, you know, if legal counsel are advising you that you shouldn't say that you didn't do something, like, what can we discern from that? What can we reasonably discern from that aspect? But there's, at the best, a question mark over the behaviour as to whether or not it occurred. There's people that are embroiled in legal issues, okay, who flatly state that they haven't done something. Daniel Green did this. Neil Gaiman has done this. Russell Brand did this. Like, multiple people on the threat of pending litigation or in the middle of litigation have said they've not done something.
True more and more every day. Wheelchair symbol.
Thank you for the super chat. So anyone that is still buying this insane, ever-twisting cope that it can't be spoken about when he is speaking about it repeatedly in ways that benefit him, I mean, you're just fucking, you're lost. You're lost. You're absolutely fucking lost.
You've
Anyway,
lost the
continuing on.
plot, mate. Sorry.
On or about November 29th, 2024,
Brits.
the sexually explicit video of Plaintiff that Benellis shared with Rose was uploaded to the website Redacted. The video was also shared on multiple other pornography websites, including Redacted. But doesn't it make sense that you can only talk about stuff that can't be used against you? Yeah, but that's, okay, dude, that's not what Destiny has said. Destiny has not said, I'm not saying anything that could be used against me, right? He is saying, I can't talk about it, and that just so happens to align at times when he's pressed or questioned about his admissions, then he can't talk about it. But when it comes to talking about and smearing people that are coming out against him, it's free reign and he can talk about it as much as he wants. And on top of that as well, I don't think it's true, I don't believe it's true that he has only said things that are like not working against him. I think he said things which are working against him. And you'll see in this lawsuit as well that they've actually used examples of his speech following this becoming public to further condemn his behaviour from like a legal sense.
You're welcome.
Anyway, continuing on. Had shared with Rose, was uploaded to the website Redacted. The video was also shared on multiple other pornography websites, including a bunch of redacted stuff. The caption on the video on the different platforms identify both Redacted. Shortly after the video is posted, various friends and random followers of Plaintiff inform her about the dissemination of the video. Some of the messages are very accusatory. She is shocked, humiliated, and mortified by the dissemination of the sexually explicit video. So, I mean, yeah, it's like probably quite blindsiding for this having happened. If what's being said is true, that it was a few years ago, you know, and Pixie had no idea this had been shared. I mean, yeah, it would be horrendous for this to, you know, become apparent. As of today's date, the video has been viewed on the redacted site over 10,000 times. It has been viewed on the redacted site over 58,000 times. It is at least as many views on other websites, but it has since been removed. It is still on the redacted site, but this site does not have a number tracker, so the number of views is unknown, but estimated to be in the tens of thousands. On redacted, there were over 10,000 views, but it has since been removed. How is Judge sweeping? Who will just say sweeping for anything now as a joke? Just ignore it. It's stupid. On the evening of November 29th, 2024, plaintiff sends a message to Bonnell on Discord, expressing a horror that he shared the video of her. She asked him if he sent any additional pornographic videos to anyone. He admits his guilt. Oh, dude.
That's a rough one.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal expert. Okay?
It's a rough one. I know lawyer either, but I know that's a rough one.
Lawyer that I have seen cover this at this point has gone like, ooh, that's tough. that's a tough situation. He admits his guilt, responding, there shouldn't be no. I'm so sorry, there's literally no excuse. I'd had phone convos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say at this point, but I'm super
so close
sorry.
you don't know her
There's
name?
literally no excuse. Now that is a rough message to see as part of a lawsuit against you, of you plainly admitting faults and apologising for said fault. What is the response to this? This is why I'm just so bamboozled by people that are like sat there and saying and hoping for something to come out. It's like he's admitted to it. What? The only thing you can do is try and twist a narrative farm. Apologising for what though? Well, this is him being challenged about the video having come out. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was about something else. Yeah, I've heard all the cope. I've heard all the cope, guys. Don't worry, it's okay. I've heard it all before. Is there any reasonable doubt? This is a civil suit, so it needs to be on a preponderance of evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt is a criminal standard, and it means normally like 99%. But you don't need beyond a reasonable doubt in this situation. Unlucky! Unlucky! Also, hide behind whatever fucking legal terminology you want with this. Whether it's beyond the reasonable doubt or a preponderance of evidence, that's not the standard that people need to come up with their own conclusion about whether or not they thought something happened, okay? People will look at one tightly cropped screenshot and go, yep, the person's a pedo. Now, I think that's wrong. I don't agree with that. I think that's a wrong thing. But I think there's plenty here for any reasonable person to come to the conclusion that this happened. There's plenty already. There's plenty already. Why do you want...
Oh yeah, he's definitely did it.
Guilty, right?
Like,
doesn't matter to me personally.
I don't think
I'm
that's even
pointing
that
out that
fast.
he's admitted guilt. Like, guys, here he is admitting guilt. Why do you want Destiny to be... He's admitted it. What do you mean? I'm just pointing out he's admitting it to it here. He not only admitted to it, but he did it. You can see... Do you know what, dude? It's so interesting. You can see the impact of this fucking narrative spinning that has happened here. That you've now got these totally brain-raped freaks that are coming in with, like, this absurd level of skepticism to this. It's like obscene levels of skepticism beyond what is reasonable, right? It's like, that's how it works. That's how the twisting works. And if you're in that community hearing that and getting subjected to that, and you've got other people that reinforce it, you know? It allows you to come up with these insane arguments that just don't fucking stand up to any reasonable scrutiny, you know? Just this, like, overzealous skepticism that is not at all reasonable or makes any sense, you know? Anyway, continuing on. Plaintiff then asked him to delete any and all videos that he has of her. The only angles that I think I've seen that it's basically going to get messy, right?
Off depressed people.
And give it a super chat. It is going to get messy. I'm not saying it's going to be straightforward, to be clear. I'm just saying that Destiny did that shit. But it's going to get messy because Destiny is obviously going to fight tooth and nail over this, and he's going to try anything that he can do to diminish and smear the other side of this in order to try and wrench narrative control back to himself. And that's going to work within his own community. His own community are going to buy into this, but I think the broader internet have already made their minds up because there's enough there to reasonably make your mind up.
Oh, he definitely did.
I think it's going to be his kind of
100%.
aspects of his community.
Allegedly.
He
fucking admitted to it, dude. What more do you want?
But beyond that,
It's like a doctor disrespecting, dude.
it's
The
there.
guy literally fucking put it in black and white.
Look to this.
What more do you want?
Yeah, he did that. I mean, what more do you want? What more could you possibly ask for? You know. Anyway, continuing on. The leak of the video goes viral and is being discussed by thousands of followers of Destiny and Pixie on various platforms, including YouTube, Discord, Reddit, Redacted, and Twitter X. Plaintiff begins receiving hundreds of insulting and harassing messages. Many of the followers discussing the leaks on different accounts falsely claim that Plaintiff exchanged sex, professional growth, and favours for Benel. Sorry, just to go back one step as well. If it was true that he did have some meaningful consent for this act, why didn't he just say it here? Why didn't he just say, okay, this sucks as has happened, but remember you did say to me that you were cool with this, right? Like, why would he not say it there? We'll get to it when we get to the response, but I think there's an angle being primed of like, well, this idea that, I can't remember what the exact message was, but was it implying that Pixie, like, it kind of backs up this idea that there was just like a sex cult and everyone was sending messages between each other or something like that. It seemed to kind of hint at that. And I wonder if that is maybe going to be an angle of like, you know, there's other examples of it happening the other way or something like that he's going to try and pull out. I don't know. But the thing is, the problem is, none of that matters in terms of assessing whether or not Destiny did it. Right? I don't think any of that matters, because if any of this was true, that there was this like mutually determined consent both ways to do it or something, why did Destiny admit to doing it as a wrongdoing aspect, and why did he admit to psychologically harming her? Do you see what I mean? Like, why is she... If genuinely you thought this was acceptable, why are you saying that you caused her psychological harm? It doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? So I think all he's got is some desperate attempt to smear the other sides of it. That's literally all I can conceive of in terms of a response here. And a lot of, like, self-victim narratives and stuff. What's the Destiny Steel Man? Wow, you sound like a dude. It's so you could literally just tell the fucking DGGers that are sliding into chat to watch me talk about this. The Steel Man of Destiny's position, I think, is that, well, it's actually this solo person that's responsible. They're the person that actually leaked this. They're the person that actually publicized this, and I was the victim of that. And therefore, I'm actually a massive victim in this. I'm pretty sure he said he's the biggest victim in all of this. So, that is the person that you should be going after. That is as good a steel man as I can think. But then the problem is, that doesn't change the fact that this act still causes harm and is potentially against the law here. Civil law. Thank you for the super chat. It's like, I don't know much about the legal stuff, but from watching some of the legal stuff, people talk about it, and just a base level knowledge of it, it's like, it doesn't matter if there's another party. This is the thing I was talking about earlier.
God, so many garbage in my fucking...
If there's another party...
It's kind of annoying.
...that has committed a wrong in this situation, like, this is still totally relevant to go after as a behaviour. Assuming it breaches this law, which obviously gets discussed in court and whatnot, right? The steel man is his actions are a legal blind spot. Wow. So the steel man is Destiny may be able to get away with something that is unquestionably egregious behavior, right? Because he's going to find a legal loophole to slip through. Wow, great steel man, dude, bro. That's so funny, man. Maybe his lawyers will be able to get him through some sort of loophole. Even though the behavior is disgusting. Anyway, very funny. Not having to go at you guys. Listen, we're just chatting about this. I'm actually very relaxed today. I'm feeling very relaxed, okay? So, yeah, I think that there isn't really a good steel man. The steel man, I think, falls down because we're talking about this still having legal weight, which I think it does. I think it still does have legal weight. And the only other thing is, oh, maybe his well-paid lawyers will find a loophole. Well, that's great in terms of getting around this, but it doesn't get around the fact that he admitted to doing it. And he admitted to causing Pixie, you know, like a level of psychological harm. Like, this is the problem you've got. It's like the Dr. Disrespect people that after Dr. Disrespect admitted to doing something wrong were desperately trying to climb uphill to explain why it's actually not what it's meant to be. And like, do you remember the cope there? It was like, oh, no, he admitted to it to trick the journalist to report on his words, and then he can take them to court for defamation. Where's all the defamation suits that Dr. Disrespect was going to file? Remember? That was the fucking narrative that people were fucking spinning.
Yep.
Dr. Disrespect is going to file all these lawsuits against lawyers, against the journalists, for reporting the words that he himself had said. And this was actually a narrative that people were spinning because Dr. Disrespect alluded to it on stream.
Yeah, people are retarded, dude. You can't have nice things because of those
no
people.
Such lawsuit has been filed since then. Interesting. Almost like it was complete bullshit cope. And under pressure, not knowing what was going to come out, he thought admitting to it was the best step. He then edited it because he realised how bad it looked. And then he had to edit it back. And that then spun into, oh, I did that to trick the journalist, dude. And then all his fucking retarded fans. I don't fucking care if Dr. Disrespect is a fucking nonce or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Just be honest and be real. Don't act like he didn't admit to doing what he admitted to doing, because he did, you know? Very cringe. Very cringe. Anyway, continuing on. So also, sorry, I keep going back to this. I feel like this is Destiny trying to, like, obviously, the reason he's being so frank about this, maybe a bit of panic, but also I think he's hoping he can privately resolve this. I think that's his kind of goal here. So he's willing to be quite open because my guess is he probably thinks this, you know, isn't something like, I'm pretty sure Jay Stork spoke on this. He mentioned of like a message that's like Destiny thinking that like Destiny, he was saying something about how he can like meme and sweep his way through this or something like that, right? Yeah, exactly. So I think that he's having these kind of frank conversations because he's thinking that he can just fucking sweep through this. And he's long held the perspective that, you know, if you just ignore drama for long enough, eventually it goes away. And I think that is broadly true. But if you have got like some sort of criminal act or civil act that you've committed, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that, you know, this is where you get fucked, is obviously if you've committed an act which could potentially be against the law or a civil tort or whatever, then you're kind of fucked, aren't you? Yeah, you can't ignore the court. Exactly. You can ignore people calling you all the names on the internet, but you can't ignore a legal suit getting filed against you, you know? And again, the legal analysis that I've seen of this, none of them have been particularly solid on the idea that this is something that can be dismissed. Like, they all seemed pretty confident that the next step here would be maybe some effort to dismiss it, but this would likely go through to discovery. And that's when it can obviously get very fucking messy and dirty.
Oh, I didn't make them.
Right? Anyway, continuing on. Plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified and depressed, and starts feeling suicidal. On or about December 11th, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Plaintiff messages Bonnell and tells him she is just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post detailing my feelings on what happened to try and ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. Right. So, obviously this has been the subject of much discussion, right? This kind of like, is this extortion or something like that? And obviously that was a big part of the President Sunday video, a lot of the criticism of that, criticisms I myself had, that felt like a really unreasonable and harsh framing that paints Pixie in a really bad light. I think that what is more fair to say is it can be argued. It could be argued that this is maybe not extortion, I don't know, but you could argue that this is like a bad act on Pixie's part, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is what the defense aspect is going to be, you know? Using this idea that she's talking about these extreme acts in order to try and influence the way that Destiny responds to it. Because I think it's quite clear that Pixie wasn't consulting legal advice, you know? So I think that had it been worded like in a softer way, rather than it being so harshly aimed towards Pixie's actions, I think if it had just pointed out like, hey, listen, obviously, as I said, I said that Pixie should have been consulted in some respect before this, but regardless, if you'd have just said, this looks bad, say, I think that's a more reasonable way of putting it, you know? Because it could be true, because I think, I understand this. This seems all completely, like, fair enough to me. It's just that it creates a risk, it creates an issue, it creates a legal hole that can be digged into. You see what I mean? And, you know, I understand, like, obviously Pixie was probably fucking distraught trying to deal with this. But that's why, obviously, like, you would go to legal counsel as the first step, because they're able to, you know, they're able to, like, navigate and help guide you through this. And I think, as much as I, obviously, you know, have said my piece on this, and I think that this is legitimate, I think Destiny did this, I think from a legal perspective, I can see this potentially causing some sort of issue in terms of, you know, defense could potentially be, you know, mounted. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a layman, I'm a retard, just to be clear. I think that otherwise, like, this is quite an overwhelming situation. And his side of the story, well, you know, but this is what I'm saying. His side of the story is just to PR spin his side of it, okay? Innocent until proven guilty. That's a legal standard. And we use that so we don't end up putting onerous terms on people that are, you know, we shouldn't. I said the same thing during the Russell Brand thing, with everyone banging on about fucking innocent until proven guilty, right? Okay? That's a legal standard. You can still determine, based on the information, what you think about it, and some people are appealing to, like, the highest standard in a criminal court before they make a decision about it, right? Some of this stuff, you may never be able to get them on a criminal aspect of innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Do you think Cinny Bears groomed someone or engaged in grooming behavior? Do you think Dr. Disrespect messaged a minor? Like,
yep.
You know, none of this has been proven in a criminal court or civil court, but we still believe it happened because we've got evidence to look at ourselves. You see what I mean? Yes, I'm going to get Mario on. I've already briefly spoken to him. He's going to come on another day. He can't come on today. So, you know, and the thing is, the reason I find it frustrating is you were kind of like hiding behind, like, the highest standard possible to avoid really giving a take about it. And any response that Destiny gives, all I can see happening is things being twisted or manipulated or narrative spun. I don't think this big reveal of, oh look, here's a message of Pixie saying that she actually wanted this to happen is going to happen, because otherwise it would have happened already. Okay? Do you think Vosh sexually harassed Poppy? Yes or no? Because if you think that Vosh sexually harassed Poppy, I got some bad news for you. It never was proven in a criminal nor civil court. So I guess you can't believe that then. You're not allowed to believe that. Like, it's such an insane standard, right? Because you have enough to go off. You have enough information to comfortably satisfy what how these situations tend to spin out in these kind of, you know, arenas. Now, I'm not sat here saying, you know, that this deserves a prison sentence, right? I think the behavior with Cherry, if proven, would easily facilitate some sort of, you know, presence on a sex offender registry or something like that. That was another discussion point, right? Like, but that being said, it's not necessarily about there should be severe criminal consequence here. It is just he did this stuff. It is morally and ethically completely egregious and unacceptable, wicked, horrible behavior. And it goes completely against, on a lesser note, it goes completely against the things that Destiny proposes and talks about and professes in his content. You know?
Stupid corpses.
Would you admit Destiny is innocent if he shares leaks of Pixie, consenting fully to him sharing her nudes? Well, it depends what that looks like, doesn't it? It depends what those messages look like. You know, is it explicit? Is it something we have to infer? Like, Destiny is the master of narrative spinning. He is the master of taking things and spinning it in a certain way to suit his, you know, to suit his narrative. And my question would be, why hasn't he shared it here? Why hasn't he shared it publicly already? And also, it wasn't nudes, it was a video of a sex act that was shared. There's a difference there.
Yay.
So, I mean, listen, if you want to wait until the last possible moment, but be my guest, that's up to you at the end of the day.
This Destiny guy is a real knucklehead.
Thank you for the $50. Thank you, J Meta, for the $50. It's super generous. Appreciate you. If you want to wait till the last possible moment to determine whether you think this happened,
I
that's
keep getting
fine.
fat shamed here, dude. Wow.
But it is just endless. It's just this endless skepticism is very irritating. When, you know, you sound like you sound exactly like fucking Dr. Disrespect people. You sound exactly like him after he admitted to it. You sound the same to me. Just, you know, endless skepticism in the face of something which should, you know, alleviate that skepticism. And I think as a product of the way that Destiny has talked about this and tried to narrative spin, I think that's why you're thinking these things about it. I don't think you've come
Screw, what's
to
up?
a reasoned position on this on the basis of your own thoughts.
How's it going?
I think you have listened too much to what Destiny has got to say about this, and it's twisted your fucking melon. And now you're spouting out these retarded talking points which make no fucking sense.
I'm so refreshed.
Right? Like, if the screenshot existed, why concede to Erudite and December? Yes, exactly. Like, there's points at which, if he had proof, he would have shown it, either privately, initially, or publicly. And at no point has he. At no point has he publicly stated in any way that he had consent to do this. And there's even comments he has made beyond what he's admitted to, like him saying, I don't want my community to defend this, like, certain things, right? When it initially happened, and it's like, well, why would you say that? Like, bro. Oh my god, is that what it's called? Is there a name for it? It's called malicious skepticism. If you have a narrative and you want to protect someone, you can dig deep enough and essentially give someone unlimited charity. Well, yeah, exactly. Maybe the screenshots are fake. How do you know it's him? What if someone else was logged into his account? What if the only reason that he did it, and the only reason he said it, is because Pixie said that she was suicidal? What if he just said that just to try and fucking help her? Like, what, dude? What if he admitted to causing tremendous psychological harm because he actually wanted to help Pixie out? What if that's why he did that? Bro. This is the fucking Anna sexting thing all over again, isn't it? Well, he had to sext Anna. It was the only thing that he could do. He had no other choice left. He tried everything else. Sexting was the only option he had left. Maybe he sent the video in self-defense. He's just a gooner. He's just a Kuma. Anyway, come on. Let's continue. Plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified and depressed, and starts feeling suicidal. On or about December 11th, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Plaintiff messages Benel and tells him she is just tired of living anymore. It's only a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. Oh, we read this bit already, didn't we? Plaintiff then unfriends Benel on Discord, so...
Sell these certificates.
that she cannot receive any messages from him. On or about December 13th, 2024, plaintiff meets with Bonnell's close personal friend and business associate, redacted. Plaintiff tells her about suicidal thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she is enduring, and that she wants to ensure Bonnell never does this to her or anyone else ever again. Turner... Okay. So this is about, obviously, not so erudite. It does seem odd that this part is redacted, but I'm presuming this maybe has an address or something, and maybe that's why they blocked that part out. Turner tells her she will talk to Bonnell and tell him what they discussed. So I don't know what the story is there, but anyway. So I'm not going to do a separate segment on this because Not So Erudite is a completely worthless husk of a human that I literally couldn't care less about. But apparently, I obviously spoke briefly about her releasing a statement saying that she's going to take over the Bridges podcast. And now there's other comments which seem to suggest that, like, the bridge isn't burnt. Like, it's very clear that she's hedging her bets, right? She's on both sides of the fence, so that if Destiny, you know, mounts a good enough defense that DGG accept it, she will be fucking back on that like fucking nobody's business. You know, like, obviously she doesn't want to hard cut the bridge. I mean, dude, it's totally fucking delusional, right? Not So Erudite is a fucking loser that nobody cares about. The only worth that Not So Erudite has is as a fucking co-host of Destiny's podcast, right? Her viewership fucking sucked when she streamed. No one was meaningfully interested in her, right? The only thing she was ever getting was the fucking scraps off DGG. That was it, okay? Nothing more than that. It wasn't like she was growing a meaningful platform on her own. So what the fuck does she hope to do with a podcast where the actual prominent person involved has been cut off from it?
How do I make money off depressed people?
What is DGG?
Rape Apology Community is DGG. Thank you for the super chats. So, like, what is she thinking here? Like, what other option is there? You know? Like, she's not going to be able to make it on her own. Oh, yeah, hey, it's a podcast with some complete fucking nobody. Some random fucking psychometrist or whatever the fuck she calls herself that no one cares about. Want to come on and talk about stuff? You can go and look at the Patreon for the podcast. It's like that. Woo! It's fucking off a cliff the moment that Destiny is no longer fucking involved. On social media, Destiny is also implying that Pixie shared alleged non-consensual images with him. To make that argument, he would have to concede he's just non-consensually sharing sexual material. Well, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's like, you know... Yeah, even if that was true, I don't know, there's no evidence that I've seen to back any of that up. Even if that was true, like, you could say, well, that's bad. That's a bad thing to do. But how does that change the fact that Destiny is on the fucking, you know, on for doing this? Like, it doesn't, this is the problem. It doesn't matter which way you slice it. Destiny still did this shit. You can come up with whatever fucking cope you want. Right? Destiny did it. He admitted to it. He admitted to causing harm. That is fucking undeniable, regardless of how you spin it out with this fucking legal cope. You know, multiple people, Destiny, former friends, former allies, and enemies alike, have both looked at this and gone, yep, it looks like he did this shit. That's really fucking bad. People are acting like this is like, you know, in question still. And this is the issue. This is the problem. Is that's what we get latched onto, that little doubt, and then people or Destiny and his community are going to try and worm their way through the doubt, exactly like the way that fucking Dr. disrespected it. Exactly the way that fucking Dr. disrespected it. Exactly the same mentality. Oh, there's a bunch of shit that looks really bad. I'll just come up with a bunch of bullshit to explain it away. Oh, yeah, I admitted to it to trick journalists, actually. That's what I was doing.
I can't believe anyone ever fucking accepted that as...
Dude.
People are so fucking dumb, dude.
It's so wild to me that this fucking morals thing. So this... Dude. How is this... The post about it on YouTube Drama references the morals thing. bro, I don't mean to make it all about myself. But this is in reference to the time. This is a while ago now, okay? This is a while ago, to be clear. This isn't recent. This is literally months ago, okay?
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Why don't you want him on the podcast? Morales. Smile. Kale Maxwell.
Thank you for the super chat. But Dan was floating the idea of me coming on anything else. And, you know, I was amenable to the idea. Obviously, I didn't want to have to pay to go to America to go on the podcast. But, you know, I was like, sure, if I'm in America and I'm, you know, able to get to Miami and we can do something, that might be fun. We can do that, right? And then when this was brought up, the concept of me coming on, Not So Erudite like was freaking out in chat about it. And then when asked why she didn't like me, it was this like morals thing, right? And I think I know what it's about. I think I know what it's in reference to. But yeah, I mean, you know, if I think it's about what I think it's about, it's like it doesn't really matter. Like
So it's so grindy, but the game is so fun.
Morals thing about me, and then Destiny is exposed as having engaged in the acts he's engaged at, and it's like not certain about whether or not I can grant some charity. I can grant some sort of charity where I can go, do you know what? I can understand being concerned in regards to your meal ticket getting fucked up. I get that. I'm sensitive to that. I'm like, okay, I got some sympathy there, right? But the idea that this fucking bitch gets on a moral high horse so fucking hard at every single turn at everything that happens, particularly with the red pill stuff, and then acts like this over what's happened here is fucking disgraceful behavior. She claims to be some sort of fucking feminist. I mean, funnily enough, one video she released just before this came out on her stream was like, it was some sort of like, oh, women have it so hard in the space, don't they? Yeah, they do have it fucking hard in the space. When their fucking sex tapes are getting shared without their consent, that's pretty fucked, isn't it? But anyway, in any case, yeah, it's just funny to me that she is now umming and ahhing about this, and now seemingly has made statements which suggest that she isn't as cut off from Destiny as she was wanting to imply at least. Statement was posted on Bridges. I'm not commenting on the situation between Pixie and Steven for some time, maybe ever. Dude. So, don't forget, she had said that when the legal stuff was sorted with Bridges, she would be commenting further, right? She said that she would be making some sort of statement, and the statement about Bridges was just about Bridges. No comment on Destiny's actions, behavior, or anything. And now it's like, well, I may never speak about this. It's just fucking insane, dude. You know, like, we're not talking about some sort of like, you know, random orbiter connection. This is like a substantial business connection. You know? And this is what you got. It seems so clear to me that she is hedging her bets, so that if Destiny gives out a response that is widely accepted by DGG, she'll continue to work with them. That's what I think's happening.
Off depressed people.
She desperate for Destiny's Gok.
Thank you for the super chats. And then obviously a comment here on Destiny's subreddit, 2 comments. None of those are planned changes, they're content ideas. I may try and see what works. Destiny was the main draw for the show, so I understand people losing interest based on him not being around regularly, but please try to offer legitimate criticism. If it feels just like the game show, we won't do it.
You complain about Queeman and his level of Discord spurred J-Ops, but he pushed that morals meme
First
so
things
hard.
first.
I didn't even know where it came from originally.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Yeah, Creamer's coverage on Not So Erudite's been great, and I'd recommend going and watching it.
Dave became a member.
Thank you very much for the memberships. The 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Money off depressed people.
Tizzy became a
I'm
member.
though, because it's going to be names. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah. I mean, bro, you're a little gamer, dude. It's just delusional. Like, I think that people get themselves into this idea that, well, no, people like me, right? They're not just watching because I'm associated with this other person. People actually like me. And for some people, that's true. It ends up being true that people do want to watch you because you're you, not just because of your connection to someone. But unfortunately, I don't think Not So Erudite falls into that category. And there is like a literal fucking graveyard of people who have left Destiny's orbit and achieved nothing, gone nowhere, not built any meaningful career, not made any fucking money off of content, you know? Like, and I don't think Erudite's got it. I don't think that Erudite is going to have a fucking flourishing podcast off the back of just her. Anyway, Stephen and I, okay, so this is where she admits to like being willing to continue to work with him, right? Stephen and I have full plans to have him on the show again as a guest or contributor. Bridge is not burned, and we do not hate each other whatsoever. It was a mutual decision, and I would be lying to say I'm not terrified. Thanks for the well wishes, we will see. So that's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. I think I'm gonna be exceptionally fair here. Okay, I'm gonna be very fair. I think in and of itself, still being friends with someone that's done something wrong is fine. It gets messy and sticky when you've got those kind of professional connections. And the thing that I find so fucked here is that you're leaving the door open for continued public collaborations. That's the thing that I think is an issue.
Ridiculous prices.
Saying like, listen, you know, obviously privately I wanted to get better and move forward, but publicly, obviously it's you know, completely objectionable behavior, and I wouldn't want to in any way publicly be seen as being supportive of that or something like that, right? That, I think, is a more reasonable concept here. But the fact that you're kind of leaving the door open to this with the stuff that's out there already, like, imagine if this was fucking Asandi. Like, imagine if this was fucking Hassan Piker. Do you think Kyler would be taking such a tactful, like, delicate response to this? Or would she be fucking bleating about it on Twitter about what a fucking sex criminal Hassan is? You know, or any fucking red pill guy or something like that. It's like, you know, it's fine to have a bias if you're friends. But what isn't fine is, I think, this dynamic of oh, wow, you know, we'll keep the door open, and I think that is just in case the response is well received, and then she knows that she can still grift into DGG without concern, basically, you know? So, yeah, anyway. Also, there's some other side stuff here.
I need to start making stuff that gives me more energy, because holy shit, I gotta sleep a lot.
I do not spend much time thinking about this dumb bitch, so we'll throw it in here whilst you're on the topic. Because, okay, here we go. Where is it? Where is it?
Who the fuck is this?
Because I think that Sick Unchained. Remember Sick Unchained? Hey! Remember Sick? Friend of the channel, Sick. You know, like he's just like that guy from the movie Drive. Anyway, he released, for some reason, his logs were not so erudite, which I thought was...
the camp, yeah.
Okay, I guess. I don't know if this is interesting or not. Not that my word means shit, but I want to apologise for going so hard at you on X. While I definitely disagree with some of your actions, I've actively stopped roping you into the drama shit because I can see you care.
I might completely ignore this for
given the
now.
multi-threaded relationships going on, it's very manipulative from the outside, and I hope you understand that's where that energy is coming from. See, the problem is with this is that it doesn't, like, whether or not Not So Erudite was doing the right thing, the wrong thing, manipulating, not manipulating, whatever, it doesn't matter because the conflict of interest was insurmountable. It was insurmountable that you could be a business partner with someone and you could go and try and negotiate on your business partner's behalf with someone who is making these kind of allegations against them, right? Like, I mean, you know, imagine this in a traditional office setting, right? Obviously, streamers do not have to adhere to certain standards of conduct that you would have to in like an office or something like that, right? But there is an actual substantive dynamic here that they're working together, right? It's not ethereal. It's not just like random abstract concept. They are working together. Not So Erudite has got a meaningful financial connection to Destiny, meaning that negative impact to that would negatively impact her. So she cannot be the person that is in any way getting involved in this. This is exactly the situation where you would recuse yourself from this and say, I cannot be the person that deals with this. I want you to get the best resolution possible for you, but I can't be the one to do that, even if I think my intent is good. You should go and speak to another person, seek legal counsel, or something like that, right? Just the most obvious conflict of interest you could imagine. And for some reason, and you know, I understand that Pixie thinks that Nossa Erudite was doing the right thing. Pixie's obviously completely entitled to a perspective on that, but it just doesn't really matter. It just doesn't really matter because it just exists. Too much of a connection, too much of a conflict of interest, you accuse yourself, and that's the end of it, you know? I do understand. I wish people would have asked, particularly because I keep taking massive hits for trying to do what is right, and I've been fully focused on that. There's a fair bit I'm willing to cover with people privately that I can't publicly due to some legal stuff. If the equity transfer of bridges gets done today, I'll be freed up a lot more to speak publicly. I'm not commenting on the situation between Pixie and Steven for some time, maybe ever. There's a fair bit I'll be willing to cover with people. If the equity transfer bridges gets done today, I'll be freed up a lot more to speak publicly. So what is it here that you're alluding to speaking publicly about that you now say, but now you're saying that you can't talk about it maybe ever? You don't want to talk about it maybe ever. Like, it seems like a total lie. You're getting heat. You want to get the heat off yourself. So it's like you're kicking the can down the road. You're going, oh, I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about it later. But it seems like tomorrow never fucking comes. And you never get to speak about it, actually. Right? Dude, it's so fucked, man. Like, it's so clear what's going on here. Oh, sorry, alerts are muted. Thoughts on Queen's new perspective on the horse. Okay. I appreciate the super chat, okay, but not every single one needs to be about Queen, okay? He resisted the meme because he felt bad until this week. Now it's the horse should have kicked harder. I personally disavow any sort of violence. I'm not into that, okay? Accidental or not, I don't think anyone should be getting kicked in the head, right? But I think all of this is evidence of Not So Erudite's severe TBI. Would you go on Bridges? She invited you. Well, yeah, I'm waiting. To be honest with you, I'm hoping for an invite soon. I'm hoping me and her can hash all of our disagreements out on bridges. Isn't that what the show's about? Building bridges? There's a pretty big fucking bridge to build there, so let's fucking have at it, okay? As long as my flights and accommodation are covered, of course. I'm not going to do it for free. Anyway, continuing on. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to pay to do it, okay? Listen, okay? If you want someone, if you want me, listen, I'm kind of a big deal, okay? I think, you know, economy, I'll take economy flight. And, you know, I don't know, a sort of 4-star room, something like that. I'll consider it. I'll consider the option. I'll consider the offer, okay? Anyway, continuing on. Meaning you putting out of any stake over it? No, he's giving it all to me. Oh my god, yes, Nicholas, yes. Destiny wins, Kyler will talk. Destiny loses, will never speak on it. Yes, that seems to be what's happening here. It feels like Nossa Erudite is hoping that Destiny can pull a blinder, and then she can come out and be like, well, see, guys, you all coming at me, but looks like Steven was innocent after all. And guess what? He's going to be on Bridges tomorrow. Like, it seems like it's waiting for the day that Destiny's able to just completely demolish all of this, you know? It's kind of buying into this narrative that Destiny is bulletproof and he can get over anything and he can overcome anything, you know? And the thing is, it's like, this is like the worst drama, I guess, is like this ever happened to him because there's now a fucking lawsuit that's been filed. That's pretty big stuff. And if the lawsuit was for some sort of content-based thing, like a defamation suit or a copyright thing or something like that, you know, that's like business as usual, so to speak, for YouTubers. They have to deal with these sorts of things. But for like sex crimes, I mean, yeah, that's pretty fucking wild, you know? Anyway, continuing on. No, he's giving it all to me. Oh, damn. Even with his insane tantruming. Oh, what's this? Tell us more. Tell us more, Kyler. What's Ooh, lovely stuff. Let's have a little bit more of that, thank you.
Boy.
Even with his insane tantruming. He's seeming to now want to fuck over my last 3 years. Oh, spill the tea. What's going on? But I think with how upset he seems, I just want to manage the legal stuff first. Chudder's like a pig in shit with this. That sounds like some sort of gay DGG comment, okay? This is how I cover everything of this nature. There's some people involved that I don't really like, so it's funny to me, yes. But how is this meaningfully different to how I cover anything else? God, you people are so fucking annoying, it's unbelievable. Dude, literal fucking rape apologia community. It's insane.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
She should have been better to you. She could have used some tips on how to escape the yoke of DGG orbit. Perhaps
Thank
she could
you.
become one of Moreau's BPD
Thank you for the super
co-hosts.
chats. So yeah. So
It's
now
Quake
I've
Day.
fucking
I'm waiting for
harassed
the
you, but I
trader to
think with
show
how
up.
upset he seems, I just want to manage the legal stuff first.
Right there.
Yeah, the comments have to stop. He's already done third missions left and right. Dan and you both are very bad PR for yourselves in Destiny. Dan was making a comment last night. He had to stop himself from admitting he told Pixie, I wouldn't pursue legal action. I mean, I'm going to kind of skim through this. I don't really care that much about this fucking gay. We'll get back to the lawsuit thing. And then, yeah, I don't know if there's much more here. Just a little bit. It's more just about the idea that he's throwing some sort of tantrum or something. And the comment about, well, I could speak about it when the
There
bridge stuff is
is-
sorted. And now saying, well, I'm not going to talk about it maybe ever. I'm noting his comment just to show that people can feel the ickiness without the French paper. Yeah, I'm really disappointed in my
No!
Like, was I just fooled initially?
I
or
didn't
was he
bring them
remorseful at first and
along.
became belligerent? Okay, dude, there's another option here. It's that you're so fucking mind raped that you
So dumb.
believed. Like, you somehow believe that this was, like, not completely absurd, disgusting behavior. Right? Like, I don't know, dude. Or you were so concerned about losing the fucking Bridges thing that you were willing to perceive this in a certain way, you know? Like, how, like, dude, remorseful. Like, I could understand if privately he sounded remorseful, but this is what, the 25th of January? Like, by this point, I'm pretty sure he's made numerous aggressive public statements about it, right? Including his statement on Reddit. So where's the fucking remorse there? Like, I guess she's referencing here. To be fair to Kyla, she is referencing it here. Like, was I fooled initially? But it's like, I feel like, you know, like, I don't buy this idea that he was, like, remorseful in a kind of meaningful way. I just don't fucking buy that. I don't buy that that's something that happened. And then using it publicly to defend him further is also fucked as well, especially when you're not sharing any evidence that he was. When every single public action he has taken from the time he put his statement out has not showed any fucking meaningful remorse in any fucking way whatsoever.
There's no way that's how you write belligerent, dude.
Anyway, this is getting a bit
Yeah,
boring,
just
so
not even remotely accurate to how she
I'm gonna go back
spelled
and
that shit.
I'll link this if you want to read it.
It was
further,
driving
but
me up the wall.
getting back
Like
to the
there's,
lawsuit.
I'm like, I'm looking at that word belligerent. It's like, what?
Stuff for a little bit before we get
Belligerent?
forward,
What the
and,
fuck is that?
I think that's what
Whatever.
she's going to struggle with the old podcast. Good luck though, Kyla. Good luck with it.
Oh, beats.
Good luck.
Oh, fuck.
Good luck and Godspeed. Right. Let's get back to this.
Fucker.
Okay. So, plaintiff tells about suicidal thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she is enduring, and that she wants to ensure Bernal never does this to her or anyone else ever again. Turner tells her she will talk to Bernal and tell him what they discussed. On or about December 19th, 2024, Turner asked plaintiff if Bernal has communicated with her or added her back as a friend. Plaintiff responds in the negative. Plaintiff continues to feeling depressed and suicidal. The leak of the video is still a viral topic of conversation on multiple platforms, with people making horrible accusations about the plaintiff. On the morning of January 20th, 2025, 2 videos on YouTube are posted by 2 different streamers discussing the Pixie leak. The videos include screenshots of private messages of plaintiff discussing the situation with friends, and claims that plaintiff took hush money, only cares about money, and does not care about the victims of defendant. These videos have been viewed by thousands, including one which, as of today, was viewed by over 90,000 people. The majority of the posts by people assumed that Benel shared the videos with Benel's consent and knowledge. So this, I think, you know, this comes in, obviously we're talking about Sunday's video, right? This comes in to, I think, the initial cope when people heard about this, which was that, well, there must have been some consent. When it's like, well, that's the kind of absurd conclusion to reach. I think that the more reasonable conclusion is that there wasn't consent, because in order there, and also you need a broader understanding of the other aspects of this too, like, you know, the other people involved, the fact that there was, like, I think a message where Destiny had sent a video which was seemingly recorded in his pocket of him performing a sex act with another man. Not that that part matters, to be fair. Okay, we're very progressive over here, but it's the idea. It seemed to suggest that he'd recorded something without consent, you know? And beyond that, it's just obviously the plain concept or idea that, well, what, all of these people consented to an unending, continuous agreement that their material could be shared with anyone at any point, at any stage, or what? Destiny reached out to them on an individual basis and said, oh, I want to send this to a new person. Can I send this to this new random e-girl that I'm talking to? Is that okay with you? And it's just to think, well, what reasonable person would agree to that or do that? It just doesn't make any sense. It's not. And dude, there was a lot of despicable cope about this, particularly from like Destiny's community, where it's like, this happens all the time. Acting like this is some sort of normal thing that happens. And it's like, it's not. It's not. It's not, dude. Like, it's not normal.
Oh no, it's
Brian.
32,
It's not
right?
normal human behavior that we engage in. In fact, the behavior is so abnormal that many places have decided that it's a criminal act to do it, right? Or some sort of civil tort, whatever the fucking terminology is. So the idea this is like normal is just absurd on the face of it, and it's such like egregious behavior that we want to make it, you know, something you could be criminally or civilly punished for. But no, good message, guys. News flash: it is not normal to send sexual content you've recorded with someone to a third party without the person's consent. I would even go further, and I would argue that it's not normal that happens with the person's consent. Because normally, let me ask you this. Let's say you've got a video with your ex of you performing a sex act with her, and you went to her and you tried to establish this arrangement or agreement. What do you think would happen? Crazy how soy this is. What part is soy, exactly? What part of this is soy? Like, I'm just pointing out things which are just, I think, very true.
Does this pause the game?
What do you think would happen if you went to your ex and said, oh, can I send this picture of you sucking my cock to this random girl I've just started talking to? On a one-off, on a fucking one-off, what response would you get? What if you went to them and said, I would like to set up an agreement where I have got the ability to send videos of us
Seemingly
performing
yes.
sex acts to anyone that I determine appropriate at any point
I'm gonna take
in
5
time,
minutes.
continue.
I need to go to the bathroom. You're back. That took forever. I apologize.
Continuously for an indefinite amount of time. What response do you think you'd get? The soyness is the screeching. Okay, what screeching and moralizing am I doing? How am I screeching and moralizing? I am substantively responding to concepts which I think were broadly discussed,
Great.
accepted by certain aspects. You're just fucking rape apologist DGGers. You should just get Stylo. Remove.
Well, I'm done. Fucking crash, dude. I lost everything until when was the last time I slept? Oh, really?
You're just fucking rape apologist DGGers. You should just get Stylo. Remove them, please. Remove them. Remove these fucking freaks, okay? I don't need them in my. I don't fucking need you. Fuck off, okay? Please dispose of these individuals. We've got enough. We've got enough rape apologists in our community as it is. We don't need any more, okay? Fuck off back to DGG freaks. Don't care. Get raped.
Money off depressed people.
You've never worked blue collar. Co-workers show me recordings without the gal's consent all the time.
You never worked. Well, I think that you're. I don't know about that. That feels like you're kind of doing some sort of bigotry of low expectations. That blue collar workers are like deranged sex freaks, first of all. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that's an impossibility. But even if that were true, that still doesn't make it okay. It's still fucked up that they're doing it, right? But I think that you're engaging in this bigotry of low expectations. I know there's a culture of sharing and talking about porn and stuff like that, right? I saw a video once, and it was basically this guy on this building site, and someone had one of those pocket pussies, right? It was all fucking rotten and moldy and stuff like that, right? And one of the guys chucked this to one of the other guys, and he got his cock out and started fucking it. Okay? You know the video I'm talking about? So I'm sure there's fucking weird shit that goes on. Don't get me wrong. Right? But, yeah. Also, this is another good point from Venomous Villain in chat. Even if they show you, do they provide you a digital copy? Do they publish those recordings in Google Drive? You are lost. Yeah, exactly. The difference between someone showing you something on their phone and going, yeah, look at me rogering her. Still fucked, obviously. Still like a breach of consent. But obviously, you know, that's a different thing to sending a copy to someone, right? In all relevant laws.
I don't know what to do now.
The publishing of a...
Off depressed people.
Ugh, that crash just took it out of me.
That guy's weird.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, there's some people that are probably going to take offense to that as blue-collar workers that don't engage in that stuff. But obviously, the reason that sending a digital copy is so bad is because you are giving that person an item which can be endlessly replicated and distributed infinitely, essentially, to an infinite level. Like, you know, as long as the internet exists, yeah, you are publishing. That's it. You're publishing the information, right? You're publishing the content in distributing it to someone else digitally like that.
That actually really really annoyed me, dude. What the fuck?
Too, you know, we're not talking about, and this lawsuit gets into this. We're not talking about you've got an Apple AirDrop thing or whatever it's called, and someone hacks into it and pulls it out. Like, remember the fappening stuff? Like, that stuff, you know, was obviously the people doing the hacking. iCloud, yes, iCloud. They're the people that are obviously fucked there because, you know, even if it's inadvisable to have this material on some sort of digital storage server which could be hacked into, like, you know, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy when someone hacks into it to go beyond that, obviously, you know? So anyway, I think it gets into that in a bit.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
I was a steel worker, and the kind of smut, sharing, banter, etc. is usually nothing like what Tiny did. Tiny would get bullied off-site. Physically.
Thank you for the super chat. Anyway, continuing on. Okay. On or about January 20th, 2025, in desperation, Plaintiff Pixie goes online and announces that Destiny shared the videos without her consent or knowledge, and that she'll be seeking legal recourse. The same day, Banal Destiny responds on various platforms, including Reddit and Imager. Okay. Right. Oh. No, hang on a sec. So, no, I get it. So I thought it's like, well, how can you respond on Imager? They mean that he took screenshots and put them in Imager and then put them in the subreddit for the response. That's what they're talking. Yeah, I get that. Okay. I understand. I get it.
Why did it take so long?
And falsely claims that the video leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization.
You just don't get it, Chud, because you're a streamer. We blue-collar workers are showing each other vids of our misses getting dug out. This happens all the time at the rape factory that I work at.
That's great super chat. Thanks for the $10. Yeah, I just I feel like people are like massively overplaying the kind of antics that blue collar workers get up to. And it is this kind of like bigotry of low expectations. Oh, they're a bunch of blue collar fucking salt of the earth guys. They're probably sharing sex tapes with each other. I don't think that's true. I think there's smut that gets, you know, passed about and stuff. But I would be surprised if there's a meaningful amount of people who are sharing sex tapes with their intimate partners. I don't buy that for a second. I could imagine like maybe like getting a prostitute or something. One of the lads goes to Amsterdam, gets a prostitute, which I mean, you know, does a prostitute have a reasonable expectation of stuff not being shared with them? That's a tough one, I guess. Maybe it would be some sort of copyright issue. I don't know. But anyway, the point is, oh yeah, look at me fucking hammering this prosy and going and showing the lads at work. Something like that I could imagine happening, you know? Of course she does. Prostitutes shouldn't have rights, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, listen, we're getting sidetracked, okay? The point is, I think you're overestimating just how fucking degenerate these blue-collar workers are. Okay? Continuing on. Okay. So, the same day, Banal Destiny responded on various platforms, including Reddit and Imager, and falsely claims that the video leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. This claim directly contradicts his November 29th, 2024 explicit written admission to plaintiff that he had knowingly and intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's consent. Ooh, dude! I'm not a legal expert, okay? I'm not a legal expert here. I'm not a legal expert. But is this not where his public statements are then working against him and previous things that he said? And so this idea that he can't talk about it when he has talked about it, he doesn't want to incriminate himself. Or what was the thing he said about, oh, something feels true but it's not and it can work against me? That's retarded.
Okay,
Leaking is
that's
different from sharing.
How do I make money off depressed people?
An ex-con I worked with would talk about how he'd find women for his great day. Even that freak always got consent. DGGers are coping so hard.
Thank you for the super chats.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
I recorded an act on my honeymoon. When I got divorced, my ex's father stole my camera.
Okay,
enjoyed the show, Pop Pop.
That's a bit much. Thank you for the super chat. So people are playing games with a leak thing. People are using like this leak thing to make up there's a meaningful difference here. Okay? Like you're splitting hairs at that point. Okay? Like a leak normally refers to some sort of public broadcast thing. And it's to cause confusion and sow confusion. Right? Like him sending it without Pixie's consent to someone reasonably referred to as a leak. It's just not a leak.
I guess you just get our ass handed to us for a couple.
But there's this game that's being played where it's trying to act like, oh no, it's that actually the solo leak. That's the leak actually. That's the leak. But the solo leak doesn't happen unless Destiny sends the stuff without consent in the first place. You know. So it's trying to muddy the water and sow confusion. So I think it's reasonable to point out the inconsistency and contradiction in the public versus private statements here, you know? On January 20th, right after the plaintiff announced publicly that she would sue Benel, one of his followers reached out to plaintiff and told her that Benel had sent the video to her sister about 2 months earlier. Now, okay, dude, I mean, obviously, I said before that I can't say, unless there's some evidence or I've seen something that I know makes it the case, I can't assume that things in a lawsuit are true. In this instance, I've not seen hard evidence of this myself. I've not seen the screenshots of this, but I have heard of multiple people talking about this, including to me directly, privately. At least one person has spoken to me and said that they have received materials. So I'm fairly willing to believe that yes, this likely happened, right? I mean, it does seem like there was a kind of like the issue was broader than I think you would think if you just looked at the basic initial details of this, you know? The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Belen is still sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without their consent. On January 1st, 2025, aware of an impending... So this apparently is someone completely different, obviously. This is like a whole other person. So this is not even this Rose individual. This is another person. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Yeah, pretty fucked up. I mean, dude, it's just fucking totally... It's disgraceful. If that makes me soy, so be it. I think it's fucking disgraceful to non-consensually send videos of someone performing a sex act on you to multiple other third parties. That's fucking disgusting. And I think it is exactly the kind of thing that deserves, you know, extremely strong and harsh criticism. Like, and seemingly, possibly legal disgrace. Bold tape, no. Bold tape, guys. Bold soy nod, come on. On January 21st, 2025, aware of an impending lawsuit, pending criminal investigation, but now starts destroying evidence, including deleting messages between him and the plaintiff. Okay. I think we all kind of knew about this from some statements that he made. And I don't want to spoil the lead analysis when we get to that. But one thing I've heard is that apparently, if it ever got to like a court setting, there's a discussion between the issue by the judge. If there's that evidence has been deleted, it's obviously, you know, you can't see it. But the judge can state something along the lines of, you know, you're allowed to infer like maximum negative view on what that would have looked like, right? So here is, you can't view the deleted stuff. You're essentially saying, well, imagine if what was deleted was as bad as possible. That's within the realms of you assessing that when you're figuring out what you think about this. Yeah, an adverse inference instruction. Yeah. Like, you were to assume the worst of what the messages are. I don't know whether it's just that or whether there's a way that they can say you're allowed to assess as you see fit even. But yeah, it's like the judge may say you may or must assume the worst. But it makes sense, right? Because what do you do in a situation where you basically destroyed evidence? Well, you can't see it anymore potentially. And you've got to try and bring that in somehow, and then that's like, I guess, it's like a punishment. It's like a punishment on the plaintiff, on the defendant for having engaged in that behaviour, right? And it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. How does that prove anything? Maybe he simply deleted the messages to free up space on his hard drive. Okay. How does that work when you're deleting Discord messages, which are stored on Discord servers. How does that stack up exactly? Oh, I was just concerned about Discord server load. I just wanted to make sure it... No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. It's a joke, but it could be true. Pose law in full effect, ladies and gentlemen. Pose law in full effect. Yeah, if it were exculpatory, you would expect them to keep that to redeem themselves. Yeah, that's another good point as well. If it was to your benefit, why would you want to keep it? Surely you'd want to keep it because it would only back you up. Like, you know, there's a reasonableness here of deleting messages. I don't think that you can always discern negative intent for deleting messages, okay? Like, let's say that you're in a conversation with someone and they start acting a bit fucking scatty and weird, right? You've not even done anything wrong. You're like, okay, this person makes me feel a bit fucking weird. I'm going to leave the messages, work and move on, right? I think that's fair enough. But in this instance, but then, okay, let's say there was in the same situation, but there was some sort of legal instruction to not delete evidence. Well, I think in that case, you've got to grin and bear it, because it's like, well, I've got to retain the evidence as I've been instructed to, and I think there's even a reasonable aspect of you not deleting evidence if you're reasonably expecting legal...
What is going on? There's some weird shit going on, right? The fuck?
What do you mean scatty? Well, you know, just acting a bit weird, like, a bit like, okay, what, like, they seem nice, and now they're acting all fucking off, and you're a bit concerned. But, you know, I mean, I'm speaking specifically if you're a public figure or something like that, right? You know, you must have, okay, you probably can't conceive of this if you're not doing this right. Who here has had a conversation with a woman and it's gone fine, it's gone great, and then after a period of time they start acting in ways that make you feel a bit uncomfortable, but there's nothing you can put your finger on. Right? And in that instance, if you've got a chance of that person screenshotting, exposing stuff you don't want exposed,
That's really weird, man. At air to air, he should have lost that.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
Again.
To be like, yeah, I want to fuck it.
That makes no sense to me.
Like, I don't think you can discern that you were then essentially abandoned her, unless there was some sort of tremendous thing that was screenshot or something, right? I just don't want it to be that it's like, you know, in a future rape review, you look at a situation where someone's doing a message, you go, well, that's it, they did it. I think this is a specific case.
What? Yo, this guy's just mashing and it's working.
I can reasonably see, particularly with the plaintiffs, you can reasonably see where a judge might go, well...
Okay, there's something weird going on, dude. I don't understand how this guy's winning the air-to-airs when he's like throwing out heavy shit way later than I am.
But now start destroying evidence.
This is why I don't like playing in the cabinet on the cabinets, man. They're always really weird.
But now receives a letter from plaintiff's counsel launching plaintiff's defense demanding that he preserve all evidence.
Like that's not supposed to cross up unless I like actually actively move forward. Like I don't know what the hell. I honestly don't know what the hell's going on. This guy's like really fucking weird. This is actually suspect. I really don't like playing in the lobbies, man. All the hackers are in the lobbies. It's really annoying.
Plaintiff Pixie is just after his money.
How do I make money off depressed people?
What if you've already married said woman? Asking for a friend.
Then you're truly fucked. Thank you for the super chat.
Thankfully, I only needed one game.
So, yeah, this is where it starts to get a bit rough for Destiny, I think. On or about January 20... Also, this... dude, this was the same defense that was used for P. Diddy. Dude, I saw an image, it was like Destiny's face mocked onto P. Diddy's. Blackface, obviously. Quite funny. But this is what people said about the P. Diddy case. You remember when P. Diddy had that suit trial against him? By that woman? And there were claims in it, and I went through it, and thankfully my community was able to guide me right, because I didn't know enough about P. Diddy. That, yeah, he probably did a bunch of this stuff. And people said that she was just after money. I think Henry Brazilian was, that she was just after money. And then there was evidence of him actually performing the fucking physical abuse.
Shit.
And then obviously you had this federal indictment filed against him, which is like law pretty damn. So yeah, I think that It's like, you know, just because someone is asking for money doesn't mean they're just after their money, right? If someone fucking crashes into your car, totals your car, you get insurance, and you sue them, but you can't damage them legal fees, does that mean you're after them when it's 100% their fault? Does that mean that you're just after their money? Like, if they've wronged you so tremendously? So, I really get this idea that Pixie is just after his money. I think particularly when you consider that the messages to demonstrate, she would have...
Could literally not have been later. He got super lucky there.
...penalty completely without her even getting the money. And I think...
How's this guy diamond?
There are cases in civil suits where people do just want money. But I don't really think that is...
VP got eaten? I don't understand how this guy's diamond.
...to recompense, you know, off the back of what's happened. Obviously, the amount can be debated and discussed, and I think there's a figure we're going to get to in the responses of $15 million being floated, which apparently, allegedly, is the initial demand from the legal team. Now, I don't know how that figure's been calculated. It does sound a lot, certainly. But I mean, what price, like, you know, what price do you put on? Like, obviously, people are talking about $150,000, which I think is the maximum amount of damages possible under this Intimate Images Act. 1 million for each woman? Yeah, but essentially it's defining the lawsuit, so I don't think the other women are involved. But, you know...
The guy was not diamond.
It sounds like a lot of money, right? And I think that it's like, you know, intentionally high, it's trying to do a money grab. I can see the argument for that. But I think that, you know, there is a negotiation that happens. There is a negotiation that happens here where you determine what the best amount is. And also, the other thing two people are saying in chat, I don't know what the maximum amount of damages possible is for all of these different claims that are being made here. Like, if you calculated the maximum damages available under all of these penalties and claims, and it's like millions and millions of dollars, $50 million or something like that, then a 50 million settlement as a request would make sense, because it's like, well, the consequence of this going through and maximum damages being awarded would be millions and beyond that. Now, that's not likely to happen, but it's like, that becomes a negotiation tactic, a negotiation strategy, you know? So, what I'm saying is, you know, it's difficult because it's like there's some cases where you do look at an amount and you think it's ridiculous, but then that's because the fundamental claim is absurd. Like with the H3 lawsuit, the fundamental claim of her not taking breaks, meaning she's entitled to back pay worth tens of thousands of dollars, just seems absurd to me on the face of it, right? But in this case, the actual behaviour underlying it did happen and did cause harm. And even Destiny admits it caused harm. Psychological harm. So, I'm a bit like, okay, it sounds like a lot of money, I get that. But that can also be a negotiation tactic that gets the parties to the table to have a discussion to figure out an amount between the two parties that makes sense. So, I personally am not reading as much in to the 50 million figure as some people would want you to. One person in particular, of course, being Destiny. But I don't know if it's as unreasonable as people want it to be in terms of being a negotiation strategy that I think a lot of these settlements tend to, you know, look at, you know? Like, the initial figure isn't the figure that often ends up getting paid, right? Feels like blackmail. Well, no, it's not blackmail. It's not blackmail to reach out to someone and go, right, we're thinking about filing a lawsuit against you. This is our idea of what a settlement would look like, right? Like, that's not... trying to seek out a settlement is not blackmail. That's a totally reasonable aspect of our legal system, right? This is where my legal law tube friends are going to come in, like uncivil law, who said that blackmail would be, you should pay me this money or I'm going to reveal that you've been cheating on your wife. That would be blackmail. Saying, I want this money, and should this not be agreeable to you or you're not willing to reach a settlement, we're going to file a lawsuit.
Street Fighter?
that is a normal part of our legal system that you would seek a settlement.
Boobs as well?
Not be possible, you're allowed to file a lawsuit. That is a common aspect of our legal system, and I don't think it could be categorized as blackmail.
It's a custom character.
I think that's a narrative that Destiny and his fucking
I'm the one sitting down, by the way.
want you to buy into,
So you know.
believe, so that it allows a framing of Pixie as a malicious actor in all of this. Now, has Pixie dealt with this perfectly? No. I don't personally think Pixie dealt with this perfectly. I think there's been plenty of mistakes that you could get into along the way. But are those mistakes a product of malice, like viciously trying to get as much money out of them as possible? I think it's more fairly attributed to being totally uncertain of how the fuck to deal with any of this shit and trying her best, initially likely without legal counsel, you know? So that's my, you know, that's my view of it. But I understand that people are latching onto this blackmail line or narrative, you know. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't think it's got much
And yet
legs.
no one joins the cabinet.
You need to show me some pretty tremendous evidence to back up the idea that this is some sort of blackmail or extortion scheme, you know? And the threat of suicide. I think the threat of suicide was a genuine expression of something. I think that it does look bad, and it does create room to make legal arguments against Pixie. But I don't know if I'll classify it as blackmail or extortion. I just think, you know, it's obviously a mistake, and I would presume that should legal counsel be sought in that situation, that they wouldn't say, go and say you're going to commit suicide. They'd probably send the letter themselves, you know, stating out from a more legal basis, you know. But I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal expert.
Hey,
so
modern, whatever. I just need to get the extreme battle done.
Okay. You post in group chat GGG. Painted pixels for money. Hey, sure, how's it going? She's handling it better than the Destiny, who's going, lol, these bitches are crazy, chat. I mean, you do. That's actually a fair point. Destiny has been, like, going crazy, spoken out over this. And it's like, you know, bringing up...
What do we have to do? I'm confused.
Leaking messages, trying to smear people. Anyway, you know, one about... For now, also posting on his website, Destiny is on YouTube, chat, that Pixie and the people behind
I'm so confused.
so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably supposed to lose it anyway, they aren't even mentioning it. Over 1,000 people have potentially viewed the defamatory post. So, beyond this kind of like idea of, well, someone else is doing something wrong, so why are you coming after me for my wrong? Okay. Who is this solo person? Do we know where they live? Do we file a lawsuit against them? Do we call the police on them? Do we know anything about them? Like, this idea, like, of course, definitely is going to get the brunt of it, because he is responsible for sharing the video originally.
No, shit. I'm so fucking confused.
Get more attention off the back of it. The same person who gets to live in the US. Do you know if this solo
Did I win?
is a US resident? Can suit even be filed against them?
I did win. I'm so fucking... What is going on?
How the fuck? Like, I don't know anything about this person. And I don't know if this is actually a defense. It's like, it's all about what you can use as a defense. And I don't think saying there's another person that's done wrong is a defense against the action that he was conducting.
Modern is so silly, dude. He literally just held a button down and pressed one button 4 times in a row.
So yeah. So over 1,000 people potentially viewed this inflammatory post. Donald's attempt to develop making himself and perhaps blame on the alleged hacker is directly contradicted.
What is this garbage, dude?
Thank you on civil law. Oh yeah, the video. Dude, that's funny because I watched it before. I was like, applying this stuff to his ass. He was just his back, but it was like that. But his coverage of this was actually the fairest that I could find from like a lawyer's perspective. That's
No way, dude. That was 3 hits, bro. I hate this fucking garbage, broken ass nonsense. Jesus Christ. I have no idea what was going on. Like, zero.
This is how Destiny is going to
I don't know what the fuck was happening.
way out of this from a public perception issue, right?
Thank you, though. I got the challenge. That's all we needed.
Is going to try and latch onto that thing and focus tremendously on what Pixie and the legal team have apparently done wrong and use it to divert away from the core fact that he sent a video without consent and he's already admitted to it and he's admitted to causing Pixie harm. Okay? This is the issue. And the thing is I've already said that I don't think that Pixie has acted perfectly. I just don't think it's a relevant detail in this story, particularly when we're on the precipice of Destiny spinning a narrative and all you fucking retarded rape apologist freaks desperately latching onto it and latching onto every single thing that you can to get around the core fact that Destiny did this and admitted to it and admitted to causing harm. So no, I'm not going to sit here and fucking scrutinize every aspect of this to criticize Pixie at every turn, criticize the legal team at every turn. Don't worry. I'm sure that Destiny is going to do a plenty good job of that later, okay? And all you disgusting rape apologist freaks can go and watch that, you can go and get your fill, and you can go and justify watching that fucking wicked, despicable individual continuing on, okay? But I'm not playing that fucking game, right? I'm giving fair and balanced analysis of what's going on and what's been said in this fucking lawsuit, okay? I am fair. Chud is fair. How can you look at this, dude? This is so crazy to me.
No.
That you can simultaneously accept
My name is banned.
can't talk about this with the pending litigation.
I can't use URA. My name is Barrage. They can suck my cock. You want to have a draconian profanity filter? That's fine with me. You just don't get my money. It's that simple, right? Easy.
Whilst talking about it, like it's very fucking simple to understand, and it's not in your interest to understand it, so you don't, right? That is
Yours too?
contradictory
Yeah. Retarded.
Anyway, continuing on. Benel's attempt to divert blame from himself
It's just retarded.
and cast blame on alleged hacker is directly
They don't want to make money. That's fine with me. Go bankrupt. See if I give a shit. Right?
to plaintiff that he
Someone else will make a
shared
video
the
game. It's fine.
and buys text messages with Rose, in which he tells her about the video with the young girl that he will send her. Wait, sorry, just a small
The lobby?
sentence. Just one sentence. Benel continues defaming and harassing plaintiff on his website.
Yeah, it's the battle lobby.
The BGG chat.
Actually.
He implies that plaintiff is trying to milk him and that she is not going after anybody else that might allegedly have been involved.
Oh, the... yeah, never mind. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's really dumb. Yeah. And then on top of that, the code, like you said.
Oof. Potentially over
Game clearly doesn't want us to buy it, so...
dude.
It's easily solved.
See, this is actually... Dude, this is like a classic tactic that rich and powerful people use to say they're just coming after me for money.
They said no.
They're just trying to milk me for money. Why aren't they going after these other people that are doing wrong? They're coming after me because they know that they can milk me for money. This is classic that people use. In or around the end of January 2025, approximately 15 women reached out to the plaintiff to tell her that they had received sexually explicit images from Benel of other women without the other women's consent. 3 of these women also told plaintiff that Benel deleted their chat threads after January 23rd, 2025. So again, this is a claim that I've not seen anything, you know. I thought the problem was more widespread 15 women widespread. I'm not going to accept that because in the lawsuit, okay? I'm somewhat there. I think there's probably an element of this, but without looking at the detail here, I can't.
Well, I couldn't get my name. I uninstalled it immediately. I'm not even gonna try.
If you want to believe it, that's your fucking discretion. That's enough for you, okay? But for me, I'm like, okay.
If my name is so offensive to them, then my money surely is, right? Especially my time.
But yeah. This I probably believe. I think this is true. Because don't forget, in fact, the reason I think this is true is because Destiny deleted a bunch of shit, right? There was a meme he did about redacting everything, and then on top of that as well, I think he stated that he deleted every nude he'd ever said or something like that.
That should have linked.
Without their consent. Upon information and belief, these images were then posted on a different pornography website without their consent. A woman with a screen name. So I don't know how this. What is this about? Is this just like kind of back up an idea of conduct or something? I don't know what this is in here for. Yeah, I don't know what the point of this is exactly. So it's just to back up the idea of there are other allegations floating about him that have given extra level of credibility. Is that right? Discord tracks when a subpoena is deleted. If Discord gets subpoena, it's fucked. Right, okay. Is that true? Is it true?
I haven't seen them.
Because obviously I think the message is gone. But if they can Discord and say it was deleted at this time, then you're fucked, aren't you? Should worry. Well, no. I've obviously done mass deleted messages before, but not when I've had pending litigation, not when I've done anything illegal, obviously. Just, you know. Yeah. I mean, you could delete messages because you have a friendship with those guys and you don't want to know.
No.
There's nothing wrong with deleting messages. It's deleting messages when you've got pending litigation. That's the issue. That's the problem. Judge Shaker, your private string. No! My private Morg Tycoon messages are going to be revealed. Hopefully she didn't fucking screenshot them. I would only ever keep deleted messages. Okay? Okay, a woman with a screen name Cherry recently found out that Benel had secretly made an unauthorized audio recording of a sexual interaction and then distributed it to multiple people without the knowledge of the offender. Benel has retaliated against Cherry by publicly posting private messages with her during the time when she was suffering a mental health crisis. Yeah, that's true. That has happened. Obviously, this is more subjective, but I think it's factual that he has released messages, he has released private messages in response to Cherry's allegations.
Oh, I was fucking okay.
But now begins a small campaign against plaintiff and tells his followers
That's so random.
over 1,000 of his followers have seen this post. He also tells his followers that his only crime
Hey, GG.
is being, quote, too much of a gooner. Oh my good god. What is going on? We've got the legal definition of gooning, ladies and gentlemen. The word gooner is slang for someone who is deeply engaged in excessive adult X-rated content consumption, sometimes in a compulsive or obsessive manner.
It's wild hearing it in a lawsuit.
Excellent. Good to see we've got the Gooner definition in play. On or about January 24th, 2025, another female political streamer talks about Benel's sharing of the video. She informs her followers that Destiny Benel had recorded a conversation with her without her knowledge or consent. So this is Lauren De Laguna, right? She alleges that after their personal relationship deteriorated, he became publicly hostile towards her. And then later, he posted to his followers that he was recording and he could publish it. Then, on February 9th, 2025, after posting a link to a clip of her talking about his sharing of the video, Benel retaliated against her by posting private sexual text messages between them to his community group chat. Oh, no, that's denim. Sorry, no. That's denim. He's talking about denim. Yes, that did happen. So, yeah. This is about establishing pattern behaviour. The defendant has, beyond our own client, engaged in a pattern of behaviour here of trying to smear people and allegation against them. I didn't get into the denim stuff purely because
Nipponichi.
the details of it. So I don't know. You know, I always felt like the denim stuff wasn't like. I always thought focusing on, like, say, Pixie, Cherry, Melina, and Stasia was the best way to go about this, only because they've got the strongest kind of play, you know? Although I don't know if Melina's actually coming further off the back of it. But
Back to the corner. Oh, maybe not.
We've got the strongest public face about this. Stasia's alluded to it, talked about it a bit.
Oh.
And then there's obviously Melina.
That's how this guy got the platinum. 100%.
Bro, can't take denim is full of shit. Oh my god, you're so bad. The reason I'm resisting, because I'm blatantly saying that denim is full of shit, is because my concern is that Destiny's narrative spinning control is such that he has repeatedly smeared people in an unreasonable way. And I don't want to, like, prop up that thing. I don't want to prop that up. But I'm just stating that I personally didn't think it was worth including demonstrating my coverage because I didn't want to get into it. I couldn't even heads or tails of it. And it seems like there's other stories.
No way.
Etc. Right? So, also, I've got a bias against denim.
What?
I don't like denim. I think denim's a fucking, you know, I'm not a fan.
Some weird shit's going on, dude.
A very bad, very poor commenter, stuff like that. But does that mean that he wasn't treated
What?
like Destiny? Well, I don't know. And I'm not gonna, you know, go and dig into that necessarily. But I just am not willing to just trust that, oh yeah, Destiny released a sex and Dennis is full of shit. I'm not doing that.
Dude, this guy is such a piece of trash.
You being totally fucking
What? At least he's a moron.
is now trying to engage it.
I can't deal with this. I'm not gonna play this guy again because I'm gonna lose my mind. I already know. Congrats, you tilted me. Like, oh, the walking back, dude. Oh.
So the people that are left are fucking.
I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna lose my mind.
But anyway, continuing on. On or about January 26, 2025, Hannah Brooke, a follower of Benel, contacted plaintiff and informs her that even after the video
Listen to you.
on November 29th, 2024, Destiny Benel offered to send the videos to her. A few days
But
later,
you lost.
another follower posted Brooks' direct messages with Benel.
Damn, homeless people look good, bro.
After the messages go public, Benel deletes his message with Brooks in an attempt to cover it up. I might have missed this part of it. But, I mean,
I really have to start anti-airing when they do that.
I can't speak
Like, it's the perfect opposite, so like.
about this. I'm going to focus on the stuff that I know. Okay? Defendant has admitted that he disclosed the video to Rose, and there is evidence that he also disclosed it to other people without plaintiff's consent. The defendant could have, and should have, expected that the videos would then publicly disclosed and
Am I sweating? How was I sweating? Are you retarded? I didn't even do a single combo.
On January 30th, 2025, Destiny Banal admits that he has been actively deleting evidence of his wrongdoing, specifically his messages with multiple women who have claimed he shared sex videos with them without the participants' consent. Right.
Bro, you're so hilarious. You know you came to my stream, right? Like, it begins and ends there. You're so triggered. You came to my stream. Like, personally, I don't give a shit. I'll forget about you 5 minutes from now. But I seem to have gotten into your head a little. I fucked up.
A judge can say, potentially, you're allowed to discern maximum possible, like, negative inferment off the back of it just having deleted it. How would they know it was without consent? Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? It's like, oh, these videos got sent to me, and it seems like there's the people that are speaking publicly who are saying it's without consent. So this must have been sent to me without consent. We usually figure that out. And then on top of that as well, the other question would be, if these videos were sent with consent, why do you need to delete them?
Have a nice day.
Not defending him, but if they're accusing him of spoliation, he might have an argument. The messages were deleted to avoid further leaks. At least messages deleted.
You know what? I actually...
Wouldn't saving... Like, dude, I don't know how it would work. This would be like a legal question, but wouldn't saving them in some fashion...
I might jump on Akuma and get my ass handed to me. I was Diamond 6 months ago when I was actually playing the game with Akuma. So when I jump on him, I'm gonna get like masters and shit, dude. I'm gonna get just totally destroyed. I can't string 2 hits together anymore. It's really embarrassing, actually.
Does the deleting of the messages potentially count as destruction if you save them in some
This guy's gonna smash me.
Anyway, nonetheless, let's be fair, there is an argument that messages were deleted maybe earlier on, but then if you're instructed to retain evidence and you continue to delete,
I should really not throw that out.
Is that
ever against Guile?
an issue even not?
I'm just gonna do this.
Dude, who knows? This is all gonna fucking come out in the wash. Yeah, that's a more intricate, detailed legal question. I don't think anyone is equipped to answer in this chat. Maybe Mario can answer that.
Ooh, no.
Put a note in it. Remember to ask this before we go. Then we'll speak to Mario. Okay. Destiny Banal admits that he's been actively deleting evidence.
Chance. Oh no! I expected him. I'm dead. I'm not dead? No, I'm dead. God, I suck against Guiles, man. They just like crouch. I don't know what to do against that.
Also, because obviously Mario was alluding to this to me, is this potentially, like, guys, okay? I'm gonna be
Can you
fair,
please
I think this is me trying to
do
fuck
that
with them. I'm obviously very critical.
on your wake up?
Is there a free speech consideration here? Is there a possible free speech aspect that could be argued that there's, like, an arguably...
I don't understand how he's fucking trading with me, dude.
Public speech.
Oh, shit! I wasn't...
Well, in order for this to be allowed, I'm presuming it would need to be defamatory.
I'm actually dead.
Right?
Guiles.
Defense against anything that would impede your speech. Like fraud is fundamentally dishonest and therefore not protected. I guess harassment. Like if you're
How does that even reach, bro? Guile is so
if
insane.
you true to someone, but if you do it a million times in various different accounts, that could be harassment.
I'm not sure what that came
So
out.
maybe even if it's truthful, it could still be classified as harassment if you're publicly stating. I don't know.
No way!
No, I'm not talking about the recordings.
Guile is so branded.
About Destiny publicly speaking about people. That's the part that I'm talking about. Is there an
not much I can do against this.
Public speech being protected. Does that make more sense? Well, I just remember that Mario.
No! Why do I jump in?
About responses to lawsuits.
Ah.
He was just going into the intricacies of like when to respond and when not to respond. I'm making no sense. I think I'm making plenty of sense, and you just don't want to understand it because you just want to hate on Destiny. That's what
There's not much I can do against this man. Like,
I don't know. Listen.
Guile is like actually branded.
What I'm saying.
If you lose with Guile, you need to like make a new game. This ain't your game.
I'm speaking in a confusing way.
Like he's by far the easiest character in the game.
Speech brought up here.
Like game plan wise, just yeah. Sit back, throw booms when you're in range. When he comes closer, throw a flash kick. Like, it's so fucking boring, dude. And I never know what to do against it, especially not with a character that can't like. I can't 1-1 his fireball. Because this one, oh, you can punch that out of the air. It's terrible. You have to like hold it down, and by that time, it's a 31 fucking frame move, if not more.
No one knew what public speech you're referring to. This stuff
The boom's in your face already, so you lose regardless.
I mean, I don't know how much more clear I can make it. On or about February 9th, 2025, Banel makes another defamatory post on X.
We're gonna smash. Mike, I'm gonna get smashed. He's gonna hit headbutt central.
Only cares about getting money from him. How is that relevant to a lawsuit? Because if your speech is protected by the First Amendment, you cannot be legally liable to it, right? In some way. Is she suing for defamation? Well, no. But then if these statements aren't defamatory, could that not be a defamation to you? I'm not saying that they aren't defamatory, I think they probably are. But what if they're not? Or what if they're seen to not be defamatory? How does that work?
He does have to block.
Be nice to Chad, he lives in the UK, he doesn't understand free speech. Yes, exactly, that's very true.
I should stop doing that.
I'll ask Mario about it. I'll ask Mario. Maybe Mario.
How does that come out when I do grab?
And I'm wondering is that what he's referring to? Anyway, let's continue.
Oh,
We're not getting into this fucking lawsuit. On about 49.5, but now makes another defamatory post on X.
No way.
His followers that plaintiff only cares about getting money from him. He also informs his followers, all of his followers in the video.
Can I not grab that? I feel like that should be grabbable, no?
Can still be seen on the ground.
Moderns.
The post has over 1 million views as of this day. The video is disclosed by Banel of a private nature and never intended for public distribution. Defendant's actions cause plaintiff severe emotional distress and humiliation.
How is that safe, bro? Dude, some characters are so fucking brain dead stupid.
Affected, aspirations to be elected for office have been greatly diminished. Plaintiff adopts and realleges the allegations set forth. Okay, so this is what? Violations of 50 U.S.C. 6851.
Like all of that is like literally one button, dude.
The allegations set forth in paragraphs 1 through
You're like literally cheating. It's so embarrassing. He probably thinks he did great.
sexually explicit
Against another modern, maybe, but literally just a cheater.
pointing to and directing people to the leaks and how the flippant speech adds to the harm.
I should never see modern ever. I'm playing classic. We're playing fundamentally. We're playing a different game.
Yeah, it's about pattern behavior. But then the speech later was used in order to back up a statute with regards to harassment and stuff, right, or something like that. So although it's using the example, it does get referenced specifically as part of the lawsuit as a claim to action or something, right? And I don't know, like I don't know. I'm not saying I know the answer one way or another, but it's like, would the truth be an absolute defense, or genuinely believing something in the case and stating it, and not being demonstrably a malicious lie? Like, continuing on. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's get through this because we still need to look at Destiny's response, and then I want to watch some fucking law guys cover this as well because obviously I'm.
No way! Oh, I got fucked up.
Defendant videos without plaintiff's knowledge or consent in violation of 15 USC 6851. Plaintiff is identified in the videos. The videos are viewed by thousands of people and continue to be viewed by thousands. The leak of the videos by the defendant and plaintiff's role in the videos has been discussed online by thousands of people. As a direct result of the defendant's conduct, plaintiff has suffered extreme emotional distress and harmed her reputation. All of the above actions.
Where was my DP? I definitely did it. Where was the DP? I definitely did it. Like, this guy's so fucking lucky, dude. Massive waste on his level 3 as well. Burned all of his resources for nothing. He would have killed me with a regular fucking combo.
I'm sure there's part of it where they talk about county violation of private statute.
I gotta throw that out there. He was clearly baiting it. Yo, I jumped. Why did I dash? Okay, game. Just give it to the imbecile, please. Don't make me play the game if that's how you're gonna treat me at the end of it.
And in violation of the expectation, the videos remain private. Sorry, no expectation, the videos remain private. Constitutes sexual harassment under Florida Statute 784. Defendant acted intentionally and/or with reckless disregard of plaintiff's rights, causing plaintiff to suffer damages.
Where was my? That was really weird.
Tens of thousands of people view the videos on the platforms. Tens of thousands of people are aware of the defendant's release of the videos and engage in public online discussion with the defendant about the videos and the plaintiff. As a direct, natural, proximate
No,
result of defendant's action,
I was 100% blocking. Bro, this guy's Diamond 3. Holy shit. He plays like a fucking goal, dude. Shit. And I'm falling for it.
Stop disclosing the videos. Plaintiff seeks statutory damages as per statute 784.9, alternatively actual damages from racial distress, loss of income, medical expenses, the damages. Plaintiff seeks attorney's fees.
Something weird is going on, dude.
Plaintiff also seeks punitive damages in an amount no less than $1 million.
That was nice.
See, this is the thing. People are acting like 15 million is like, I mean, it's a crazy amount of money, but with everything that's being alleged and put in this document, it's the high expectations.
No way, bro! Okay, something really weird is going on, dude. What the fuck? I'm done with this guy. I don't believe it for a second. That was super weird.
Or wasn't demonstrated already. Like, if he hadn't have done the thing, then that would make it unreasonable because the asking of the money is reasonable if the person.
The punch doesn't win from the grab there. Just pointing that out.
Even the 15 million is absurd. Yeah, okay. Bro, what was your opinion on fucking Alex Jones? As long as you're willing to admit that what happened to Alex Jones was fucked, Australia wanted like $1 billion out of him, okay? Right? I don't know what your position on Alex Jones was, but I don't want to be. This is the problem with chatters. You can't go back. With me, you can go back and check prior statements, and you can say, "Oh, Chud, you're a bit inconsistent here." With chatters, you just don't know. Okay. Well, the thing is, yeah, I mean, it's all about what is the claim. Has it happened? Can you reasonably assess whether or not it's happened? Okay. And then, does it seem to be some sort of position to reach a bargaining between opposition? Like, I don't know. Is it not just how these civil suits work, often become attached with a significant amount of money, and then it goes down to a position that both sides are happy with. See, listen, people are so fucking mind break already.
I'm surprised I didn't reach.
People are so fucking mind break on this. This is why Destiny going on about it 15 million. It's so obvious how that's fucking gone out like tenders into this community. Because now people are here acting like 15 million is, oh my god, 15 million? I'm just saying, look, here's a lot of money. It sounds like a tremendous amount of money, and I get that, okay? But I don't know if this is like that extraordinary for civil suits. I think that it's fairly standard that they would come up with a figure, but they don't expect to get, and then it gets negotiated down. The idea being that you reach a settlement, and then you take that money, and you don't go through the legal process. And presumably, this lawsuit has been filed because that has been rejected, or whatever negotiations happened hasn't been to the satisfaction of Pixie, so she's decided to walk away from the negotiation and file the suit. 15 million is
All right.
much to negotiate down, but it's not.
That was nice.
You're making up something. Oh, this amount of money is too much. Why? What do you mean it's too much? Like, I just
That was supposed to be my tulls, my fan tulls.
whatever you fucking want. Someone can start off with 100 million.
Oh,
You can
why
negotiate
didn't
down and say,
Because he flashed.
okay, well, a million
He was jumping when he
is
fucking hit.
and you agree on that. So yeah, I don't know. This feels like I'm just making it up, but oh, 50 million is too much. I don't think it's too much to negotiate. I think that that's just an opening position.
My man needs to start breaking throws.
A very aggressive negotiating position. Because it appears like a money grab. Yeah, all lawsuits are like that. Go and look at any civil suit. Every single civil suit looks like a money grab. Right? Every single civil suit comes with a very high dollar amount attached for what the actual thing is. I'm just, you know, I feel like this is just a narrative that people are fucking latching onto, but I don't know if it's actually got any more. And also, the other thing with the money grab aspect is sometimes it's reasonable to want someone's money if they've wronged you. Right? Some lawsuits are a money grab, rightly so, because they've been wronged, as is the case here. So I kind of reject the framing because I don't even know if it is that. But even
I'll
if
give
it
him
was,
one more.
I don't know if I have a problem with someone wanting to grab money from someone that's fucking wronged them. Anyway, nonetheless, let's forget what that, okay? I worry that people like that are sat there thinking it's a money grab, their brains are basically open to be fucking manipulated by Destiny's response to act like there's some unreasonable stuff that's happened here. When the unreasonable thing that's happened is Destiny showing this fucking case in the first place. That is
Okay, I was out of range for the first. Oh my god, this guy.
fucking side dressing to the main issue, which is that Destiny has harmed Pixie by his own admission by sending the video without information by his own admission. You know, people
Oh, I fucked up. Oh my god. You might win now because of that.
You can talk about that, you can have commentary about it, and talk about it, but I think
No way! He got so lucky because he was burned out. He was in Bloxton longer. Lucky cunt. Son of a bitch.
Anyway, where were we?
Hello? Where's my my punch? I forgot Ryu's easy as fuck. Look at that damage for nothing. And it turns into a giant fucking pussy all of a sudden, immediately.
today's society. Incredible stuff. I mean, is it wrong? Is it wrong? Just sending out, you know, sex tape.
I know, right?
Oh, dude, yes. Absolutely. This is Ryzik's, dude, Ryzik is no skitter from Chudlogic Discord. This is very funny. Is that okay? Is that supposed to be Ada? Is it supposed to be Ada? I think that's supposed to be Ada.
Where was my DP?
Dude, you need to zoom
What?
I'm assuming this is some sort of June reference. Is that right?
How's he do a medium kick and still?
Yeah, that's right.
He gets the fucking. Oh my god, dude.
At least it didn't bend.
God, I hate Ryu so much. They're all the same.
No, who cares?
Boring.
Deserved it, they all did. But now it's coming to the game. Who gets to play truck? Hurt people forgive them.
So boring, dude. This character is like brain dead beyond belief. Dudes!
Terrible business. Terrible business. Anyway, come on. Listen, I want to get to his response, and then I want to watch the video analysis. And then I've got some other stuff I want to get to as well. Okay. Okay, what else we got here? So, invasion of privacy. Plaintiff, okay, pre-adoption alleges. Defendant publicly disclosed private facts regarding plaintiff that were not of legitimate public concern, including the sexually explicit videos without her consent. And defendant continues to do so to this day. There's no public concern that justifies disclosing sexually explicit videos or videos.
Dude! Thank you.
At all times, the defendant acted.
With the publicity and the permanence of this, you can make the argument that she has had her ground with curtailed along with her potential.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the eternity of the internet, isn't it? Like previously, you would have to have stories published in the paper, but this was in the amount of record. But now it's out there forever. Forever. And then it never, unless
DP?
self-destruct.
No, no. Wrist.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a DP.
Yeah,
Now he'll do it.
Yeah. Agreed, agreed. I don't give a shit about Destiny, but it's comical watching YouTube slop peddlers play
Nope.
lawyer on saying an extra about the law. What an incredible comment that is going to result in you being banned forever. Dude, I've said repeatedly that I don't know about the law. I'm the first of law tubers who have covered this, which I'm going to watch the coverage of. And I'm very likely going to be bringing on a
Oh,
law
GG.
so I really don't understand this criticism that I'm sat here acting like I'm a fucking lawyer. I've said repeatedly that I don't have a fucking clue. But you are a fucking rapist. So you're banned. Unlucky. Anyway, continuing on. There's no public concern.
Good couple of games to go out on, right?
Explicit images or videos printed without consent. At all times, the defendant is acting intentionally with directive of his well-being. Defendant could have, should have, or expected public disclosure to arise from his dissemination of the videos to various individuals.
Yeah, too bad I can't play Fatal Fury, dude. I kinda wanted to. But if I can't even have my name because it's profane, then you know, you don't want me as a player. You don't want you don't want my money. That's how that goes. Them's the rules. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Every goddamn day of the week. You know how it goes. Peace the fuck out.